Welcome to day number 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, live here with Chess24. I'm John Sargent. Joining me are Grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. We had a fantastic opening day yesterday, and we are only going to get more exciting action today. Thrilled to be here. How are you doing today, Judith?
I'm doing great and very much looking forward for the today's round 2 events.
David, back for more. Yesterday, we thought, okay, things might have been starting a little bit slowly. You know, start of the tournament, a little cagey. Actually, we got some pretty good fireworks, especially in the second half.
Exactly. We saw more decisive results than we perhaps predicted. We saw all sorts as well. Some great opening surprises, some great preparation there, some really masterful middle games, and of course, learned a lot about endgames. We had a lot of time to sit there and enjoy some of those longer battles.
And of course, a lot is on offer. There's a rather large prize pool, but importantly, we are going to get players selected to play in the candidates tournament to fight for the World Championship off the back of the Grand Swiss. It is the largest, most important open event of the calendar year. Extremely important for these top players to try and secure their spots. But this is just round 2, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at today's pairing, starting with the women's section. Very topsy-turvy yesterday, with a lot of big names losing, but despite that, Judith, I mean, there are stars littered throughout this front page.
Well, absolutely. We had quite a few surprises. Just to name a few, Demchenko was having an incredible position and he ruined it. She went on to losing, but of course the Muzichuk sisters, there was a huge drama in the family because both of them lost in a very strange way. Maria Muzichuk blundered in one move where it was roughly equal position in the end game. It was before completely equal, and Anna Muzichuk lost on time against my countrywoman Joka Gal. And so there are a lot is happening, and yes, in the top 10 boards, we don't see some of the favorites here.
Even without the favorites on this screen, we're going to get a lot of fun. And of course, with the favorites losing, it also means when we go down the pecking order and take a look at the lower boards, we're going to see a lot of big names there as well. So very exciting. And here are, well, take a look at board number 1 in the open section. David, I think there's a lot of great matches here, but I feel like board 1 has to be where a lot of eyes are today.
Exactly. It's 2 teenagers, which is, I mean, still shocking to me that Gukesh is still so young, but 19 years old now, and he faces a Turkish wonder kid, someone that has been on our radar for a long, long time now. I believe he's still just 14 years old, already in the 2600 range, and yeah, this is not going to be easy for Gukesh. Will youth beat even further youth there?
This is like whenever you see a pairing like this, I'm very happy for both players, but I have to say, like, my joints creak just a little bit more, my back aches just a bit more getting out of bed in the morning, seeing that it's 2 teenagers on top board at the Grand Swiss. I thought I felt old before. No. Turns out it's a lot worse now than it was 20 minutes ago, but really fantastic stuff, and I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing what sort of fighting chess we get on board number 1. Let's take a look at the second page here, down to board 20 of the open section, because there's plenty of really, really fun matchups going on board 11 through 20 as well. I mean, Kai Mashong on board 11, really good stuff. Jan Nepomniachtchi is taking on Gurel on board 13. We have Lev as well. Back on board 12, and Chaparinov and Hans Niemann, I think, could be one to watch on board 16. There might be fireworks erupting there. And Awanda Liang, Ruslan Ponomaryov, who had a quick draw yesterday, but we might see some more fireworks today. Richard Rapport is there. I mean, we've got Jakovir, like, on board 17. There are so many fun matchups here that I think we're going to see some great chess all throughout today. Judith, is there anything in particular you're taking a look at? I'm wondering if you're going to say Sargsyan and Mamedyarov.
Well, of course, I mean, all the matches which you lined up just before, it's hard to pick even more. I mean, many matches are very interesting. Of course, I'm always interested to see Richard and his play, because yesterday also he had quite a spectacular game, sacrificing a rook, and there was a perpetual check given. So by him also we can always expect him and see him playing very interesting chess. But yeah, the older generation, like Mamedyarov, also he's a player who plays very sharp and very interesting ideas, and also challenges the youngster generations.
And fantastic matchups all the way down. I think we go up to board 58, if I remember correctly, in the open section. But let's take a look now at our bird's eye view and our pick of what games are likely to be covered in the first hour of the show. We're going to be riffing through these relatively quickly, but maybe picking the ones where we're going to see some blitzed out moves to begin with. So the games have started. It's round number 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. David, Judith, over to you.
And this is our bird's eye view with a multicolored board selection here. And already, Judith, I see some small surprises. Of course, very early days, just 1 or 2 moves on most boards. But on the top left, the board we were talking about earlier, Gukesh against Erdogmus, it's pawn to c3 on move 2. So kind of just teasing the queen's gambit, but not quite going the whole 2 squares forward to c4. Maybe Gukesh is the one who wants to avoid a theoretical battle against his younger opponent.
Well, I'm kind of shocked with this decision, but we have seen Gukesh coming out with all kind of interesting, unexpected pawn moves in his preparation, even in the candidates tournament towards the end of the event, right? That h6 move when he had to win. And see this move, oh no, this is impossible that a world champion makes a move c3. And I think it would not be possible seeing something similar to this 20 years ago. But these days, when theory is so deeply worked out and there is so much theory that most of the time players can get confused and say, you know what, I just want to play this game against this 14 years old talent. I'm a better player. So you know what, I just take out of your home preparation, out of book, and then let's see what you can show. So this is what we are witnessing right here. 2c3, I never had it in my life. Neither color, of course not with white, because I was an e4 player all the time. But nobody played this with me. And well, later on, of course, we will see a position bringing out knight f3, bishop f4, g3 probably, knight d2, queen b3, whatever. We will enter into a reasonable, normal middle game, but it's basically Gukesh says, I'm a better player, much better player, so show me what you can, and then I'm ready to play a long game.
Yeah, fascinating strategic choice here. I think the main idea is that c5, you can just capture that, and it's kind of a reversed queen's gambit accepted, but you have this very important extra move, pawn to c3, so it's easier to support your pawn chain. With b4. It's possible, of course. I believe Magnus Carlsen's played this with white a few times. I remember him playing it in the Isle of Man once, I think against Jeffrey Xiong. But yeah, I've done it myself, but mostly by mouse slip when I'm playing online, when I try to play c4. So it's not a purposeful decision, but very interesting. And like you said, Judith, very flexible, giving the opponent a lot of choice.
Yeah, I mean, what was your strategy when you were playing against already a good grandmaster and you played against a youngster? What was your strategy against them?
It was similar, to surprise them. Ideally, something like with not too much risk, not too many forcing moves. Like to give them a lot of difficult decisions. I don't normally surprise them as early as move 2. It's very hard to do that in chess, but yeah, I like it. Normally, I would mess around with like some different move orders to get into some Catalan or like early g3s. And okay, he puts a bishop on g5. Very interesting decision there, Judith. It's kind of a mix between the Torre attack, Trompowsky, and yeah, with the pawn on c3, very interesting.
Yeah, it's also kind of a provocation, right? Provoking knight to go to e4 to attack. So, of course, it's important also to say to our viewers, I think, that this is not like Gukesh did not prepare for this game and said, okay, I will be playing something, get out of book, and then I win, right? No, this is these days you do work on your strategy, and 2c3, it was a strategical decision for this specific game, right? And then he knows exactly against c5, most likely, as you said, he would take it on c5. If knight f6, I go bishop g5, probably the next 6 or 8 moves, logical continuation is in the prep of Gukesh. So it's very interesting preparation what the players are doing nowadays.
Yeah, and I've just been fed some information by our fantastic producer here, Bick, and I have had this position after, well, just before bishop g5 at least, after c3 and d4, but I got there by slightly different move order. I mouse slipped on move 1 with c3, and instead of playing the English opening, so I kind of got forced into playing d4 next move, and I don't think I went bishop g5, but that was in Title Tuesday earlier this year.
Okay, so why don't we pick something what's going on the other boards? Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because some of the positions already got further. We see another King's Indian today. Arjun is playing it.
Yeah, that's very exciting. We saw Firouzja defeat the King's Indian yesterday. We see some Sicilians, a few Slavs, a couple of Englishes. Yeah, very interesting.
What so which one to go first? Let's go to Demchenko, Shankland. Because there I see some very strange stuff again. Look at that. Look at this h4. I mean, I was playing this system against the Najdorf all my life, 6 bishop c4. I guess that's how it happened. But a3 is okay. But h4?
Normally, you start with g4, I guess, right? Normally.
No, in this position, you play with castle and f4, f5. That was the classical way of doing it. That's why I have the bishop on b3, to put pressure on the e6 and trying to force, after f4, f5, move like e5 and weakening the d5 square. But h4 is like... It's like a shocking new idea for me.
And we'll see the idea. I should mention Demchenko. He's super dangerous. He plays for Slovenia now, originally from Russia, but he's always at the top of these European individual championships. He's always super consistent. His repertoire is so well thought out. Like he was the one who made the Italian game with bishop g5, quick bishop g5 for white. He made it super popular. He was playing it every game nonstop for like 10 years. Very predictable opening repertoire with white. It's always e4, very principled, very direct. So he's going to have some ideas, very deep ones, I'm sure.
I see that he went f3. If he wouldn't go f3, I would be ready to analyze move h5, because I saw some ideas there that he just wants to move up with the pawn and sacrificing the e4 and have some tactical vision there. But most likely I would not expect him to castle short in the next move. I rather think that he will be playing it similarly to Dragon or something, to play queen d2, queen e2, long castle. And knight c6, interestingly enough, Sam plays very fast as well.
Yeah, Sam also very well prepared, of course. He's had a lot of chessable courses. He's a very big student of the game. He plays everything. So the fact that he's gone for this exact line, I wonder whether he expected something else in the Najdorf against Demchenko, or whether he knows Demchenko plays this all the time, this system with bishop c4, and he's kind of got something specific up his sleeve himself. Because against Demchenko, you can kind of expect him to go a certain way. He's very predictable.
But it's also interesting that I was working with players also, and I've seen people who have different strategy, right? Some people say that I get a surprising move. Oh, let's see, let's get deep, think into it. What does he have in mind? What is the idea behind it? What can I can reply this way, that way. I want to surprise him because I don't want to enter into some home preparation. And there are some people who say, okay, what do I care about this h4? No big deal. I'm just going to play fast, so I show that I have my self-confidence to react on this. No?
Yeah, that's true. Very different schools of thought, but yeah, if done well, both can be effective. And I've never been brave enough to like challenge my opponent head on in these main lines. I'm always trying to like duck and dive and dodge. And
so if you, let's say you get a move like h4 and you've never seen this before, what's your strategy?
I'll probably waste 30 minutes on the clock and play knight c6. No, I mean, I actively try to play a move I think my opponent won't have studied, even if I know it's not the best move. But
Hmm.
yeah, it is risky. Like sometimes they might have looked at it and it might just genuinely be bad sometimes. But in general, Judith, my strategy is to avoid open Sicilians. That's I'm unlike you in that regard.
Yeah. Well, now it's a question what White's decision is. Is is White going to take on c6, but after that knight c6, bishop c6? Bishop stands well on c6, ready to play a5, defending the b5. So black will look very fast for counter chances there. Or White is ready to play queen e2 as you showed it. But then black is ready to play maybe knight a5 to bother a little bit the b3 bishop, and then rook c8, knight c4. So I think this is what we are going to be witnessing, that White has to make a decision right now to eliminate that knight or no. But I think we are going to witness one game here.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like it's got all the potential to be very fiery, very double-edged, especially if Demchenko, as we expect, castles queenside in the next few moves. And yeah, we'll come back to this game a bit later. Two very interesting players there. I will mention, Judah, it was interesting in the women's event. Only 2 of the top 21 seeds won their game. Only 2 of the
Wow.
top 21 favorites. And in the Open, there were a lot more winners, but there weren't so many kind of big shocks. Not many underdogs took the full point. There were lots and lots of draws, of course. But yeah, that's why we see some kind of very strong grandmasters on the top 10 boards here, but maybe not all household names.
Yeah. So what do you think to pick another game, Rodshtein Firouzja?
Let's do it. This one, I think there might be. Am I misremembering here? Is this where there is some trap? C takes d5. Okay. What do you
What
think here,
kind
Judith?
of trap is there?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, Firouzja had a very interesting game yesterday with lots of action and ups and downs. So that was very exciting. He deservingly won it, I would say, but he made a lot of inaccuracies, and the game could easily be drawn against Amin, right? So, but he won. So he's playing here on board board 3. And Maxim Rodshtein also won his game in the first round. Strong Israeli grandmaster.
Yeah, very strong. We saw him. He had one of the longest games of the round yesterday. He had an extra piece for most of it, but his opponent had a really annoying pawn on g2. Eventually, he broke through.
Yeah, it took him some time until he could collect the full point. So what is this opening? I did not play this with either color. Did you ever had this position on board?
Yeah, I've had this position and very similar positions before many times. Normally via slightly different move orders, but it became a Slav with g3. I like these g3 systems quite a lot, and bishop g4. Lots of moves there. Bishop f5, g6, e6, bishop g4. I just want to point out in this position, c takes d5. Black can go one of 2 ways. Black can take on d5, or black can take the queens off. I'm trying to remember the opponent. It might even have been Firouzja, Judith, where he tried taking the queens off the board once. And okay, black probably should just be taking on d5 here, but if I remember correctly, he once tried this move. I don't think it's this exact position, but very similar position. Bishop takes b1, just to stop any knight c3. So rook takes b1. I guess the idea is c takes d5. Looks very level or very solid for black. But after bishop takes b1, white can take on c6. Black plays bishop e4, and white has a winning move.
I remember this rook a7 stuff.
Rook a7, yeah. I think this is Caruana with white. I'm trying to remember who was playing
I remember this.
It might even have been Firouzja. And c7 and white makes a queen on one of these 2 squares.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there are some tricks. I don't think it was this exact position, but very interesting.
Yeah, easy to fall into some traps like that.
Just to point out for everyone,
one.
Yeah, for everyone at home, rook takes a7 is important first because c7, the black knight comes out and the rook guards c8. So, okay, c takes d5, I'm expecting. I never know who should be doubling whose pawns, like who should blink first in this standoff between the queens.
Yeah, this is so interesting in chess. I found it quite amazing that there is an exchange of pieces. It seems like it doesn't matter. We just got off these pieces of the board, right? But in what terms it gets exchanged, it can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
So it's either c takes d5, what we are expecting, right? Or capturing
Mhm.
first on b3 and after that taking back. Knight d5 is not something
Mm.
black should be doing, or is it?
Yeah, knight takes d5. In general, no, but maybe here. I mean, there are some ideas of coming in.
Yes, that's what my idea would be.
Yeah,
If let's
yes.
say knight c3, I take queen b3, takes a knight b4.
Oh, sorry, mouse slip. Full of them today. Knight b4. And yeah, slightly annoying for white. Guess rook a4 maybe. Mm.
Yeah, rook a4. That's a good move. But I go knight c2, king d1, b5.
Yeah, and you made me calculate. I mean, I want to do some stuff at some point, but I don't know when.
Bishop g2, knight c6, or what?
Yeah, that doesn't look like it'll work.
It shouldn't, yeah?
It shouldn't work, no. Hmm. Don't really want to move back. Let's say I go.
Can you go e4?
Yeah, e4 takes.
King c2.
This one. Yeah. I guess. Take.
Takes, and somehow bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
No, then I go with d5.
Yeah. I'm provoking you to play a move you want.
Yeah, probably
no.
white has compensation, but maybe there was better too.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the computer says 0.0, despite the fact white's king's on b3, despite the fact white's an exchange down.
Of course. Computers always say 0, 0, 0, 0.
This might be the type of thing he's calculating, Alireza. I guess we won't delve too deeply into the variations because there's a lot of them, but yeah, big decision. Trading first maybe gives white more options. Taking on d5. Yeah, I mean, this type of thing, maybe you want to stop white coming in. But okay, very interesting. And Rodstein's very well prepared, as we said yesterday. So it could be some sneaky prep.
But you know, it's interesting in opening preparation. It's like we are in move 7. Okay, it's very clear that Alireza is one of the top players in the world, so he's extremely well prepared. Maxim, he's not a top player in the top 10. He's just a very strong grandmaster for a long time. Everybody knows that he has a great opening preparation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're seeing this position, CD or knight d5, or do either of the move, including queen b3, queen exchange, is it really that the people calculate, or it goes by intuition, or it's psychologically to make themselves build up their self-confidence so they can play their decision with the confidence? But at the end, it's all about intuition in this position, for example.
Yeah, I would say the same, like mostly intuition. Although the younger generation, I don't know, they calculate their way. They'll be like, okay, I want to play this move. Can I make it work? Me, I'll just be like, oh, what's the least likely to walk into an opening surprise? What's the least likely that I'll lose lose a piece immediately? I'll just try and play the safest. But yeah, different.
I have a question now.
Mm-hmm.
Probably it's a very bad move. Bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
My idea is that I want to force you to take on b6. f3, bishop d5. But I lose my center. This is the price I'm paying.
Yeah, the question is whether I have to take. Probably
you
I
don't
do.
have to take?
I don't know, I could move. Maybe.
But I was wondering, maybe you just take and you go
e4.
Knight c3. e4, rook a2.
Yeah. I forgot you took with a rook.
I have my tricks too.
You do. I'll fall for more of them today, that's for sure. Okay, knight c3.
Yeah. Bishop e6, e4, right?
e4,
And then B5, B4, I'm not in time. D5.
D5 looks a bit scary. Yeah, and black's lost a lot of time with the bishop. It's moved like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. About to move 5 times.
Okay, so why don't we move on? Alireza will still think some. No, we have. Maybe he played some move.
Yeah, he actually
He
went.
took on B3 and knight D5.
Yeah, knight D5. That variation we mentioned, kind of by transposition, we were talking about slightly different move order, but knight C3 in that line, and we might be back. We'll return to that game if it does get spicy a bit later. Maybe take us just across one board, again, staying on that top row, take us to Anish Giri, who's won Salem.
Absolutely. I also wanted to pick that one because it's a sacrifice.
Yeah, material disbalance. And okay, I'll very quickly take us back from the start. I think this is still theory. So it's symmetrical English opening, and black tries to break out very quickly. Salem, he's a Grunfeld player, if I recall correctly, so he's very keen on these d5 breaks. And yeah, he fianchettos. So yeah, this has been recommended in so many books. Vaishali Grava's played this way for many years. I think Peter Svidler did a course on kind of Grunfeld repertoire, and against the English, he was recommending this. Queen b3, one of the main moves. I think you can go back to a different square as well, but knight b6 is one of the main lines, and now queen b5. Very tricky, threatening queen c5, threatening knight e5 to overwhelm the pinned knight. So bishop g7, queen takes pawn, and yeah, the bar thinks Anish has a big advantage, but black is very active. Rook c8 coming, maybe some knight d4, with or without taking on f3. What do you make of this, Judith?
Well, I think it's very important to highlight that it's home preparation of Anish. It has to be, right? Because if it wouldn't be, then probably it's kind of a scary thing, and Anish would be happy to be on the other side, or even happier to be on the other side. Taking initiative, having compensation, advantage in development. But as for sure, he was working on it. He knows what he's doing, and it's not scary for him. Because he knows and understands and checked it for many hours probably. But at first it seems very nice for black. Rook is coming to c8, knight d4 as you showed. I mean, there are a lot of resources for black to control the position and stop white from being fast on development himself.
Yeah. I was always told, like, when you're grabbing pawns, especially in the opening, like, it's not really worth more than around 2 or 3 tempi. And here the white queens come out to b3, b5, queen takes c5. She's going to have to move again a couple of times, maybe to g5 later to run away, or maybe back this way. So yeah, it does feel like black has good compensation, but I guess we have to delve into some variations to kind of justify concretely. Like if white just pretends nothing's happening, whether black has enough for the pawn. Let's say I castle.
Yeah. And after rook c8, you want to go queen g5, right?
Yes. Just to nudge this bishop.
Maybe I go h5.
Uh-huh. And if I just make a move, useful move. Yeah, got some escape squares at least to run away to.
Yeah, you want to go back on bishop f6, right?
Probably. I'm not sure where, but somewhere.
Yeah, it seems like white is holding, so maybe I should be fast and not to play rook c8, but maybe I should go after castle, maybe. I don't know.
I used to play these lines as black a lot, like because I was a Grunfeld player, but I really hated them. In so many lines, you give up a pawn, and you have to be so energetic and like so concrete just to equalize. I felt it was too high pressure.
I also played Grunfeld for quite some time in the mid-90s, and I think I was giving away like that, you know.
Vasha the Graf style, always a pawn down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what was when you were playing the Grunfeld, the big question for Grunfeld players nowadays is like what to do against the Reti, what to do against the English, like different move orders. Like how do you stay in the Grunfeld repertoire without,
You
without
know, the move
getting move
orders,
ordered?
generally, it was always killing me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when we know, okay, let's analyze the King's Indian 9b4 line. Let's analyze the g3. Let's analyze 6 bishop e3, right? And then it's okay. And then when I was preparing, okay, against this move order, I do that. If the other move order, I do this. And then, of course, some people who wanted to avoid my King's Indian, they started, let's say, with c4. If I was playing knight f6, I mean, like 2 knight f3, and then so trying to avoid some systems, right? With some, like for example, the g3 system. I think some people were playing d4, knight f6, knight f3, and g3, and that's why I started to play the Grunfeld also, because at this point I was able to play d5. But it was all kind of strange move orders that you had to take into account, and it was very annoying, really annoying. And then
Yeah.
all these transpositions, and then if you want to avoid this line and that line, and
Yeah, opening
very
work.
difficult.
Yeah, it's super confusing. Like everything looks the same after a while. It all becomes a bit of a blur. But I got move ordered so many times out of the Grunfeld that I changed colors and I was like, okay, with white, I'm just going to play knight f3 every game, just c4 every game.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes they play c4, knight c3, like in this game, and that's why I had to pick up also this, because if someone wanted to play the g3 King's Indian, but I would be playing the Grunfeld, that was okay. But if I want to play the Grunfeld and they don't play d4, but they play with c4, knight c3 first, either I end up in this, or I have to play the King's Indian. I cannot play the Grunfeld, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this
Yeah.
is really annoying. These move orders. I
Yeah,
remember.
especially at the top level, everyone knows all these little tricks, which is so annoying. But okay, in the meantime, we'll leave Anish Giri up a pawn, debating whether to castle, which looks very healthy. Maybe he'll play d3 as well, or queen g5 first. Okay, what else catches your eye, Judith? You were talking about the King's Indian. Shall we keep on that top row
Yes.
and move
Yes.
across?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's.
So we'll go to. Oh, once I found it, was that? Wait, it was the Arjun Erigaisi game, so it's a bit further down. But here we go. Sorry, everyone, just changing boards, and one of those G3 systems, those pesky little anti-mainline systems for white here. Maybe just a quick backtrack to show everyone the King's Indian. This was via one of the main move orders. Often white goes knight c3 and quick e4, but here white went for a g3 system, so not occupying the center immediately. This is known to be slightly more positional, slightly safer than some of the main lines with mutual attacks, h3, rook e8. So this is still all very mainline theory, and I've had this a lot myself recently. h6 is the trendy move, and I didn't understand it for ages. I was like, how can that be good for black? But often the idea is actually to play knight e6 and knight g5 to kind of hit the h3 pawn. And there are some other lines where the knight goes back to h7. Often bishop f4 is met by g5, which is annoying. So it's just a bit of a waiting move. And personally, I'll give away some opening secrets. I quite like the move f3, which looks really ugly and weird, but had some success there. Knight b3 instead.
Yeah, because white cannot go bishop e3 because the e4 pawn is under attack.
Yeah, and the dream setup is like bishop on e3, queen on c2 or d2, and then you bring the other rook in, and very hard for out. So this is the key square. But knight b3, knight e6, and yeah, the trick is bishop e3 is now met by a double attack, knight g5. Really annoying. So f4 was played, and a5, current position. I'm going to say it's very much Arjun's style, right?
Yes, I also believe that he's happy generally in these kind of positions. I never had the knight on e6, you know? in this kind of structures. I always had it on c6, d7.
Oh, whoops. So the knight might want to be elsewhere. I guess he's playing a4 next to get back to the c5 square. Well, that's the intent, at least.
Well, the knight on b3 is quite surprisingly that it ended up there, to be honest. For me, it's very strange. Do they play it these days with knight on b3?
Yeah, I think the ideal is normally, if we just go back a few moves, I'm going way too deep into the opening weeds here, but like if black plays c6, then knight b3 is one of the main moves, because actually you get some very quick pressure on the d6 pawn. Like knight
Okay,
e6
but
now,
that's a
not really
quick
going anywhere.
thing, right?
Yeah.
That's a quick story that you go queen e3, bishop e3, and your queen d2, rook d1, and you're doing an attack, right?
Yeah. So I think he might have been confused by some move orders, because now after knight b3, as we said, like knight e6, there's no time to start bringing the bishop out. Knight g5, you have to waste another move, and now he's going to get kicked.
And
again.
I'm sorry, but if you go back to that other line where you showed after c6 it was knight b3, you can't really play, I think, a5 so easily, because knight a4 can be also unpleasant.
Yeah.
Because the b6 square is weak, right? And what we see in the game, black did not play c6, so there is no way white would be playing knight a4, because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Knight a4 wasn't the move. He's just played a4, which, I mean, it's not bad, but it's ugly long term. Lots of dark square weaknesses now.
Well, it's not a nice looking move. This is what I can say.
Yeah.
But of course, if white will be in time and has the time for developing moves like bishop e3 and make the setup of queen d2, rook d1, etc. But now h5. At some point, probably h4 might show up for black.
Yeah, it's quite slow though. Let's see. Bishop e3. I think the idea is often to go like h4. Sometimes you even go, okay, I'll put some moves on the board like bishop e3, h4,
h4, g4, g5, yeah?
Yeah, g5. I don't know about right, probably not right now, but like maybe knight h7 is needed first. But just to break open some squares and like to get the knight in, and ideally a little later, bishop on e5. I don't know. h5 though, especially after h6, this is what I don't understand, Judith. Like, computer always says like, this is fine, but this looks so weird, losing a tempo for black.
Who says that?
Computer's always like, it's just
computers.
a tiny advantage for white, but
but it's not so easy to understand computers, and this is the problem when they evaluate the position, and maybe they are right, but it doesn't matter where it says much better for white or not. If I don't understand the nuances of the position, then I can just ruin it and change the evaluation in one move, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be calculating a lot also, and also to understand the typical plans. So after h5, generally, of course, h4 is prepared, but I think black, as you said, I think black has to move the knight either to h7, or another idea is to move the knight to d7, maybe. I can imagine that to go knight f6 to d7, d7 to c5, and then somehow trying to get the d4 black square for the control with the e6 knight and the g7 bishop.
Yeah. Either way, I think Martirosyan, very strong Armenian grandmaster, is going to put his bishop on e3 and then decide what to do with his queen. Just keep developing. He's been very successful. I'm surprised his ratings dropped to 26, 28, because he was 2,700 just last year. Slippery slope at the top level these days with rating deflation, but yeah, very strong.
Yeah, bishop e3 is expected. There is no other square in this, right? I mean, nobody would play bishop d2. You have to control that d4 square.
Yeah. Back in the old days, they used to sometimes play like b3, bishop b2, but that never made a great impression on me. Yeah, I think bishop b3, and the fight will go on. So let's zoom out of this one. Arjun will try and get some typical Arjun magic going later in the middle game. And
I see an interesting game. Sorry?
Yeah, go on, Judith. Where are your eyes drawn to?
Yeah, my eyes dropped to Nepomniachtchi game. Because he has some very healthy opening there. And he plays very fast, as he feels very comfortable, I believe, there
Yep.
against Gurel.
Let's go. There's 2 Turkish wonder kids on the top few boards here, top 13 boards. Yagiz, Gurel, another teenager. And yeah, we'll do a quick opening recap here. It was the Slav defense. And okay, this variation with bishop f5 coming out, and this is super trendy as well. Black gives up the bishop pair, which I'm not a huge fan of as black, but provokes some weaknesses maybe. And okay, knight gets the chance to capture a bishop, and castles. H2 isn't hanging because b7 will be hanging. And Judith, they often go like knight d7. They try and like take on c4, go like b5, e4, c5. Try to go for the white king, but it takes a while. Not the quickest plan for black.
Well, at the same time, it's already a big question that where the king is going to be heading to, where the black king finds its safety, right? I mean, can it find its safety on the king's side? I don't believe so.
You think king on g8 will get hit by an h-pawn? Or?
I don't know. I would definitely think that it's going to be hit with h4, g4, h5, and all these ideas. At the same time, I understand that you want to take on the c4, b5, a5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might be considering it right now. Like
immediately take on b5, right?
Yeah.
But isn't this still a theory?
It
should
feels
be.
like
I
it.
think.
Should be.
Actually, it feels like it.
Yeah, I've just turned on the chess.com opening database, and it says there's been 89 games in this position. And
no surprise.
Black has a very good score. Like after bishop takes c4, black has won 39% of those games.
Wow.
White has only won 27%. Interesting.
And after bishop c4, b5?
Yep, it looks that way. I'll just put it on the board. Bishop takes c4, b5. This is my moves, not Nepomniachtchi's. And now the bishop can go back to a couple of different squares, bishop d3 or bishop e2, and then black can play a6 and very quick c5.
Actually, d takes c4 was played.
Yep, d takes c4. Very interesting. I think it's a strategic thing. Like you need to play d takes c4 before white takes on d5, because then the structure is much more fixed and you can't really attack the white king. So yeah, he's going for it. Yagiz Gurel. We had a very solid draw yesterday against Vincent Keimer.
Yeah. Bishop c4. So are we going to see b5?
Yeah, we'll see it. Why not? You could start with knight d7, I guess, but b5's part of the plan anyway. Gains a bit of time. There we go. b5.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be one to watch. Maybe opposite side castling. At least now, Judith, we know that black's not going queenside, right?
No. This I think we are not giving away big secrets. We are not risking to say that black is not going to be castling long. At least it would be a huge surprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So okay, bishop to e2. That looks like a better square than d3 somehow. Scores better for white as well than the other move according to the database.
But you know, this is a question. What is the pro and cons for compared to bishop d3?
Yeah. I don't know. Bishop on e2 just feels safer. Like c5, c4 won't come with tempo. Like d7, like a knight landing on c5 won't hit the bishop on d3.
But is it something that white wants to go e4, move away the bishop from d2, and then on the d file, it's better that the bishop is not in the way?
Yeah, maybe that too. I don't know. Just rule of principle. I always try to keep my bishops like tucked away as far as possible. Like Peter Lecco once teased me. I think in the Grand Swiss in 2019, there were like 5 white games. I put my bishop on e1 with white. Just keep it as far away as possible. Just save it for later in the game. Actually, maybe it will happen here later.
Yeah, that's when you said it. I thought, bishop e1. That can be a cool move showing up on the king side, bishop g3.
Yeah, just bishops. They're long range pieces. Like I don't think the bishop was doing anything on d3 anyway. Maybe just hitting g6 if the other diagonal ever becomes open. But yeah, save it for later. Maybe f4, bishop f3 later as well. A5, black's going for it. And is Gurel not fearing Jan Nepomniachtchi here? Very exciting stuff. I see John getting very excited as well on the camera about this position.
Yeah, it's getting exciting.
Yeah, so apparently 100% accuracy for white so far in this game. Probably because it's opening theory, and 99.2% for black. So we'll see. Again, one to check back in on, I think, a bit later. There we go, the accuracies just below the board. Early days, though, in this encounter.
So let's see what else we have
on
the top boards.
Yeah, maybe one last game we check before we go to our first break. We could just very quickly, because it's an interesting opening and it's a clash between two players on 100%. We can check out Parham Magzulu against David Anton Guiaro. This is a bit of a weird position. I'm just going to take us back, Judith, because we're talking about the English opening or these different move orders. This was a pure English opening and kind of a reverse Sicilian. Bishop b4 is a very trendy move. I remember Shirov playing this like game in, game out back in the day. I tried to copy him, but never worked. As black. Asking for knight takes e7, I was just like, wait, it's the bishop pair. But I guess black gets a bit of activity. d6, black will play f5 very quickly. So this is very trendy stuff. And this whole line was supposed to be very good for white because after e4, knight d2, f5, they discover the move knight b1 and bring the knight round, and then they'll take the bishop, and the bishop gets out to f4. And it's like a good French defense for white. But suddenly, just in the last year or two, they started playing knight f6. It's like a pure pawn sacrifice, and that happens. White grabs a pawn. This makes no sense to me, but computers say it's fine for black. Knight takes, and c6, and this is a trick. I've fallen for similar before when I was young. D takes c6. Whoops. Check. And the knight falls off. So, Judith, this is the live position after 9 moves.
It's interesting. So what does black have in mind after knight c4? Taking on d5 and gaining time, yeah? Doesn't care about the isolated pawn.
Yeah, I guess the knight should be moving somewhere.
Yeah, maybe simply back to f3, right?
That's f3, and I wonder what happens here. Is it a check or is it just to capture this pawn? Maybe it's just to capture. Put a bishop on f6, knight on c6. Try and get d4 in later. Doesn't look too bad for black.
Yeah, the queen on d6 is well placed because black will develop the way you say bishop f6, knight c6. The white bishop comes possibly to g4, rook d8, and d4. Right? Black wants to get rid of his isolated pawn and then simplify the position. And somehow it seems like black is better developed for the moment. One move ahead.
Yeah.
The question is, can white go b3? Or bishop d2, bishop c3 somehow to block the pawn.
So, for example, bishop c3 here?
No, this is not what I wanted. Yeah, something. I don't want to have my isolated pawn. Sorry, I want you to have one.
Yeah, and the idea there, Judith, is like if white gets time,
bishop b5.
Yeah, or bishop b5 first is better. Yeah, and suddenly black's left with a weakness.
Yeah, now suddenly white has a beautiful position.
Yeah, one of my first coaches, like I used to play very kind of directly, single-mindedly for an isolated pawn. Like with white, I used to play c3 Sicilians or Panov Botvinnik structures. And my coach was like, why are you going for an isolated pawn every time when your only goal is to trade it off later? Like to play d4 or d5. Like with white, with black.
Yeah.
He was like, why are you begging your opponent to get an isolated pawn and then begging to trade it off later? It's like, you need to learn other structures.
I played, the Panov, and I liked it very much from the white side. And but somehow I was able to make attacks because black has limited space, right? So here after knight f3 cd5, Black has
Welcome back to round two of the FIDE Grand Swiss. A lot of action comparative to yesterday in the open section, and we're shortly going to be going over to take a look at how the games in the women's section are doing. But before we do, we asked all of you a poll during that last segment, which was what you think would happen on top board in the open section. Obviously, it's the battle of the teenagers here. We have Gukesh versus Erdogmus. Let's see if we can bring that up on the bottom of your screen. There it is. And this is aggregated across both Twitch and YouTube, so you don't have to rush across to watch and one or the other if you wanted to vote in the poll. We've all of them up. And Gukesh receiving 67% of the vote. That is huge for a suggested decisive result on top board. That sounds spicy. Judith, what do you think of that prediction?
Well, after all, Gukesh is the world champion right now, and he's a great player. And Yagiz is only 14, and he shows great talent and grandmaster level very clearly. And of course, probably the young boy, he has a great opportunity today to play against the world champion. But it's obvious that people think, I believe that Gukesh has at least double the chance to win the game.
So,
though after the opening, it's not so clear, to say the least, objectively. But after all, he's a much better player for the moment.
We will be revisiting that position, I'm absolutely sure. But yeah, David, I think Judith hit a really good point there. Yagiz is only 14. The problem is Gukesh is only 19. It's like, actually, it's not the hugest gap between them. So yeah, very interesting that the poll is so clearly favoring Gukesh here.
Yeah, two-thirds favor. I think that makes a lot of sense. Of course, a draw is always a very possible result between two strong grandmasters, so we'll definitely update ourselves on that one a bit later. I mean, at 14, I was playing Pokemon and chasing butterflies in the playground. But nice to see these. Nice to see these guys.
I still do that, David. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. But yeah, let's dive back into the chess in the meantime, because we have some other games that catch our mind. John, it looks like some fiery starts to the women's section as well this round.
Yes, indeed. There was a there was a game in particular I wanted to take a look at between Karimova playing with the white pieces and Yevakishvili playing with the black pieces, where early on I saw, to be blunt, a lot of light squared holes after black played an interesting f6. Now, at the time, it was a couple of moves before the current position, so obviously the position right now looks a little bit more dicey for black than it did a few moves ago. But I was really drawn to this position because I wanted to understand how the players got there in the first place and what black's ideas might be, because obviously to play a move like f6, there's probably another idea behind it if you're going to be introducing those weaknesses. So I thought we'd start here and then move around the women's section before heading back to the open, and I'll leave you guys to explain to me what's going on.
Yeah, John, that is a great shout. F6. I mean, I'm taking us back a couple of moves here, Judith. I'll just take us very quickly through the opening. It was actually the modern defense, and this variation with a very quick d5 for black. Very trendy stuff, actually. A lot of top players use this as a surprise weapon. Yevakishvili, as far as I know, I've played her a few times. She likes to kind of experiment a bit in the opening, quite provocative. C5, very interesting, trying to undermine the center. White plays f4 to back it up. And this is the f6 move that John was alluding to. I mean, probably you can take on d4, probably you can do a few things. Knight h6 to f5 is often a plan. I'm not sure if you need to prepare against this pawn dropping off, but f6, that feels wrong, Judith, and given a question mark as well.
Well, in these structures, it's always a question, right? In what terms you can break up the center. It's a huge question for black, because if white can keep the center, it is always pressing and very difficult for black to break out. And f6, it also feels like very early, because white didn't do anything wrong. Basically, white developed her pieces, bishop on b5, bishop on e3, knight on c3 stands perfectly fine, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. So I agree with this question mark. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I always agree with John. That's my motto. And it's f6 just feels wrong, looks wrong, and it was punished just to catch up with the current position. D takes c5, winning a pawn as f takes e5, queen takes d5. Some big threats here, and Judith, I'm already fearing the worst for black. Like, queen trade doesn't really help since the white knight is jumping into c7 very quickly. It's all gone wrong.
Well, I have a question. If, let's say, black goes e takes f4, like, what is white's next move? Because I see different moves. White can go queen d8 and long castle. I believe long castle immediately might be also something to consider. But white has to take actions, because, or bishop c6. So there has to be maybe queen c7 on this. Because on queen d5, knight d5, and there is a threat of knight c7, right?
Mm-hmm. Knight c7.
King f7 or something.
Yeah.
Takes.
Yeah, white suits change up. Probably a big advantage, but yeah, if the knight gets out, it's very good for white. Maybe some counterplay here.
But maybe after long castle, queen c7, protecting the f4 pawn and still keep attack the... Well, it's not what the bar says.
Mm-hmm. I trust you more than the bar. I don't know. It's
maybe bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4 I was thinking too. Utilizing this pin. Knight f6.
Yeah, and I was thinking just to take on f6 and knight e4.
Yeah, or big attack. Black can't castle.
Well, one thing is sure, it's not very appealing from black side.
Mm-hmm. Not great at all. I wonder if I can brute force it as well. This is very good. Looks promising, but I wonder whether...
But maybe simply queen d8 and long castle? What do you think?
Yeah, keep things simple. Check. I don't know. Black might block, and then we just take.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn up. Better development. Bad king.
Yeah, bishop c3, tripling my pawns in one hand. I'm not happy about it, but the black squares after knight f3, knight e5, rook comes, should be huge advantage. I mean, maybe not even advantage, just almost winning from practical point of view.
White's like half a pawn up with these triple pawns, and yeah, the bishops, the rook activity just looks fantastic. She's actually played something else. She's played bishop to d7 instead, trying to keep the queens on, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but now I think there are a lot of options. First of all, f takes e5 makes a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And asking questions from black. Not that I would be too unhappy to castle long.
Mm-hmm. Slowing black down, taking away f6. Oof. This might be another favorite falling. Yavakishvili is very experienced. I don't know if you ever played her, Judith?
No.
No,
basically I was barely playing against women after the 90 Olympiad.
Yeah.
I only played with Hui Fan and I think Maria Muzichuk and I think maybe Kosteniuk in some Blitz event. So very randomly, just a few occasions. Mm-hmm. Well, and it's only move 9. So it's a very upsetting situation for black, of course.
Yeah. +3 for white, says the computer. And white will be a pawn up. Will be the one attacking. And this is going to be a great result, potentially. Still early days, but great start for Karimova, one of the local players at WIM from Uzbekistan. Okay, should we move on, Judith? Let
yes.
Yavakishvili try to figure out how to get out of this this trouble here.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take us to another game now. You mentioned her. It's one of the women you did encounter. I'm going to take us to a crazy position, actually, that Alexandra Kosteniuk is facing right now. She's black. She's up 3 pawns, but I don't think that's the most important thing here in this position.
Absolutely crazy position. I have a question. Can black still castle long?
Black hasn't moved the king, hasn't moved
the king. Okay.
Yeah.
Good news.
Maybe not immediately due to some pawn hanging on a7, but nice to have the option for later. Oof.
Interesting that the last move was knight h3.
Mm-hmm.
And not to f3, let's say.
That's a good point. Is it because if we just take it back one move, maybe knight f3, black can try something like castles, and if maybe not castles, but I wanted to like take on d6 here and take on f4, and then with the knight on h3, it's at least defended this pawn.
Yeah, I understand there is a point with knight h3. The only thing is that if you have an option to move it more forward to the center, you try to make it work that way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, probably after long castle, knight f3 long castle, maybe I would just go bishop e5.
Mm-hmm. Knight f3, let's go back.
Or
castles.
But by the way, what about knight e5? Can't I go knight e5?
That's a killer.
Yeah, like everything is hanging.
Yeah, odd to go to h3. I should mention, like, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she's pretty much played instantly up to this point, and she's now been thinking after knight h3 for 12 minutes. So she's been in opening preparation the whole time. Her opponent, I'm not so familiar with, Badelka from Azerbaijan. She has been spending a long time. She spent 32 minutes just on her previous move, bishop f5. Can you guess the opening, Judith? This is a difficult one.
I don't know. Was it?
Yeah.
Phew,
I've put you on the spot there.
I
Sorry,
don't
that's
know.
mean. It's
I haven't. I don't know.
yeah, it's
What
just
was
to
it?
show
I mean, just
everyone at home.
D4. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was. I had the feeling probably it was D4.
Yeah. It was this
Ah, this
variation.
line, this gambit. Takes
Yeah.
bishop B4.
I always get confused. Like, is this the martial gambit or is this the martial attack? And the one in the Roy Lopez in the Spanish, one of them is the martial attack, one's the martial gambit.
Well,
Uh,
martial attack is the F5 in the Roy Lopez
okay, so this is the martial
gambit.
gambit then. Yeah, and basically black takes a pawn. Just want to show everyone at home because bishop takes b4. It's pawn up for black, but yeah, a big compensation as the bishop cuts across. Even bishop f8 is a move here if you want to be really flashy. But lots of
I
variations here.
remember that I did not play this really with either color, but I
Mhm.
think Susan, my sister, was analyzing this a lot back
Yeah.
many years ago. It was fashionable in those times. That's when it became started. Like 30 years ago, it was a big hit.
Yeah, I remember like looking at it in the mid 2000s, and it was already like so much theory by then.
Yeah,
So yeah, it was
yeah.
yeah, and I bluffed it a few times. Like I went into it without knowing much, and wasn't much fun to calculate. I just want to point out a really cool move. This is how it shows its preparation. Kosteniuk, she's facing a discovered check. She's facing her knight being hit. She played the move bishop to b1.
Wow.
This is super cool. One of the coolest moves I've seen. Opening preparation, but threatening mate. Rook d2 was the best. I guess any discovered checks like bishop takes g7 would rebound because black just blocks. Still threatens mate, or maybe blocks with the other knight. After, yeah, bishop g7. But okay, let's continue. Rook d2. Bishop takes a2. Again threatening mate. This is so sneaky. Oh my god.
But in the other hand, I don't know how well preparation is.
Mhm.
This, I mean, you have to be so brave to go this way.
Yeah.
What nerves.
I would never dare. But I have noticed a lot of the top women players, they have a lot of strong coaches, big teams around them to help them choose these variations, Judith.
Yes, I also heard about it, but still, this knight h3 bothers my eyes a bit. But okay, let's see what's next. I mean, of course, I think one thing is to defend the f4 in some lines, but I think the main idea is to go knight g5 and
Mhm.
attack from the side, not in the center.
Yeah, but could also have gone to g5 from f3. You're right. I didn't even think of it, but now it hurts my eyes a bit too. I want a knight on e5. Just
Yeah,
don't
because
think
you
into
want
that.
this knight on e5, right? You just go knight e5 and the opponent resigns. That's what your expectation is, no?
Yeah, and I mean, you're a great attacker, Judith. Like sometimes it's just enough to put pieces on good squares, right? Like that's the
Yeah.
foundations of every big attack.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not that in this position I would be on black side.
Mhm.
Which color would you take?
I think I'm more used to being on the black side because I'm a pawn grabber, but probably here I would pick white. Just looks looks terrifying for black. Like, what is this queen doing? What's the king doing? Got to calculate, of course. Like, I don't know, knight d5 or rook d8 or something. But
Yeah,
terrifying.
it's interesting. When I was a kid, it was very clear that if I would have such a position, then we would say, okay, I mean, this is not something you want to play. Even if it's good, I don't want to play it, right? It's so dangerous, it's risky, it's so on and so forth.
Mhm.
These days, people analyze with engines, they work at home heavily, they know it looks ugly, but actually it inspires them even more to play because
Yeah.
they say, my opponent will think that it's so bad, and I know that I have to play bishop d5, queen h5, and they have to calculate all these things, and they were going to get lost. They take all their time, then they are going to be nervous, and it looks better than it is. No?
True. True. Spot on.
And but really, I mean, when we did not have engines, we were just analyzing with each other, with my sisters or with some coaches. This looks so good. No. It just looks good. Even if it's good, it's bad. You can't play this, right? But once people understand, yeah, the engine says it's 000, so it's playable. Let's go for it.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's a good thing. Like the way chess has evolved. Like I quite liked it when you stopped and you just use your intuition, your evaluation, and you're like, okay, that suits me, that doesn't suit me, easy. Now it's just like everything's super confusing. It's like my intuition says white's better, but black's 0.2 up. I'm like, what's happening? It's just so disorienting. But yeah, I mean, this position must be dangerous. I'm just gonna very quickly check Judah, and apparently there's only 2 moves to not be worse with black.
So what is
Actually,
it? Queen h5?
Um,
That's not in the
not
top
queen
2.
h5.
Yeah.
I guess that allows knight g5 maybe.
Yeah.
I accidentally mentioned both of them. Like I thought rook d8 just blundered a pawn, but apparently that's fine. Not sure why, but knight d5 I think is the most natural move, and that top engine choice.
My question is only that what is that? Maybe after knight d5, if let's say queen e4, black wants to castle, that's how you leave the bishop under attack. So you counterattack with castle? No. This is not what the computer was thinking.
But why not?
Maybe knight g5. Knight g5,
Whoa.
again, this knight f7 story.
Oh, that's cool, Judah. Family fork. Just put it on the board for everyone. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's definitely not fun from black side.
Okay, so maybe rook d8? No.
So it's interesting that actually long castle is problematic to knight g5 because of the f7 is not protected anymore. Yeah, maybe rook d8.
Not bad, but not the best, apparently.
But is it possible just instead of rook d8 to go bishop b3?
Wow, just a move?
I don't know. I would be scared.
Chess is hard. I wish I didn't check the engine. What did it say? Queen e4. I'll check one last time.
b5?
b5 is not bad, apparently. It's fine, but knight b6. No chance.
No, but this is crazy.
Yeah.
To play knight d5, so after queen e4 you go knight b6, giving up the d file again?
Yeah.
No, that's not human.
Yeah, difficult. Very difficult position.
If a human plays that, you play by desperation. No? After queen e4 you go knight b6. I have no other move, so I go knight b6.
Yeah. You probably intended to castle and then you realized last minute, oh, whoops, knight g5 wins the house. And then,
yeah.
What else do I have? How else do I not lose on the spot?
Knight b6. And what's the idea of knight b6? Bishop d5.
I guess
so I go rook e1.
Rook e1, and maybe now black can safely castle. Yeah. So it's just.
And after knight g5, got queen f6.
Defending everything.
And simply everything is defended.
Yeah. I know we've spent a lot of time on this game, but it's fascinating. Like one of the most interesting pieces of opening preparation from both sides that I've seen in a long, long time. Wow. Crazy, crazy position. Judah, I think we'll leave them at this position after knight h3. Kosteniuk's likely to spend even more time. She spent 21 minutes on this move already. So that gives us a chance to visit other games, other positions. And it's been a while since we're at the top boards of the open section. What do you make of recent developments here in the middle game now?
Well, I see a lot of action happened in most of the boards, like Arjun's game that became there was some action happened, some strange pawn exchange. Then also Demchenko Shankland was the attack and counter-attack is on the way. What else we have? Actually, we haven't seen Svane Abdusattorov yet. Maybe we can jump there short.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's jump to one of. And I always have to check which Svane it is. 2 very strong brothers, both in the 2600s.
It's
From Germany.
Frederick.
It's Frederick, yeah. He's the younger of the two. He's on a big upward trajectory. And okay. I see from our featured chat a joke here about the Berlin, the Sicilian. Just needs these balance changes. I'm not even sure what nerf means. I'm such a boomer that is nerf a good thing or is buff a bad thing? I'm being told by John on the camera that it's a bad thing. Nerf the Berlin. Okay, so this came from a anti-Berlin, I believe. Oh no, it just came from a mainline Spanish with a quick d3. And Judith, it's not the most thrilling of positions we've seen so far.
Well, from white side, I would be not so happy, I think. Because I cannot go g3. At the same time, it's also not so easy to crack this whole system from black side. Okay, queen on c8, bishop on d7, supported with the knight on f4. Yeah, some time to try to disrupt the king's structure. At the same time, queen on f1, it does not look so good, but it's very practical to have it, right? To defend all those important squares. King h2 was the last move because probably white was already worried that something will be sacrificed there on h3.
Yeah. Tough to know how to improve for both players. Like, I always struggle when there's all pieces on the board and it's kind of almost symmetrical. It's like, how do I imbalance things? How do I try to improve?
Well, black can improve it with his bishop to put it on e6, open up the line for the rook on the d file, and also I would think that white might be, if white would have quite some moves, then I would go knight b3, bishop e3, and create a spot on c5 for one of my pieces, because that's a weakness. At the same time, if you b6, I cannot go knight b3 because of bishop c4, and you're pushing my queen all the way to g1 or even into the corner to h1, which definitely something I would not like to deal with. So white can also play maybe b4 and develop with bishop b2, just keep the tension. Also from f1, there is the queen is keeping an eye on the b5 pawn, so there is question for black whether black is going to be playing, for example, rook b8, protecting the b5.
Yeah, that's my kind of instinct as well, that maybe rook b8 is a pragmatic move here, quite safe. Maybe playing for b4 later. Either way, it looks like chances for both sides.
Sorry, b4 is always tricky, right? Giving away the c4 square.
Yeah.
Because once I can get my knight to c4, that's a real comfortable spot, attacking the e5. Rook b8, I agree with you.
Yeah. And then maybe knight b3, you can...
Bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, but then there's some tactics, right? It's very sharp, knight takes e5. I'll just put this on the board very quickly. Rook b8, knight b3, bishop e6. I don't know whether white takes here first. Let's say I take. Knight takes e5. Just to undermine this one.
So at first, what happens if knight takes e5, bishop f4, bishop c4?
Yeah, now.
Go, move it.
Just for argument's sake.
Of course, to h1.
It's a pawn is a pawn. I'll suffer for a few moves.
And now the question is, should I go bishop d6 or knight d3? Because knight d3 seems to be also sensible.
Yeah, you could also win some material, right, by taking b3.
You can take a knight b3. Knight d3.
Take knight d3. Whoops. And amazingly, the computer says equal, probably because white gives up the exchange just to get the queen back, and still a strong bishop.
Actually, it's nicer for white.
Yeah.
With such a bishop on b3, pawn is, e5, e6. Yeah, nice position for white.
Looking very nice. Okay, so still full of life, the middle game we find ourselves in. Rook b8 was played, so we might even be headed down that path. We'll come back to this one a bit later. Abdusattorov in a level endgame, but a bit more time on the clock. Let's zoom out for a moment. You mentioned some sharp games. Maybe we'll go to Gukesh just very briefly, update everyone on our kind of marquee game before we go over to Arjun, where it is very crazy. So, okay. Gukesh, our world champion, has he made any headway against his younger rival? Looks very solid for Black, Judith. First instincts.
It looks very solid. The question is whether will White go e4 at some point. This is probably a plan. And also my question is where the g1 knight will be developing. Is it going to be e pawn push and knight e2, or will it come from h3 to bishop g3 and knight f4? Because of course, if you go, you cannot go e4 so easily. If you go e3, then the d3 square gets weakness there. So that is not something White would be happy with. I think give away that square.
Yeah. I just want to take us back a few moves because there was a very interesting moment. We left it very early. We left it after bishop g5, and okay, Black played c6 in the end. Gukesh didn't want to double the pawns and give up his bishop. Queen c2, and this position apparently, Judith, a big mistake from Gukesh around here. I say big, significant, and Black had a decent advantage. Queen b6 was the move played, very natural, but apparently g5 would have given Black a big initiative, chasing down this bishop.
And bishop e3?
Bishop e3, and now I'll have to check why so early. Apparently just, wow, very calm. Apparently just e6, and if queen takes b7, I guess just knight d7 and starting to bring the rook across. And
yeah, but this is the computer stuff. It's human stuff you play against the world champion, right?
Yeah, in a blitz game you might play this, but probably not in a classical where it's so risky. White's lagging development, but just interesting because I saw people in the chat earlier said, "Oh, Gukesh is a lot worse," and this is why. So not easy, and we can't blame Erdogmus for not going for this.
I mean, it's easy to say it with the engine running, but when you have to make your reasoning, I'm not sure anybody could do it immediately.
Yeah. And in the meantime, back to the live position, and I'll just bring in John, who I believe has a question about this game, about what Gukesh might be thinking about right now.
I did. I was latching on to what you guys said when we first came to this game about how the question being, is White going to be able to push e4 at any point? And I thought, okay, let's get the club level chess player hat on and ask the question. If you remove the defender by playing bishop takes knight on d6, you can then push e4. There's one less defender there, and it makes it a lot easier. But under what circumstances is it good enough that you don't mind giving up the bishop pair to get e4 in? Like, how do you make that decision, whether that's critically worth it or not?
Yeah, and I'll pass that to you, Judith. The decision, I guess probably maybe a couple of moves back would have been the moment, if any, to take bishop for knight. What would be your kind of thoughts and evaluation on that type of idea?
Well, if you move back a move 1 or 2, I think it makes more sense to talk about bishop d6 there. Yeah, when you ruin you're doubling the pawn of Black. You could do bishop d6 at the same time giving up the Black square bishop. I wouldn't advise it so much because the Black squares are getting... this is what happened in the game? No, you're making moves. Yeah, so...
Yeah, not this one.
Yeah, so when it's doubling the pawn, e4 is great, but giving up the bishop is not so appealing, I think, because it leaves you with much less options. So after e4, it's not such a big gain. And in these kind of structures, it's e4 is a key element to improve White's position and gaining space and advantage. At the same time, you have to make sure that you don't give up the Black square bishop, because that would give away some very important squares, especially after e6. Because after that, all these squares on f4, for example, g3, it can be very vulnerable. So the bishop pair in these positions, I think it has a much bigger value than in some other positions.
Got it. So once e6 is pushed, it becomes really clear. But even before e6 is pushed, if you exchange at that point, it's suddenly like, yes, okay, from a structural point of view, it looks like there are some advantages, but in the long run, you'd still prefer to have the bishop here. So it's not really an exchange that white should be considering at all.
When the big pawn on e7, I might consider it, because to play e4, there is some debate I can discuss with myself, let's say, during
Okay.
the game, because I have some reasons to do it. But after e6, definitely it's very clear that bishop d6 I wouldn't suggest to consider.
Gotcha. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out John, because bishop takes d6 apparently is one of the best moves in this position, with a small advantage to white, according to the computer. But obviously, judgment call, and Judith, evaluates it correctly there. After e6, it's kind of, counterproductive to allow the black bishop out. But great question, and I think definitely something kind of that defines all positions, right? When to trade bishop for knight, when to trade any piece, especially in these kind of packed board positions where there have been no exchanges so far. Eventually, one side is going to blink and do something, exchange something.
But I would say, if you can we go back again, if we are starting to discuss around this bishop d6, that it's a very rare situation, I think. I'm not even sure I ever saw something like that here bishop d6 happens, or there's an option. I don't know, David, if you've analyzed or seen this kind of structure to make it with bishop d6.
Yeah, it's rare. Normally, you'd be like trading off a black bishop on d6. It's very rare to see like a pawn on d6 and the black bishop, which should be good, but it's kind of locked in. And its own
Yes.
pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess here white might just not be opening the center because you're facing the bishop pair. Maybe something like e3, followed by like knight h3, knight f4, as you were saying, Judith. Maybe then trade off the bishops with bishop d3, kind of leave black with the f8 bishop long term.
Yeah, because black's bishop having the pawn on d6 and cannot be moving there, it has a limitation in this position, suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so very interesting. Gukesh, if we go back, has played e4, and yeah, this position, very different nature now suddenly. Maybe he'll step forward, maybe he'll just keep the tension, but suddenly for Erdogmus, he needs to be a bit more accurate than otherwise. If it had been just maneuvering, for example. So what do you think, Judith? Will it be capture? Will it just be kind of maintaining the tension? What else can black try?
Well, bishop e7 is always something to go, but I don't know how much is e5 can be considered by white, or it's so important to keep this tension as long as possible.
So, for example, e5 looks tempting, but the black knight will probably just move. Not sure where. And now black will strike with c5, maybe f6. Suddenly this black bishop is a beast again.
And it looks like the g2 bishop is not standing on the right spot for this.
Mm-hmm.
Though for supporting e4, it seemed to be a good spot for it.
Yeah. Reminds me of a game. Yeah, it reminds me of Gukesh playing against Magnus Carlsen. I think that was like a weird d4 opening as well. It was like knight c3, bishop f4-esque, like Jabava system, Jabava London type system. And Magnus allowed e4, and he was always trying to force Gukesh to play e5. And Gukesh never really did.
Yes, because until the moment we have the pawn on e4, basically the h7 bishop has half of the strength, right? After e5, you see this incredible power of that bishop on that diagonal, showing up on d3, supporting some kind of knight c4, or taking on b3 exchange and then showing up on c2. But generally speaking, it suddenly has a great power on that diagonal. And until the pawn is on e4, it has only half of the strength.
True. So we might just see Gukesh kind of continue developing. Maybe Erdogmus will do the same, bishop e7, get castled, and a lot of maneuvering ahead, but roughly level.
But I want to ask you something before we move to the next game. Do you think from black side f6 can be something to consider at some point? Trying to move, preparing e5?
I mean, now you've said it, I would think about it. I'm just, yeah, this is one of my weaknesses. I don't really look for these kind of active ideas until I've fully completed development, until maybe sometimes it's even too late. But f6, that's very interesting. Put it on the board just to show everyone at home. And like knight e2, you could even start thinking about e5 in the near future.
Yeah, that was my thought, to go
Mhm.
e5 at some point.
Yeah, I don't hate it, Judith, at all. Maybe a style thing. It's like, do you want to defend passively, just keep maneuvering slowly, like bishop e7, castles, rook c8, c5, or do you want to go bang bang in the
Yeah.
center?
Okay, we'll
Mhm.
get back to here.
Yep, we'll come back to this game, and yeah, let's see what's going on elsewhere on the top boards. I see some bars moving up slightly in certain directions. My eye's so attracted to that Arjun game, though. I think we might have to go back there because it's changed so much
Yeah,
since we last
yeah.
investigated.
Let's go there because there a lot has happened.
Yeah, this has exploded. This King's Indian always seems to live up to expectations. I'll just recap the last 5 moves since we were last here. We saw it with White about to play bishop e3, best square for the bishop in these lines. We talked about that. h4 was the idea. We actually predicted. Computer doesn't like it, but Arjun's idea was g5. And now, after the pawn was captured, knight d7. Judith mentioned this move as well. The knight's coming around to some nice squares. Knight d4. The knight drops in on an outpost. So does White's. And giving up the c4 pawn. It's level material again, but a bit of a weird pawn structure and some interesting knight placements now.
Very weird pawn structure. Right now, if we calculate, it's equal pawns.
Yeah. Maybe not
I
for
mean,
long.
at first, it seems like White has an incredible position, but I want to ask what happens on knight g5. Is it a blunder, or can I do that?
Knight d5?
It's White to move. No.
Yeah.
No. It's
Oh, wait, black
knight
to move.
g5. It's black to move.
Yeah, my bad. Knight takes g5. Can White...
Maybe simply knight g7 and knight d5.
Yeah.
Or what is happening?
So threatening potentially some deflection.
Well, for now, I'm not threatening because of this queen c5 check, but I have an idea to go. Let's say I'm threatening with queen d4, knight e5, bishop g5, and knight c7, winning material.
So, for example, check. Wow.
It's not so simple, yeah? Bishop moves away.
Yeah, and White will be the exchange up, but I mean, compensation. This knight is a huge piece. Rook d8.
Yeah.
Actually. Don't want to think about this for White. Knight takes g5. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Peter doesn't like it.
It must be to take this bishop. Must be. Bishop's too good otherwise. Knight d5 I liked.
Yeah, it's very scary for black. Maybe knight f4, knight h5 I can go.
Aha. That's the Tudor Polgar knight move that I would miss.
The f6 square is very vulnerable. Knight h5, rook f1.
Oh, whoops. My arrows. Yeah, knight h5, rook f1. So, for example,
queen d2, and well, after rook f1.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Looking bad.
Yeah, this is not something black wants to test White's attacking skill.
Okay, so if not knight takes g5, what else? Does black need to save this bishop? Or I was going to say, you either save the bishop or you stop the knight coming around to h5. So he stopped it with c6.
c6 looks a very sensible move, to be honest. Isn't it the only move, by the way?
Yeah, I can go back and check. c6. Wow. I didn't even think about. Yeah, it is one of the top 2 moves, but I didn't even think about bishop takes c3. Which
Now that you said wow, I had a feeling that something like that is in the air. But
yeah,
it's, you know what? If you have to play bishop c3, you know that something is really wrong.
yeah, yeah. It just
I mean,
smells bad.
you have to make a choice which knight to keep, f5 or to allow knight d5.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a painful choice from black side.
Yeah, it just feels like you'd rather like the knight and f5 disappear for this bishop, this knight and c3, especially if you can cage it, like if you can stop it getting into the game. I do wonder whether maybe after exchanging like knight e2, knight f4, knight h5 might later be a thing.
You like the knight on h5 suddenly, yeah? And you
Yeah,
try
I'm
to do
obsessed.
everything to get there.
You've
You
you've convinced me.
you make an overseas journey for that.
First class tickets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe okay, let's say we take the bishop.
King takes.
King takes, and I don't know whether b3 is nice just to get the bishop on a
Yeah,
long
go
diagonal.
for it. Go for it. Because it's not even only bishop b2, but bishop a3 is also an option after knight e5.
Yeah. Bishop a3. Apparently not best, but not bad. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
Very scary for black. At the same time, after bishop a3, probably queen g5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, once I have these knights on e5 and f4, I feel like I'm going to be tricking in some way or another.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm lost, but I would think that I have great chances.
Yeah, something's going to happen. There's going to be a fork or a sack. Or...
Because probably instead of bishop d6, white should go rook f1. You have to make sure that knight f4 does not work.
Knight f4 now would be met
or
by...
it works. Bishop c1, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. This is bad for black. So rook f1. Apparently not great for some reason.
Ah, bishop and queen e3, I'm blundering. That's why.
Oh,
That's why.
me too.
I just focus on f4 that I want to control that square.
Yeah, so again, very interesting position from Arjun. I saw someone in chat refer to him as the Madman. They call him that in India. That's not just our nickname for him. The Madman. He's trying to create some real mayhem here.
You know, after c6, maybe rook f1 immediately?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks nice. Yeah, we're not blundering queen e3 at least. That's good.
Because that rook stands much better on the f5.
Agree.
In the future, a lot of scary moments can be done towards black.
Feels like this is now a blunder somehow.
Well, I'm worried a bit for Arjun's position.
Yeah, it just feels so loose.
I mean, knight g5, I think...
Playable. C4 is loose, f7 is kind of weak, d6 is kind of weak, like hanging by a thread.
Wow. Playable. I mean, what a taste.
Mm-hmm.
No? I mean, maybe it's possible that I can just take on g7 and knight e2. Can I do that?
Oof. You've sold me. I see a knight in h5 now and I feel alive.
Well, maybe you can go queen b6 and knight e3, but maybe not. Mm-hmm. No, I was thinking to go king h1, knight e3, queen d2.
Ooh.
That would be a blunder for black.
Nice tactics, and that's a check. And probably checkmate, but also just taking the knight. Okay.
So many danger for black.
Yeah, live position just looks so dangerous. This is Arjun. Like, this is why he does very well or very kind of subpar.
By the way, he played c6.
Yeah, c6.
And we have knight g7, king g7 on the board.
Uh-huh. King g7 question mark. Like, what? e5 to I was about to move away, but suddenly it's there's more life. e5.
Oof.
Wow.
Oof. That's brutal. Knight e4, knight f6. So after e5, d takes e5.
Yeah. D takes e5. I guess queen.
f3 or queen e2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy to decide actually. Let's say we attack the knight.
No, but this should be like completely lost for black, no?
Yeah, I mean the king is so weak. Like you can give a check and just no next move, right?
h1.
Yeah, white's coming. Rook d1 threatened, knight e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks over. And e5. Yeah, this one is just painful. Coming in. So what happens if e5 d5?
Well, by elimination, it seems like that's the only move, right? To keep the knight away.
But maybe b3. Just kick it. Kick it further.
Uh-oh. Do you really have to go back there?
I mean, I don't see any other squares. d4 doesn't look like it's going to help.
That seems crazy.
And then white will just like put a rook on f6 without thinking. And
also queen d2 again. I would come up with this idea, trying to go g6.
Oh, nice.
Also, oof.
Show everyone. Queen's coming in. Judah, it feels like your dream position with white right now.
Well, I think it would be yours too.
If I found e5, which I don't know if I would, but
no, actually, yeah, making space for the knight actually does makes a lot of sense. Well, if white finds e5, I wouldn't bet too much on Arjun to save the game.
Yeah.
Though he's very resourceful and he's a person who comes up with incredible solutions, but still.
Yeah, looking difficult for Arjun. He's got double the time of his opponent, though, so that's the one thing in his favor. We've reached past move 20, so we'll start talking about the time scramble in a bit. But okay, this game, very, very promising for Haik Martirosyan. We're actually going to move over to the women's section where I believe there's some drama happening on one of the top boards. It's Vaishali, who is in charge on one of the top boards there against Eline Roebers. Pardon my pronunciation. Okay, we'll jump into that game. It is who was one of the top seeds to win yesterday. I believe after Bibisara Asobayeva, she was the highest rated player to win. And bishop to b3, question mark, Judith. Has this gone wrong for white? It looks like white's a pawn up temporarily, but that's not going to be the case for long.
Well, the question is, and the big issue is with the white king in the center, right? Because where and more serious question, when the king from e1 will get safety, because white has to castle long. It will be no way. Yeah, that scary emoji comes in the right place there. Because bishop on c5 is just a very powerful piece to keep the white king away from safety. It looks extremely scary for white. I mean, I'm not surprised that the bar is there where it's completely for white. Now the question is, which is the most efficient move? What is the best? But the king on e1 really looks deadly. I think simply knight takes f5, ef5, rook e8 check.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go queen d5 check.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't help, but I just want a queen off the board before I get checkmated. Let's see. King moves somewhere.
King moves. h8. Just to make sure that we go on dark. Rook e8, I think.
Rook e8, maybe I can throw in a...
yeah, so bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5. Rook e8's coming. Rook d8's coming. Even in the endgame, the king is caught in the crossfire.
But I think white is going to lose some material. That's the problem. Like after, let's say, knight d2, black goes rook fe8, king d1, rook a d8, bishop moves away to f3 or wherever, bishop e3. Right? Bishop e1, rook d2.
Yeah, maybe don't even need to rush. Maybe just
maybe just rook d7 and double.
Yeah. Here, maybe king e2 is
Yeah, I thought bishop d2 and knight f4 check, but probably just doubling the rook on the d file.
Yeah, maybe the bishop is trapped here, but yeah, it's oh yeah, just double on the d file or take this pawn and come into
Or
d3.
knight f4, yeah, it's just completely dead.
Oof. And I don't know so much about Eline Roebers, but every time I see her play, it's either fireworks and she crushes in some amazing tactics, or she gets checkmated very early. Like king safety is not her number one priority. And just to like backing up a few moves, like this was the position just 4 moves ago.
Wow.
She played f4, which is very brave. Like white could just castle, but f4, knight back, bishop g3, and f5, very classy move from Vaishali, striking out. Knight takes f5 felt wrong already, and d5, very classy move. Counter, blowing open the center.
It's a very nice solution, playing f5 and d5. Beautiful. Yeah. Actually, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that f5, d5, very nice. And bishop b3. And
I'm sure she blundered d5.
Mm-hmm.
When f5 was played and she took knight f5, for sure she blundered d5. But very nice move, f5, d5 idea.
Yeah. So in the space of 4 moves, like a slightly better middle game. And it's turned into a totally lost opening. And I am being told by our producer, again, shout out to Bic, that Eline Roebers is the highest rated player on chess.com.
Wow.
Ever. And that is in Blitz 2932 peak. Oh dear. I'm going to make sure I don't play her anytime soon. That's scary. That's scarily high. That's incredible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, this game is something that she will want to forget as fast as possible.
Yes.
But Vaishali, she's going to win her second game, yeah?
Yeah, Vaishali, another player who's very streaky. Like, it's all about form and confidence for her, but looks like she's in control. Judith, where should we go next?
What has happened in the games? Abdusattorov game, it's interesting a bit, but we've been there before. What's going on in Giri's game? Let's go there. Because there was some simplification, no pawn, extra pawn anymore. Or, sorry. By the time I finish my sentence, it is an extra pawn again.
Yeah, commentator's curse.
Yeah. But how did this happen? What happened when we left there? Queen was on c5. Grab the pawn.
Yeah. Well, should we do a quick action replay?
Yeah, just few moves we have to go back.
Yeah, we left it here. Giri castled, rook c8. We predicted all of this actually, queen g5, and we're talking about h5, but queen d7 instead. The white queen came out this way to b5, h5, and now d4 from Giri. Wow, that's quite drastic. Not sure it was necessary, but Salem, every time I see him, like he pushes his h-pawn just madly down the board, especially as black actually, which is interesting. But bishop takes f3. The whole idea is that knight takes d4. After this trade, b7 pawn hangs, and here we are. Bishop pair for white, extra pawn, but some threats. If you're not careful, you might go to the wrong square. Is bishop e4 forced here, Judith? Stop knight c2.
You know, I have a funny question. Like, is it really just some tactical fun? Is it possible for white to go bishop a6, knight c2, rook b1, bishop c3, bishop d3?
Oh, hit me with that variation again, Judith. So
bishop a6. Probably it's not good at all. It's just I want to see if tactically it is an option. Bishop c3, bishop d3.
Okay, wow. X-ray vision to try and defend the rook, to take the bishop back due to the pin.
Yeah.
Wow. Looks okay.
But probably it's not the best. Maybe before also black could go knight c5 instead of knight c2.
Even here, the computer thinks black's slightly better, so there must be something. Maybe just knight d4.
Ah, and then
before.
the c2 is hanging. e2 and c3. Yeah.
Yeah, take the pawn and then this pawn
Maybe.
after rook trade.
Well, bishop b2 is there.
Aha. Okay, king g2. Oh, maybe just take c1 and game goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just something like this. And black will put a knight in c5 and no trouble.
Yeah, no, it was just a tactical idea I wanted to check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, okay, it looks like Anish probably has to play a move like bishop back to e4 and he should be fine. Computer gives him a small advantage, but a long way to go. John, we're deep into the middle games now. What have your impressions been of this last phase of all the games?
I'm loving this, David. I feel like that we've accelerated the level of fireworks that we've had today compared to yesterday. We've had opposite side castling in a couple of our prominent games. We've had blunders and great moves. More great moves than blunders, to be fair. And we've seen some really crazy opening preparation as well. Like, I still can't get over how amazing that Kosteniuk game was in terms of preparation by both sides and how quickly they moved to that position out of the opening. I thought that was mind-blowing. Really, really cool stuff. I'm almost worried that things might fizzle out a little early, but because we're not just following a couple of games and there's like 80 plus boards in the playing hall, I don't think there's any danger of that. And that actually makes me think that after our next break, we could start to see some of the lower boards in both the open and women's section appear with some exciting moves, fireworks, and we might actually be hopping around a little bit more than we were yesterday. So that gives me great hope. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, fully agree. It feels like there's still a lot of action ahead. Third and fourth hour, as I mentioned yesterday, that's always my favorite time when the clocks tick down as well. There's some scrambles, some real drama. So looking forward to it. Yeah,
there absolutely is. And Judith, we were talking yesterday about taking risks, conservative starts to tournaments. It's not so bad if you draw the first game, you're just sort of getting warmed up and getting into it. We're definitely seeing a larger number of players today going, right, gloves are off, I'm ready to go, I'm locked in.
Oh yeah, we see already some even bigger mistakes, I would say. Like in opening, there is a big mistake. I think Arjun was too sharp, too provoking in today's game. And also, as we've seen in the Vaishali game, there also some drama happened already at a very early stage of the game. So we are not locking off actions.
Well, speaking of action, don't forget, it's not just us in the studio watching the live games alongside you. You can be a part of the action and potentially play your game of chess, make your mark on a rather important chess game coming up as well. It is Levy versus the World, and he's garnered the biggest audience ever over the years as a chess content creator. But now Levy's looking to draw a crowd into this massive game. It's Gotham Chess versus the World. How will the community fare against the man who brings them recaps, chess news, and segments like Guess the ELO? So join the team and battle Levy using !play Gotham in chat. Speaking of chat, there's a poll coming right up, so make sure you go ahead and take a look at that and submit while we're on a break. But until then, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judith Polgar, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today. Judith, is very cool to be here with you, and I'm very excited to show you one of my favourite games of yours.
I'm very curious which one you picked. So let's start, and then I tell you which one is it. I'm white, right?
Yeah.
I made e4 all my life, so it's easy. Then I make this. So what did I play here? Because I played bishop b5 and d4.
You played bishop b5.
Okay. Castle. Bishop g7, c3. This is how it went?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me why do you like this game of mine? Why did you pick this one?
Because I like the open setups.
This game actually we played the first half of the tournament. I have won already quite a few games, and I was playing with white against Chilling Girova, She's from Bulgaria. And the Women's Chess Olympiad, this was the first chess Olympiad I played. I was just 12 years old. And it was very special for several reasons for me. Because at the time, in '88, the Olympiads had 4 boards in the open section and only 3 boards at the time in the women's section. And I played together with my sisters, Sofia, she was 14, Susan was 19, and there was another team member, Ildiko Madl, who was also 19. And I was just 12 years old. And I was playing in board 2, so they were kind of happy because I won one game after another. And in those times, it was not team match which counted, but it was board match. So it did matter whether we won our match out of the 3 games 3-0 or 2-1. And my sisters were very happy that I was playing in the middle. And we were always starting with a win by me, or they could count on me winning one game after another. So that was something very nice for them, but it was also very nice for me.
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Bashir and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, White finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly White's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Bashir started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Bashir, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight to g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes e6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Bashir just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Bashir follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
We're back with the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are a decent chunk of the way through round number 2, starting to see middle games on pretty much all of the boards now. And some early swings in terms of eval bars, not yet a huge number of decisive results. We'll get there in a couple of moments though. We were talking earlier about Vaishali's game and how she is in a fantastic position against Eline. I guess a question to both of you, maybe Judith first, where Eline's had a bit of a topsy-turvy ride at the moment, doing very well to beat Carissa Yip, for example, and now on the receiving end of what looks like a brutal middle game that she might not be able to come back from. How do you deal with the ups and downs of playing in a tournament and resetting your mental state? It's easy to say when you're winning all the time, things are great, or when you're losing all the time, what you need to do. But if you keep going through this seesaw, how do you actually readjust and maximize your result in later rounds? It must be so difficult.
Yeah, it's a great question, John. How do you deal in a tournament, right, with a victory, then an upset? I think it's not a real problem, the fact that you're winning and losing. The problem is of the quality of the game. And
Right.
this game will hunt her for some time, I think, because you're not ready to play with the white pieces and getting a lost position after move 10. This is something shows that you made the wrong preparation or you made an incredible wrong decision at a certain point of a very early stage of the game. And then you're frustrated and you're very unhappy with yourself. At the same time, you have to get over with that. So even if it seems like she's going to be losing this game, everything is fine. She will have 1 point out of 2. That's not a bad start at all for her. And the tournament goes on, but she will have to calm herself down, not to punish herself further. That why did she make this mistake? But definitely it will hurt a lot, much more than if she would be outplayed in a very long game and very balanced game.
And how about you, David, from your tournament experience? Obviously, everyone has good and bad tournaments, and it's really easy to come up with the cop-out answer of saying, you just play the position on the board, you don't play everything is just objective. It's one thing to say that, and a very different thing to actually try and live it. And in practice, it's just impossible.
Exactly. So much happens, in chess, on the board, in your mind. Again, I'll use 2 experiences at the Grand Swiss kind of as an example. Both times I started badly. I was kind of mentally, I think I wasn't ready to kind of take risk and start going for the wins against these super strong grandmasters. Every opponent is 2650. Eventually I got in the swing of things. Both times I went on these big winning streaks, but then you need to have different games. You need to adapt. Like you say, you got to play the position. Sometimes I was a bit emotional. Wait, I won 4 games in a row. So what if I'm playing a 2700? Let's go for another win, and it would rebound. I lost a couple of needless games towards the end of tournament. I couldn't adapt. You have to be very, very objective. You have to be very calculative in terms of the tournament as well. Kind of pick your targets, pick your moments, and you got to ride the waves, the upwards waves as well as the kind of crashes. And I think the players who emerge victorious in these types of tournaments, these long 11-round kind of classical events, they're the ones who've kind of navigated the ups and downs the best emotionally.
Very easy to say, very difficult to do. Of course, we're in a classical tournament now. We touched on Blitz and Rapid briefly in our commentary earlier, but there's a slightly different type of chess that we asked you about before the break when we had Gotham Chess versus the World touted. We gave you a poll in chat as well to find out who you thought was going to win. I've been told that draw wasn't an option because draws are banned in chat, obviously. Oh, wow. Really? Okay. Without a draw option, chat managed to vote exactly 50-50 on whether Levy Rosman would be able to emerge victorious against the World. Guys, you got to back yourselves a little bit more. But it now looks like, David, it looks like a draw is the most obvious result by democracy.
That would have been my prediction too, unless the World plays e4 against Levy and he gets to play the Caro-Kann. Then I'm on Levy's side.
And Judith, obviously this would then be correspondence chess. Again, very, very different beast from anything we've spoken about in this tournament.
Well, it's funny. In the meanwhile, while you're finishing your sentence, look at the numbers already. The World has a 59% and it
there
has
we go.
over
Come on.
60.
There we go. You got to
Well,
back yourselves, chat.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it will be a fun match, I think. And but sometimes what I can say, it's easier to play alone than many, because once I had this event with the star event, once we played, Magnus played against the world, and it was three grandmasters giving ideas. It was Hikaru Nakamura, Maxim Vachilegrad, and myself. And each of us were sitting in a separate room, and each of us suggested a different move. And the audience had to be choosing out of the three moves. But even with the three of us, I remember it was a King's Indian, and some of us wanted to do this, the other one. So it was very difficult for us because none of us could follow our own idea, right? Or the whole path. So it was always changing ideas. And in King's Indian, you cannot waste time. And Magnus beat us. But I'm still kind of rooting for the public, and I wish there will be hundreds and thousands or millions of people joining into that community great event.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for committing to the idea, because if you do two moves into one idea and then you backtrack and do something else, well, suddenly you don't have enough time to do anything. But it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. For now, we turn our attention back to the FIDE Grand Swiss, and we take a look at what's happening on the top boards as we go deeper and deeper into these middle games. David, Judith, take it away.
Yeah, and we're back at the bird's eye view of some of the top boards in the open section. Some ups, some downs, some quieter positions, some really crazy ones. We talked about Arjun earlier in big trouble. Just to mention that Martirosyan did find e5. So he looks like a big favorite now. But okay, elsewhere, I'm going to take us to Jan Nepomniachtchi, Judith, who looks like he's established a real bind and a big favorite to win this game. What do you make of Black's chances of finding any active plan here?
Well, I think the main problem what Black has, indeed, Black's position, especially d5 knight, looks pretty okay. At the same time, the problem is that White can improve his position. Of course, h5 is very much in the air, and f4 was a preparational move protecting the g5 pawn and also controlling the e5 square. It never hurts. And one day maybe e4 will arise, but for the moment it's not so easy because the c7 queen and the d5 knight attacking the f4 pawn. But h5 is something definitely should be showing up in the next move. And the problem of Black, how to deal against h5. Is there any weapon for Black to deal with h5 against White's attack? And where is the counter chances? Where are the ideas for Black side? That's the biggest problem. I'm thinking now maybe Black goes bishop f8, so after h5 Black can capture on h5 and go g6 and regroup the bishop to g7, but I have doubts because probably, yeah, rook h5, but also bishop h5 was possible, and maybe g6 is not an option because bishop g6 would be the move, right? Takes, and it looks really bad. Yeah, after bishop g7 I think rook h7 should be the move.
Yeah, queen f7, this is nice. Queen f7.
Yeah, then rook h8.
And deflection. You win the queen. Yeah, this looks very promising for White.
Though maybe after rook h7, is there a move knight f4?
Oof. That's a shocker. Whoops.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, takes, queen e6, king f.
Yeah. So not taking because of check and mate. So yeah, king f8. And this check is very annoying. It's very important that like Black is checking on f4 as well with the queen. Just in time.
Yeah, but you know, maybe if I wouldn't go rook h7, but I would go rook h2 defending the bishop, or rook h4 defending the f4 pawn, it would be a different story.
Yeah, rook h. Yeah, rook somewhere. Computer doesn't like any of these rook moves. Don't know why.
Yeah, it's interesting. What is the winning move for the computer, objectively?
Is it going to be something crazy like bishop? No, that's silly. Is it silly? Bishop a5?
It crossed my mind, but I don't understand the move. Bishop a5, queen a5.
Yeah, just have a feeling. Oh, okay, the bar agrees. I just hoped there was some mate that you could help me find, but couldn't see it
No.
either.
I don't see how to team up with you on that.
Yeah, that's so easy, despite what the eval bar says.
I was thinking of e4,
Mm-hmm. e4. Okay, that looks quite promising actually. Knight is silly now due to taking on e6. Knight f4 loses.
Well, loses the queen, right?
Yeah.
Takes and rook f1, or
Yeah.
queen h7, rook f1.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. Okay, so looks, I think we found it then. So it looks very good for white. And if we go back to the live position, he's actually played a very
Bishop
desperate
c5.
move. Bishop
Look
c5.
at that, what has happened.
Wow. Wow. These kids, they don't defend passively. Like, we were trying to like grovel away to survival, and wasn't working anyway. But the idea, I guess, is queen takes c5, knight takes f4. Double attack.
Yeah, but it's already giving up material.
Yeah.
He takes f4, rook d2.
Might get a few pawns for it.
Well, now I think there are several options for white. Rook c2 comes to mind the most natural, but even I think queen e3 might be very much okay. Rook b2, king a2. Material up. Rook hd1.
No access points for black. Looks very, very good. It's a bit like that Rodshtein game yesterday. It's like piece up, but there's something annoying nearby that's kind of hard to get rid of, but should be winning eventually.
Yeah.
I did think I had a feeling he would try something drastic. I thought he might try like some e5 or some desperate. Yeah, that was probably just not working, but bishop takes c5 is it's very interesting, but yeah, clearly shouldn't be enough.
Well, it's interesting, but at the same time, I would say it's a panic move.
Not quite tantamount to resignation, not quite like admitting defeat, but saying to the opponent, like, okay, you need a few accurate moves and then it's over.
Well, yeah. I'm pretty sure Nepomniachtchi is also kind of surprised that it's... I mean, it was already a fantastic position for white because everything was set up for a great attack with h5.
Yes.
But now it's a technicality how he's going to be converting his material advantage.
Yeah. And this is where Jan is so impressive. Like, I would, if my opponent played bishop takes c5, even if I saw it coming, I would probably spend like 10 minutes being like, okay, calm yourself down, calculate it all, get to a position where you know extra bishop will win the game. Jan's just like, nope, bang, queen takes c5, and then he'll probably, after taking on f4, go like queen e3 immediately, and bang, bang, bang. Super confident.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we'll see a victory for Jan in this game, but we'll come back to this. What do you think of going to the bird's eye view and pick another one?
Yes, let's go to the bird's eye view just to update everyone while we see these boards. There have been some results now in round 2. Hans Niemann drew with black against Ivan Cheparinov. A very dull game, apparently. Very quiet. So both of those have 1 out of 2 after 2 draws. Jon Ludwig Hammer against Dubov was a very quick repetition. Both of those two have also drawn both of their games. So a lot of mutual respect, Judith, among grandmasters in the middle of the pack there. But we've been focusing on the top boards.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this position, this position where we see 10 boards, I wanted to go just a short look at Demchenko Shankland, because I think it's interesting that there an exchange sacrifice was on the board.
Let's jump there, and then I have a special game of my own that I would like to jump to. So let's check this one out first. And wow, this is crazy, Judith.
Yeah, because it's interesting. I've seen it long time ago that someone allowed this rook c3 sacrifice from white side. because usually white is trying to avoid, because it's not a tactical concrete problem for white, but it's a long-term strategical sacrifice, positional sacrifice for black. And usually we see this in the dragon. It is very common, but also in these wherever white is castling alongside, it can happen. And yeah, interestingly enough, white was allowing this to happen, and Sam did it.
Yeah, and it was this moment, the thematic exchange sacrifice on c3 happens so many times. Like you said, I was taught just never, ever, ever allow this. Just don't even dream of allowing rook takes c3. I guess that's why you were surprised earlier, like white with this h4, h5. It just looks very slow, like no immediate attack. Rook takes knight. Boom. Kasparov would be very happy here with black. And now knight d6. And g5 looks, yeah, understandable, but a bit desperate. h6 trying to open lines would always be met by g6, and the black king will hide, I guess. So rook g1 instead, knight c4, and to catch up with the live position, knight a4, nice move. Knight e2, and okay, it just looks very good visually for black, but I don't see any like immediate breakthrough or follow up.
Well, for the moment, black has a pawn and a knight for the rook, right? And an incredible bad pawn structure for white, having the double pawns on c2 and c3. So
yeah, it just looks too perfect almost for black. Like you want to get the queen in, you want to get the bishop in, but you kind of tie down defending g5. What moves come to mind here, Judith?
Well, I would of course want to go queen a5 very much, but I'm not sure I'm in time. But we have to check that. Maybe I am. Queen a5?
Yeah. I wonder whether I take this. No, but then you
well, bishop a4, I was planning to take queen takes a4, and then the a3 is...
Yeah, actually.
It seems to be.
Yeah, looks good for black. Also pawn takes probably. So let's say we
Bishop
try...
g5. Yeah, bishop g5 is the question. And then I was thinking to go knight takes c3.
Knight takes.
And I think queen takes c3 is possible.
Yeah, wow. Tactics. Queen at least defends g7, which is always nice.
Yes, yes. So after queen c3, bishop c4. And then bishop g5.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it will be good for me, because maybe I can lose. Bishop g5, queen g5, bc4, e5.
Ooh, yeah, that's right.
And it does not... My bishop on b7 is in the way.
Yeah. But maybe in this position, can you take on a3?
Yeah, bishop c1.
And then I'll just take it.
Takes, and then the b takes c4.
Yeah, now your e5 at least is covered.
Yeah, and also queen b4 and perpetual anytime is there.
Yeah, this looks good for black. I'm surprised it says 0.0.
Yeah, it seems like black is winning, and what is it?
Okay, apparently queen g3.
Yeah, okay, and threatening e5.
Okay, that's very hard to find, and Sam Shankland will not be unhappy in this position when he can take it.
Queen g3, bishop c6, so you cannot go e5.
Yeah. The line goes on. Okay, this is not me anymore.
With great nerves, you can go on, yeah. Queen d6 actually a powerful one.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, back to the live position, the live board. Queen a5, if you can play it, you want to play it, right? That's definitely what he's calculating.
Yeah. Well, white is still having a nice attack on the king's side, right? Queen on g2, rook on g1, bishop g5 is coming up. At the same time, black would not mind really to exchange queens. So now bishop g5 is not such a threat that black is afraid of that, I think.
Yeah, despite being the exchange down, the black structure is so good.
Yeah.
Win exchanges, not so bad. Glad that Ollie Vance there in the chat enjoys these types of positions. Yeah, it's always fun, but always nerve-wracking if you're a player on either side.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see some excitement here. f6 was played.
Yeah, that's not in the spirit of things, I would say. Like, maybe it's fine, but the bar rises and it's very weakening. Like later, some kind of e6 stuff. f4 is still going to come to open up the position. Looks
That
weird,
will
Judah.
come. I like f4 now a lot.
Yeah. Normally the wisdom is to not touch pawns near your own king. Like f6 is only like last resort. To slow the
Yeah,
opponent
but
down.
it had to be a switch for black. Because until this point, it was clear that he is in a attacking mode, having his knights on a4 and c4, threatening on a3. And the lines we looked at, it started to get simplified.
True,
So it started to get a very different kind of path. While f6 is still keeping this tension and calculation kind of position.
Okay. I mean, f4's going to happen in mutual attacks, but Demchenko may be the favorite. Judah, I'm going to take us to a game that looked very interesting a few moments ago. Let's see if it's still as fiery as it was earlier. Okay, here we go. It looks like Yakubov with black. Another one of the local favorites, Nodebek, one of the two strong Nodebeks at the top of the world chess. Looks like he's got some big threats in the position. Whoa. Didn't see that one. Bishop takes f7.
But what is this? What's the point on king f7?
King takes? Or just king h8? The point is to hope that black plays rook takes bishop and drop.
Okay,
drop
but
the
what about
rook.
king f7? Queen a4, or what's the idea?
Must be something. I'll just take us back a few moves to try and understand the trend of the game. Like white, it just looked like a normal position, roughly equal, although some attacking chances. But white played queen takes a7, very brave, and then apparently blundered with rook to d1, allowing knight f4 check, and yeah, threatening knight to f2, so bishop takes f7. Let's see. Okay, king takes f7, the biggest question.
Just in a few moves, how dramatic it became for white.
Yeah.
Just went with the queen to grab that pawn.
Don't take hot pawns. That's the lesson for everyone at home. Poison pawns.
Well, the thing is, if he goes queen a4, knight c5 simply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5 at the very least, yeah. King c4, just back. Yeah, and just run away. Extra piece.
That's 2 pawns, but that's not enough.
Queen a4. Yeah, probably better not to go hunting for more material. Probably you can also just defend.
Scared. Maybe it's possible, but I would be scared with black.
Probably you can just defend as well, the knight, and then just drop the king back.
Ah, that's possible. Queen c4, king f8.
Mm-hmm. Just free extra piece, and this is in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, desperation. Back, like, is black still winning after king h8 as well? Yes, according to the bar. But okay, he's going to take the bishop, free piece, right?
Well,
very strange decisions here by white. Gotta say, Chinese grandmaster.
Yeah, unexpected decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even this whole queen takes a7 stuff, like going and grabbing the pawn.
Can you go back for a few moves? How did he started grabbing that one?
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like a very normal position. Like, this was white's position 6-7 moves ago. Like queen a4, knight e5. Already maybe fearing some jumps. You want bishop f4, knight h5.
Knight h5.
Yeah, and then
and takes.
Takes.
Yeah.
Maybe he just missed rook b8, like really nice move. So now queen takes b6 is not possible due to discovered attack. And maybe he just panicked rook d1. Maybe he needs to bring his queen back, but too late now. Offside. And okay, Yakubov will move to 1.5 out of 2. Do you think home advantage, Judith, for the Uzbek players? Do you think that's going to count for Nodibek? Nodibek squared for Abdusattorov, for Yakubov, for others? Or do you think it's not such an issue?
I've seen an interview with Abdusattorov after yesterday's game, and he seemed to be very proud. He said it also, but you could feel it that he's very proud that this event is taking place, this big organization in his country. And of course, there is going to be the Olympiad coming up also next year. Will be organized in Uzbekistan. So I think for some players it's a plus, and for some it can be the same amount of pressure, because of course there are expectations for them. So I think generally it's a plus for those players.
Mm-hmm.
And of course some extra players got invitation because it is organized in Uzbekistan, so they have some wild card for the locals.
Yeah, no, that's a nice touch. And I would love to play Grand Swiss or Olympiad or something in my hometown. It would be nice to see the fans cheering. Okay, so we're back in the review. Games are heating up. We're down to a lot of players around the 30-40 minute mark now. Some even lower. Okay, Nepo's game apparently is a lot wilder. That's the bottom left board. Very similar to a line we discussed, Judith, but looks like Jan isn't afraid of any ghosts here. Looks like he's just a piece up.
That's how it seems. So absolutely, he even took an extra pawn while allowing the black rook onto b2, which we looked at. I don't see really how black is going to be changing the course of the game. Interesting that bishop b5 was considered by the computer that it's not good, but it can be the only reason because something else was even better.
Yeah. Just to show why this was a question mark, according to the computer, just taking this pawn on e5, much easier, and rook e8 to try and get
c5?
active. Yeah, just rook c5 and no counterplay at all for black. Very odd he didn't go for this, actually. Bishop b5 is still there later, like bishop f3, like total control. Instead, bishop takes b5. I guess black's going to take on f4 now and at least get a bit of activity.
Well, takes on f4, queen c3. Also hard to imagine what can go wrong, especially after that the bishop will be moving back to c4. And then g5 and g6. h5 and g6 will come with a great speed and energy. So I don't think bishop b5 we can complain too much.
Agree. Just to mention, like human terms, I would probably get close to resigning here for black. He's played rook d8. The computer wanted to play this tricky move, rook g2. Apparently the only way to keep the fight alive, to kick the queen away, to get the queen to e5. This is very interesting, but very difficult to understand, and white still should be winning.
And what's the idea after bishop c4? Rook g3?
Rook g3.
What an idea.
Not so easy to stop queen e5. Queen d4, I guess.
Rook d8.
Yeah, so, okay, could have been interesting, but still should have been very good for white. Instead, bishop takes b5, met by rook d8. Now, wow, e4. I would not dream of that.
Best move, b4.
b4. Blue arrow appeared.
Well, if b4 is the best move, then that's not necessarily good news for Nepo.
Yeah. Big difference between b4.
But I'm sorry, he can also go bishop c4 first, and after rook d2, b4.
Yeah.
And that is already human.
Yeah, he'll play bishop c4. Like, I think 99% of us would, right? Like, what's the difference?
That's a natural move. move order.
The whole idea is to defend this pawn.
Absolutely.
Okay, the bar hated rook d2, so maybe after bishop c4, maybe I take this one first.
Okay, queen c3. I can go also queen e4. I like it also to keep it on the e file, so the back rank.
Yeah.
What?
How is this equal suddenly?
What does it mean?
What?
Maybe queen d7?
Wow. Try and get in, right?
Queen d7 or queen d6?
Let's see if there's a difference. Queen d6. Queen d6 is apparently a lot better than queen d7.
Yeah, because the
Maybe.
g6 is hanging.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it's as simple as that.
Wow, and black's initiative here is enough for a whole bishop. This is crazy. Ediz Gurel, if he saves this game, like, this is actually happening. Like, this is the live position. He didn't find b4, of course. Like, I don't even know what the difference is. I guess if b4 first, he takes f4. I guess the difference is he can play queen takes a3. But, I mean, bishop c4 is way more human. We predicted that. And this is the live position, queen c3 question mark. Now rook g2, blue arrow, only move for black.
And what happens after rook g2? h5, rook g3.
Put it on the board.
No.
h5, rook g3. Again, it's just about kicking the white queen away to get to this diagonal.
And if queen c2?
c2, I guess, check. Yeah.
King b1.
Now I need some help. Yeah, white's attack is very strong.
Queen g5.
Queen g5. But then take?
Queen g6.
Ah, you just want to play this endgame. Yeah, but white should be better in that.
Probably
endgame.
just take and rook h1 and rook h1.
Yeah. Extra bishop. Can black? Can black? I don't know. Just take this one maybe. Peter doesn't like. I just want to take.
Takes.
Do you want my rook? Free rook, Judith?
No, I'm not so greedy. That's all. Rook is c to e1.
Yeah. Rook c to e1.
This is not a self-made game.
That's my favorite type of game. Okay, queen f6, I guess. Yeah, it's still hard to play for black. Like, Nepos must still be the favorite.
Yeah, but still there are some chances. But let's see what black is going to be playing on. If he's going to play really rook g2.
And just, again, for academic purposes, I'll just double check. And apparently, black in this position, only move would be like g takes h5. And then rook takes g5 and just no ghosts. Just walking with the black king if the white queen ever comes. And then he checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very interesting. We'll go back to the live board just to show rook g2. Shout out to a grandmaster in our chat, Artush Nixans. Rook g2. Easy to miss, I agree. I don't think I would even look in that direction.
You would. What else do you want to play?
Yeah, maybe if in a long game. I would look at rook d2 first and realize.
But what do you want to do? Rook a to d2.
Probably I'd look at this one, and then after b4, I'd realize there's nothing there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think rook g2 is the most obvious move.
Yeah.
Because you see this rook g3, even though it's rook g3, no big deal. But I have also rook d2. Well, we'll see how it unfolds further.
Very interesting game there. Let's go back to the view. We spent a lot of time on Nepo, but I think he's going to be the one spending a lot of time in the near future on his clock. Wow. the bar is changing in Arjun's game. Very surprising. Gukesh has an advantage. Maybe we check in there, Judith.
Absolutely.
Okay, so very different type of position than the one we just came to. This one very blocked, but the queens have left the board. Instead of knights have also left the board, and white has established a lot of space in the center.
But you know what is a surprise for me? That in what terms the queens has been exchanged. Because it seemed like one of the side will have double pawns, but we didn't see that. Can we go back for a few moves?
Yeah, it's actually the moment we left it. We left it at e4, and we thought Erdogmus might play like bishop e7 or maybe even f6, just kind of wait. But a5, bit hasty. And now queen takes queen. Now a4 to stop black gaining space. Top players often try to block when a pawn advances like that. Knight c4. Very desperate to trade pieces. Probably, like you said, on white's terms here. And b3 kicking the knight back to d6, kicking the knight back again to c8. And yeah, this bishop was a bit silly on g2. So improving that. I'm expecting like king d2 or yeah, maybe f4 at some point. Maybe knight e2 or knight h3. Feels nice for white. This bishop is pretty active, but apart from that, black's position very passive.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that white is having the upper hand. Very clear that white will be torturing black for a long time. There is no good spot for the black knight, for example. Yeah. Where is it going to be heading to? Is it heading to d7 with knight b6, d7, trying to play f6, supporting also some c5? But it's not the game where black is happy.
Yeah, I think he might have gone the wrong way as well. Like he went to d6 and then to c8. Maybe b6, which isn't a great square in itself, but maybe b6 was the best, just to go back to d7 immediately a bit earlier. But yeah, come back to this one. Very long game.
Yes, I just wanted to say that it's going to be long. We can come back to this time to time.
Yeah, that was only move 20, by the way, and Erdogmus is down to 20 minutes on the clock, so a bit of a time scramble is imminent. Okay, so Abdusattorov, we could go back to the game between Rodshtein and Firouzja. We haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, I'm interested what's going on in the Firouzja game. Because we are witnessing a middle game without queens.
Yes.
And there is a great weakness on e6. This is what I see.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you add queens onto this board, white is definitely a lot better. Big space, potential weaknesses. White could start attacking. But without queens, black's passive, Judith, but I don't know how big the troubles are, how much to worry.
Yeah, this is a big question. What is this position evaluation? Though I'm pretty much worried for black's e6 pawn, and also the knight on a5 is pretty unpleasant, putting pressure on b7. And if black will push the p pawn, then the c6 can be vulnerable.
Yeah, bishop h3 might be an idea. Kind of want to play h5 as black, just at some point, and then maybe bring the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, style-wise, I would say Maxim Rodshtein is slightly happier than Firouzja here. Firouzja doesn't enjoy just sitting and doing not much. Or maybe he'll be looking at some break later.
Well, I don't know. Do you think h5 is a good move?
I mean, I would probably play it sooner or later, but I guess
like,
no
do you
rush.
really have to stop h5? Because I'm not threatening yet with h5, right?
It's mainly like deal with the back rank, maybe king g8 or something. But yeah, I'm a bit worried about this coming in at some point in the near future. Maybe not now because of e4. But bishop h3 could be annoying.
Yeah, but after bishop h3, you're defending the e6. Though
it's just a kind of move.
Maybe I would not mind to exchange the e4 pawn for the e6 from the black side.
Yeah. Yeah, another game where we might just come back a bit later because there's a lot of choice. Firouzja's a bit passive.
Yes. Yeah.
He can wait, he can move his king, he can do a lot of things, but a lot of maneuvering ahead, most likely.
Yeah, we are seeing few games where we are expecting to have a long game.
Okay, how about one game we haven't really visited so far today? That is the game Puranik against Vidit. Abhimanyu Puranik yesterday beat Divya Deshmukh in a very crazy game, I'm going to say, Judith. And here, looks like he's got a small advantage against Vidit, who's in big time trouble, down to 10 minutes on the clock. This has just moved 21, so still a long way to get to the time control.
Well, it means that he does not feel really comfortable in this position with the black pieces. But that a7 knight is kind of standing strange. But let's see what white is up to after knight d5. I mean, white does not want to give up the bishop pair. At the same time, white can go knight c6 first to... he went knight rook d4.
Yeah.
I like rook d4.
Yeah, we got a big clue from the computer there. The blue arrow appeared. This is very nice. Getting rooks off the board. The black rook was very active and trading off active pieces while keeping the bishop pair. Multi-purpose.
Yeah, in this position, bishop pairs can be really beneficial.
Yeah. Especially if it's an unchallenged light squared bishop, and especially if you have an a-pawn. Like so many, like these Catalan games, the a-pawn ends up promoting because it's protected.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure Vidit is not happy here at all.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to play it with black, I think. The a6 pawn can be vulnerable. The bishop pair is very annoying. Knight on c8 or on c6 can be also very unpleasant piece. f5, trying to keep the e4 knight in the center.
Yeah. What about rook c6 now?
That's what I'm just thinking about. What black has in mind. Black will have to give up in one way or another the pawns, right? Either a6 or e6.
Yep. I don't know which one I want to lose as black. I don't want to lose either.
You don't want to lose. You don't want to lose the e6. This I can tell you.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to give up that pawn.
But a6 is pretty scary to give up as well. Let's say black.
Yeah, okay, king a7. Rook a6.
Like rook. I don't know, rook a8 or something.
I was thinking, what about knight b4 and rook d8?
So, and rook d8.
Maybe you had a point there, yeah.
Yeah, he's got some activity. Maybe rook a4 wasn't the best square. Maybe I should go to a5. I'll go to a5.
I mean, at least with black, I want to get some activity, some play. And okay, you have an extra pawn on a2, but okay, where does the bishop go? To e3? Then I can go knight c2. There is a check on d1, knight e1 check. You know,
I told you yesterday, Judah. Every time we kind of commentate together, there's always knight e1 or
knight on the back rank. Yeah,
it's always a knight, like a white knight on the 8th or a black knight on the first rank that I miss and you spot. Yeah, there's still some counterplay. Okay, so Vidit in big trouble, but not out of it yet.
Yeah, trying to look for counter chances.
And just to confirm, the computer does think that white is a lot better in multiple ways, but rook c6 and knight c6 seem to be the two main options in this exact position. So, okay, we'll step out and we'll keep half an eye on Vidit's clock to see if he gets in any more drastic time trouble. Okay, looks like some crazy stuff again happening between Demchenko and Sam Shankland. It looks like Sam Shankland's f6 earlier was really bad move, just judging by the bar. Jules Moussard, the French Grandmaster, is also doing very well against Ivan Saric. I wonder whether we jump there. I see that on the bottom row.
But I also see some big changes that Arjun is back in business.
Okay, let's go to Arjun Erigaisi. Queen trade. Wow, I thought white was going to checkmate black, not trade off queens.
Not exactly.
No. Judith, does black take the queen or run?
Well, I would like to get rid of the queens. I mean, black king runs to g8. What about, can I go queen h6 and g6 is a threat? I understand knight d3 is threatening, but you understand.
Yeah. I smell the danger. Don't worry.
I mean, knight d3.
Knight d3. Yeah, feels wrong.
Yeah, maybe just rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1. You want to block some stuff or where's the mate? Show me the mate. Feels like mate. Take? Wait.
I thought actually bishop e4.
Oh, whoa. Bishop e4.
I'm not sure it's good.
It's good. According to the engine, it's good. And if I take...
Then takes knight e4.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what?
Because my rook is hanging. I wanted knight e4, but it seems knight e4 is not the move.
And black's got so many pieces.
Yeah, because there is no mate on g7, just bishop d3.
Yeah, just...
Well, that was my idea. So what is it after bishop g4 ef?
Well, let's try here. The bar says mate in 6, so we can do this. We can find
mate in 6?
According to the eval bar. Knight e4 first?
Oh, maybe knight e4.
I feel like there's rook f7. Was it just
But knight e4 takes and takes... Oh.
Maybe just g6? Just g6, no?
Yeah, and fg takes queen f7, rook f6, right?
Yeah. And checkmate is coming, so okay. Let's get those queens off Arjun Erigaisi.
I think so. So. Let's get rid of that.
Queen takes. I'm assuming the g pawn takes, but I don't know why.
Well, that seems more logical, indeed.
Yeah. So king moves. Rook takes b6. What's the count?
Knight d3, and the thing is that the c1 bishop e5 pawn cannot be protected at the same time.
Not many good squares for the rook either. It's annoying. Rook g1. Yeah, this is very, very double-edged now. Probably just good for black if the eval bar is to be trusted. Level material, but mobile pawns. White is lacking coordination. Arjun is back in business.
Well, I thought after move e5, he's not having too much of a practical chances. I was wrong, it seems.
Yeah, I was wrong too. I just thought it would be very one-sided traffic. And in the meantime, I'm going to take us over to another game. Just need to find it. Here we go. Looks like a big mistake just on this last move by Andy Woodward, a very young, very strong American grandmaster against a friend of mine, Niels Grandelius. Queen h3. Why is that a mistake, first of all? And I'll just also bring us back. Our producers tipped us off to a very interesting pawn stack because black's a pawn down. Took me a while to realize, but in the Catalan, this is quite a well-known branch. Like a5, I was told by someone very strong that you only play this if you think you're better than your opponent and can try to outplay them in some weird position later. He was like, otherwise, this probably isn't the best. But b5 was the pawn sacrifice now. And after takes a4.
Wow.
I guess the idea is after knight takes. Yeah. If queen takes pawn, now there's bishop a6 and a skewer, taking e2 next. And if not, then you come back and black gains loads of space. And black's better, apparently. So, okay, after a4, white retreated. And yeah, white's a pawn up. But if we fast forward, this position, white was doing quite well, but queen h3.
Well, there are serious weakness for white on the square on b3, pawn on b2. So after queen c3, maybe black just captures the pawn, right?
Yeah, let's take it. I mean, does the rook move or no good squares, really? I don't understand. Has he just missed his pawn was hanging on b2? Unless he's going...
It cannot be the case.
Could it be h5?
Maybe, though, well, yeah, the rook is hanging.
Yeah, but...
Knight d1, h takes g6.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. Oh, bishop g5, check, and bishop g5 now.
Sorry? Bishop...
No, this can be a very interesting attack.
Yeah. Apparently not so good for... Apparently this is a losing kind of bluff.
Maybe bishop g5?
Okay. Take.
Knight d1?
Yeah.
Rook b3?
Oh, that's the key. Otherwise it looks a bit scary. But yeah, just... I guess... Rook d3 does bishop b5. This just looks good for black. But if we go back to the game, Judith, like queen h3, instead of taking this pawn, which just looks good, queen d8 by Niels Grandelius, missing the opportunity to restore the balance.
Got scared of the threat.
Yeah.
Of h5.
That's the kind of move I play, but I'm always disappointed in people when they do the same. like you see the threat prophylaxis, but it's not. Yeah, maybe it's just being practical under 20 minutes. But rook a2 now defends the pawn and
well, actually, he does not have too much time, right? That's a problem.
Yeah. I guess h5 has been cut out now that the knight is hanging always.
Okay, how white should go further? Knight b2 is still there as a threat.
Say rook a2 as the computer suggests. I don't like it, but it's ugly. But maybe the only way rook b1 is the other option.
Well, at the same time, white to give that pawn away. Right? I cannot go h5. I cannot. Doesn't make any sense to sacrifice the knight, and knight b2 is coming. So rook a2 has some sense.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And just to point out, our producer was telling us, like, if black had played the move h6 in this position, instead of queen to d8, white, which is also a very strong move, instead of knight takes b2, now white would have played knight takes f7.
Yeah.
And rook to d3. And
but it's not good enough. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
King e8. Why not king e? King e8, bishop h6. And then you grab my knight.
Yeah, this one is turn around maybe. King g8. What about this? Rook f6.
Wow.
It doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I mean, we can up as much pieces as we can, but it's maybe it will be too much, right?
Yeah, very. It's the type of position that might just explode, like queen d8. Could go either direction, I'm going to say. Fascinating stuff. Okay, rook a2 played. Good work by Andy Woodward. Puzzle.
Why not? Yeah. Why not to wait? Protect.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we go to a game that I've seen the white bar is on for a long, long time, and it's on our bird's eye view towards the bottom right. Jules Moussard against Ivan Saric. because
Mhm.
actually we don't need to go there. White's just the exchange up. We see a mirror image, Judah. Earlier we saw rook takes c3, exchange sack. I think we've seen rook takes f3.
Exactly. But it seems like white is is doing very well.
Apparently it was very strong, but knight f7 wasn't best. Nor was queen d7 because d5, and it's just too open. Black's pieces don't have time to get out.
You know, I have a very interesting game, which I would be
Mhm.
happy to look.
Yes, bring me
Out
there.
of the top 10 boards, Nihal Sarin playing black against Hakobian. Can we pull that up? Because there is a rook sacrifice has been played.
Okay, I will just pull that up. There we go. Whoa.
And look what's going on. I don't even know how that rook sacrifice has been. Rook d3, like, let's guess. Was it from rook d8, rook d3, and rook h3?
I
Or
would have guessed that.
How was the rook sacrifice happen?
Or I would have guessed like h takes g5 and then like rook h3. But
Yeah, this was the other idea, but is it really the case that the king went to g8 artificially?
I'll show you. Do you want to see the rook sacrifice?
Yeah. I want to see where did it disappear from.
So it looked like a normal position, like 5 moves ago, 6 moves ago. Knight f4 was played. D takes e5, d takes e5, bishop c5,
Okay.
attacking the rook.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, and the rook can't move because f7 is also dropping. So queen f6.
Okay.
The rook dropped, and he just ignored it. Knight takes g2, bang. And the idea is king takes g2. There would be bishop takes h3, deflection, and probably just a draw. I don't know if black has more, but
Yeah,
you
it
can
seems
give
that it's a
some
draw,
kind of,
yeah?
yeah, some kind of perpetual check.
Okay.
So Hakobian wanted more. He dropped his knight back, bishop takes h3, saved his bishop, rook up, but scary.
I see. So the f8 rook was disappearing simply.
Yeah. It's like one of those composition studies, like what's it, retrospective. You have to try and trace back the last few moves.
Yes.
Okay. What comes to mind here for white to try and defend and consolidate? Just moving the rook? Is that enough?
Well, one can think also to take on f7.
Mhm.
And if black would take it, then white just has a extra material, right? Because then all these tactics without queens will not work for black. And rook d1. So the question is, if I take on f7, let's say, probably you just move out with your king to start with.
Oh, king, yeah. King
And then
somewhere.
knight f7, knight f3 is threatening.
And how about if white doesn't get fancy and white just moves the rook? What is black's big idea?
Well, knight f3 I wanted.
Knight f3. Planning to take that.
Takes, bishop f1, queen g4 check. After that, exchange on f1 and perpetual check.
Ah, yeah. Check first.
Yeah.
Draw. Can I throw my c3 on the board and?
No, I don't want. I'm on a diet. I don't want the c3.
Boo. Yeah. So, okay. So this is the threat, not a winning threat necessarily, but
saving threat.
Saving threat. Okay. What about queen d1?
Wow, you go backwards that way. You know what I do? I go rook d8.
Oh.
And you know what I want?
Yeah.
Rook d2.
Yeah, but queen takes g5 at the end, no?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Take. Nearly checkmate, but I can save myself.
Okay.
But apparently this was wrong though, queen e2. Apparently black's much better after this.
What can I do?
Sometimes I'm very glad I'm not playing playing this year. Grand Swiss. Is it something slow like G4, Knight F? Knight
G4,
F3?
yes, that's what I was thinking about.
Wow. The move.
Go
So
positional.
Yeah.
Knight F3, Queen F4. That's the threat.
Yeah, so Knight F3. Yeah. Just over. Queen F4.
Wow.
Wow. Rook down. Who cares about rooks, right? Levy would be proud. He's played bishop e2 and g4 anyway. Wow.
Wow, it's happening.
It's happening. That's, I mean, Nihal Sarin, like, he's quite a positional player, actually, despite this, like, his reputation as a speedy guy, sort of rapid blitz specialist. He's generally quite positional, but this is impressive.
So now the question is, how can White continue? Can White go c4 and bring the queen to g3?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I'm crazy about this.
Yeah.
Probably b6 is an annoying move. The d4
Ooh.
square.
Yeah, so the white bishop either has to come back and block the third rank.
So
Or
bishop e3.
Sorry, bishop e3 or a3?
e3.
E.
Well, at bishop a3, I would be afraid very much against knight d4.
Yeah. So let's say knight f3.
Knight f3.
Or maybe I should be like super positional and play like queen g6 first or something.
Super positional, and then he goes queen g6, and then he just wants to crush me with g3, yeah?
Yeah, g3 or 3
Very
or queen
positionally. Very positionally. But it's crazy. White has a rook up and the clear verse position. What is this?
Yeah, we keep finding ways to like mess it up for white, like struggle to defend.
Not easy.
Yeah, just to point out for everyone at home, the pawn is poisoned. Like knight takes g4. There's always knight f3. And, yeah,
Takes 6, knight e3, b6.
I missed this one. b6.
Maybe.
Yeah. What about
or bishop f1 first?
Mm-hmm. I really want to play like knight d4, rook a6, and just
Ah, that's a tough one. Go
I
for
don't know
it.
if it works
Go
though,
for
does it? Ah, no. Darned computer. Why does that not work?
Takes rook a6.
Now it works. Now
Maybe
it
bishop.
definitely works.
Maybe
after knight d4, like
bishop.
maybe white can take.
Ah,
No. Oh no, wait. I'm being told there's some really cool stuff going on elsewhere. So let's just try and find the refutation here. Bishop takes d4, rook a6, and just bishop takes e5. Wow. Judith, chess is hard. Tactics are hard.
yeah.
White's
Sometimes we have less pieces than we need.
Black not quite quick enough to deliver checkmate. So this is the live position, Nihal Sarin with big compensation for the rook he sacrificed. I'm going to bring us back, though, to another game. And this is one we've looked at a bit earlier. Demchenko against Sam Shankland. And this is the live position.
Whew. But the black king is in danger.
Yeah.
And it's white to move? You're
white
kidding.
to move. Apparently he's totally winning.
It's totally winning. It looks completely winning, and it should be winning. And even the bar tells us that we are right on that.
Yeah. I don't think we even need the bar necessarily here. Like first, it's always the first check, right? Who kind of suits the attacking side should be winning.
Well, at first it seems like everything is winning. Queen e6, queen h6.
Yeah, our producers have said there's one very cool variation. I'm going to show it to you, Judith. E5.
Yeah.
And
e5 is nice.
Yeah. If you go back, queen takes pawn, check. And rook takes g5. One of many wins.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, done.
Beautiful stuff, but Demchenko spoiled for choice. Sam Shankland, I'm still shocked he played f6 earlier. Like, Ben Feingold would be giving him a stern telling off here.
Just e5 I like very much.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, imagine the position was here just 3 moves ago. He played f6, and literally a few moves later, he can resign. And yeah, e5 or queen takes e6, and it's...
But you see, it was mistake after mistake.
Mm-hmm. They come in pairs, they come in trios, those mistakes. And in the meantime, things are hotting up here. We're about to reach the time scramble stage of the first time control. And John, it's living up to exactly what you predicted earlier. Fireworks on many of the boards now.
Can I just say I'm so glad you inserted that sentence in your segue, because when you started off with mistakes come in pairs, they come in trios, and I'm thinking David's about to bring me on. What on how is he gonna dig himself out of this? Oh, whew. Well done, David. No, this is it's been a lot of fun. The last couple of moves especially feel like we're reaching that point in the round where positional tension has built up across a very large number of the boards, and we're seeing it suddenly released, right? You guys just mentioned that Shankland Demchenko a couple moves ago. Okay, it looked a bit dicey, but it was by no means game over. And now it's looking a lot more decisive. Judith, I guess that what David's saying, how when you make one mistake, it's easy to compound that with another. There's... Maybe for people who aren't tournament players, how do you explain that in the chat? Because normally you would say if you make a mistake, you recognize you've made a mistake and you simply just play the objectively best move the next time around. But in reality, over the chessboard, it's not that simple.
Yes, it's not that simple at all. In some cases, you make a mistake, you're realizing your mistake, and then you admit it and you go back. Okay, there is one way of doing it. Some people don't want to admit, and they pay the double price. Some people say, okay, I made a mistake, I admit it, I go back and I turn into the right direction. But in such a situation, for example, in this game, the problem was, first of all, the game is very complicated with a lot of calculation. There was a positional exchange sacrifice done by Sam. And after that, he had to make a decision. And I think he was not ready in his mindset to shift and say, okay, now we are going to be simplifying and I have my compensation. And there are completely different ideas coming up in the position. He was still trying to keep the tension, keep his knights, all of his knights around the king. And that's why he went to this direction after playing a pretty good game, playing f6, kind of like, this g5 pawn is mine, give me, I'm holding on to it. But actually he didn't. He was not really, I mean, it's the g5 pawn is still there, but actually there are more weaknesses around the black king, and this may cost him the game. So it was a very bad decision made playing f6. That's the problem.
Fair enough. And occasionally you do get the fun versions as well. I'm asking you this question, David, but in reality, it's probably a lot more likely to occur in my games, where you make a bad move, but it looks threatening. And if you just double down on the bluff, maybe eventually your opponent believes you and suddenly your bad line becomes a good line. Don't recommend that in an open tournament with super grandmasters at a classical time control, but that sort of thing does happen in chess sometimes, right?
It really does. We've seen examples of that, as you mentioned, the Andy Woodward against Niels Grandelius game, where white kind of gives away a pawn, potentially gives away a piece, and the opponent doesn't even try to take it because it looks a bit scary. But yeah, either way, being consistent in chess is normally a key. Being optimistic, consistent, and kind of believing in yourself may not pay off, but when it does, it's extra satisfying. And yeah, we'll see the bravery of some of these players rewarded, no doubt, throughout the tournament.
So remember, folks, when you make a bad move, doesn't matter. You fight back and you absolutely keep going. Yes, love that. Well done, Bick. We are going to be asking you a poll, actually, in the chat as we go to this break. And this is going to be a fun one as well. The games are leaning one way or the other, but we haven't had any decisive games yet on the top 10 boards. What I would like to ask of all of you in chat is how many decisive games are we going to see on the top 10 boards today? Now, bear in mind, our bird's eye view isn't always the top 10 boards in order. So if you want to check that out, you go to chess.com/events, go to the FIDE Grand Swiss and have a look at all of the positions if you want. You've got about 5 minutes. I want to hear how many decisive games you think will happen out of the 10. We're going to go to a brief break now. And when we come back, it is more action as things really start exploding on the board here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. See you in a few minutes.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true, but there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations, and that's the Woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the Woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the Woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the Woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then, solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the Woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the Woodpecker method in a nutshell.
We moved to the Netherlands in 2008. I was still 14 at the time. So we came here and I was already a pretty good chess player, like a master, international master, maybe a FIDE master. I was a Russian champion under 12, in fact. But I was one of many Russian talents, one of the many other little prodigies, nobody really noticed that I changed federation or that nobody really noticed my existence very much. I was just doing my little thing, playing my little game, and I got great coaching here, and it helped a lot. It's something you really need as a kid who is developing.
So Anish, yeah, congratulations, amazing 3 norms in less than a year, right?
Yeah.
And what's your ambition? What do you want to be? What do you want to get?
No, of course I want to become one of the strongest players.
And is there also a certain player, maybe from nowadays or maybe from the past, which you have been studying a lot? Some kind of favorite player, perhaps?
Yes. Okay. I like the games of Kasparov, and okay, now from players who's playing, I think the Anand is the strongest and best player.
In 2010, I got an opportunity to work with Vishy Anand. He was preparing for one of his matches. He was world champion in that period, and it was definitely much more useful for me than for Vishy Anand, I guess. And when I saw, like their prep, because I thought that I came in there, I thought I had a good prep and some variations. So I was showing my lines, and then he was refuting them with such ease, and he refuted all my ideas in like the very first evening. And in hindsight, I think he must have been very disappointed. Like he thought, like, what am I seeing? What is that? Like, what kind of trash is that? Because I thought like these are great ideas, and yeah, and then I realized like I'm levels behind, and I think it's very important to see like the very top, and then like what level you have to work towards. Yeah, that really made an impact on me for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure for me to ask the winner of the Grandmaster Group D, Anish Giri, to come forward and receive the first prize.
What is your first impression, your first reaction?
Of course, I'm very happy that I won tournament, and I'm happy that I can play next year in any group. It's of course a great challenge for me. It's maybe first top tournament, of course, for me.
And now how are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. Tomorrow I go to school. So I don't have enough time to celebrate, I think.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. We're in the middle of round 2, although things are getting very, very sharp in a couple of our games now, with the eval bars properly starting to swing to one side or the other. Judith, of course, that's fantastic from an excitement point of view, but doesn't necessarily mean a quick day by any means. You've got some games really tactical, and then others are very slow positional grinds.
Oh yeah, we have everything on the menu for today. We have great actions like in Arjun's game. We have very slow grinding and Gukesh game, I believe. So there is a lot to observe here. And there are some games still, they didn't decide it yet, whether it becomes interesting and sharp or not.
And David, we've seen a couple of interesting and sharp examples, but the reality is in a few moves' time, we're going to see a lot of these relatively equal games also take on a life of its own and get really sharp. Was there a game in particular where you thought a few moves ago this looked like a draw, but you're just waiting for it to explode and it hasn't yet? If I had to make you pick one pairing that you want to keep half an eye on for the future, what would it be so far?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are live with round number 2. You guys must be getting used to me bringing you back to the stream without bringing you away from the stream. We're sorry about that. We apologize for the tech issues, but what we don't apologize for is the chess. We have finally had a result in our bird's eye view. I need to double check to what extent that correlates with the top 10 boards, but we have got Sule Manley and Boris Gelfand agreeing to a draw, and that's in the middle on the bottom row. But frankly, David, if I'm being honest, at this stage of the round, eval bars all over the place, some really crazy positions as well, and also some other positions where players are down material but winning the game. Like, it's a lot of fun. This is good.
It's a lot of fun and some real action as we see a lot of players now, pretty much all of them under 10 minutes, trying to get to move 40, trying to make the time controlled to at least get a bit more time to mull things over. And yeah, just looking at the kind of overview here, it looks like the top 5 boards on the top row, a lot of balanced eval bars there, some favoring one side, Gukesh with an advantage. On the bottom row, it looks like some real blood is about to be spilled. Magzudlu, Demchenko, and Pragnananda all have winning advantages as we just see another result tick in. Magzudlu taking down Spain's David Anton.
Exactly right. And I want to give Big some credit here. This is, in fact, the top 10 boards in order. So there you go. The bird's eye view is your top 10 boards. And we have had our first decisive result. Now, speaking of decisive result, we asked you earlier in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat how many decisive results there will be today. And I think I gave you the options 1 to 2. 3, 4, 5, or 6 plus. Let's go ahead and take a look at the results from that poll and what you folks said in chat. I actually don't know what the results are, so I'm quite keen to see this myself. Well, I can see the individual results across both of them. And apparently it's coming soon, but I'm just going to tell you. It looks like on Twitch, it was 2/3 of you said to 3. And on YouTube, just over half of you said 1 to 3. So despite having more than 3 decisive results yesterday, and despite more fighting chess in the earlier hours of today's broadcast, it seems like the majority of people who are watching today think there will be fewer decisive results. I find that quite interesting, Judith, because overall, I think we've seen more fireworks at an earlier stage of the round. Do you think we're really just going to see 1 to 3?
Well, it's hard to tell. There are a lot of action happening on the boards, that's for sure.
Well, let's go ahead and maybe jump into one of these games. Things have changed quite a bit since we last popped onto the bird's eye view, including 2 games finishing. So, David, why don't you go ahead and pick one? Oh, pick one of the 7 remaining, because we've just had a third game even complete, and we'll take things from there.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to take the opportunity to jump into the game that did just finish. Some of you might have seen on the bird's eye view that Pragnananda has just won, and this was the position 3 moves ago. Just as we went on the break there, it looked like Prag had a long-term advantage. Black's knight is somewhat silly on the edge of the board, a bit stuck. White has a beautiful bishop pair, but check out this cool tactic unleashed after Prag's opponent, Ivan Zemlyansky, blundered rook to c7, allowing a crazy tactic. It's a nice sequence, actually. Pawn to c5 was found by Prag. Double attack. The black pawn can't take on c5 as the knight would drop off. But after bishop takes c5, the key is to not trade rooks, to take the bishop first. And now this fork wins, since Black's last try to try and pin the rook, pin the b pawn here, fails to pawn takes knight, rook takes rook, and at the very end, a devastating check, sting in the tail. And the black rooks are both dropping off here. Beautiful vision from Prag to win his game. His opponent resigned after this fork, b4.
Well, I have the feeling that Black just actually blundered b takes a5, because rook c4 is the move where you say, okay, b4 doesn't work because of rook c4 and I pinned their rook, right? But there is one more move you have to. Sometimes you have to calculate further, and only just calculating one move further, it makes the whole different story. This is what happened here. But if Black would have not blundered at rook c7, I do believe that Prag was being on the perfect path to convert his game later on. He has beautiful pair of bishops, great rook standings, b4 is always in the air, c5, these tactics. I was just, when you brought up the game, I was wondering if c5 is possible. But isn't c5 was already a threat?
Mm-hmm.
It was, right?
Yeah, although his last move was bishop into e4, so he could have played
yes,
c5.
But no, you cannot, because bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, and rook d3, you need your bishop to grab back bishop d3.
So sneaky. Check this out. And now at the very end,
rook c2 check.
Yeah.
So if we can go back, but how the game went: rook c7, c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, rook d3. Sorry, rook d3 instead of rook c5. Or here.
in
Doesn't matter. The point is that bishop d3.
rook takes. Yeah. And now no more checks. Bishop controls everything. Wow, beautiful from Prague. That's so sneaky. Like bishop e4 looks like the most innocuous move ever. Like, oh, just slightly improving the bishop, but it sets up a winning threat. His opponent.
Probably he set up this trick, don't you think so?
Yeah, that's so
but
clever.
Probably it's a good move too, because it's provoking. If black goes f5, bishop d5, weakness is on e6, right?
Yeah.
Nice move.
That's why he's the top seed here in Samarkand, Prague. Just on such a hot streak this whole year so far, 2025, the year of Prague. And okay, interesting opinions from chat there, saying that Prague is the best Indian player. I don't know. They have a world champion as well, and I think maybe we switch over to him, Gukesh. Check out this last move.
Look at this beautiful move.
Oh, beautiful, Judith.
Wow, beautiful. Look at that.
That's always
that breakthrough.
Yeah, that's always so tricky, right? Like, okay, apparently black was fine-ish in this position if he'd found the move bishop h4. Very difficult. White's actually a pawn up, but g6, very natural move. You always have to look out for these kind of surprising breakers, right, Judith?
Yeah, but it's a very unexpected one here.
Yeah,
I had myself playing Endgame 2003 against Almashi. I had this 4-pawn setup and I won the game, a breakthrough. But this is somehow unusual because it's not obvious at all that the passed pawn is going to be so strong. But sorry, can you explain me why bishop h4 is so good? Is it the idea that after rook f7, rook e7?
I think the knight is...
sorry. Sorry. The knight is hanging simply.
And I guess if you go back, I guess black starts challenging for the f-file and maybe some counterplay for the pawn, but white must still be better. Although the bishop's a bit bad and the rook is not ideal. Black's knight is very strong. So I think it's bishop h4 is maybe not good, but just a way to stay in the game. G6, G5, and just to show everyone at home, like no matter which pawn black takes, white gets a pawn to h6. I guess this one, h6, and that's going to be a bone in the throat. It's going to be tough to swallow.
But what was happening if black takes the h5 pawn?
Let's try. Take.
Takes and rook g2.
And I'll go back.
That's it. Rook b8, king a1. Life is so simple.
Calculated. I mean, that's a big trump card.
Yeah. Well, nice job. So what has happened in the game? I see some frightening things for black.
Yeah.
King d7.
Knight f4, rook f8, and we're waiting for Gukesh in this case. Wow, rook g1's not easy. I guess it's pinned. It's really nice that the pawns are just staying there. It's not like white wants a pawn on h6 at any cost, but now black wants a pawn on g5 at any cost to win the pinned knight.
Yeah.
And of course, he finds it.
He does play it.
Wow. Brilliant move there.
But how does it go? On bishop g5, what do you do? Knight g6? I'm not sure it works. Maybe you have to go knight d5.
Yeah, maybe this one.
Yeah, and the whole center collapsed.
Yeah, this time there might be options. Maybe I can even go this way. Maybe even this way. Yeah. Hit the knight. Check. I'll happily give up the rook. And yeah, lots of pawns. All the pawns.
That's a nasty way of winning.
Yeah. Wow.
Nice way to play by the world champion.
Yeah. It's like anything you can do, I can do better, right? That's like Gukesh has just seen play a beautiful endgame, nice trick, and now he's like, okay, I'm gonna keep playing all these beautiful blue moves in honor of the blue arrow. And
He's
gonna
going
win.
to go knight f6. He's gonna do that. That's a good one. Knight f6, bishop f6, rook g6.
Yeah. Judith, these guys are very, very good. It's about to be move 40 as well. So Gukesh is going to bank.
But for
50
example,
extra moves.
bishop g5 would be a blunder, no?
How come? Bishop takes g5.
I would go king d5.
d5, yeah.
And suddenly, great chances to get rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2.
Exchange, g takes h5, and look at that beautiful c4.
Yeah, rook exchange first. Yeah.
Or even rook b8 included, I don't know.
Yeah, throw in a check. Why not? Take. And these pawns are going nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so will Gukesh blunder on move 40? Unlikely. He's got some time. In the meantime,
I would be very surprised if he wouldn't go knight f6.
Same. Vidit has drawn his game from a very difficult position against Abhimanyu Puranik. Good result for Vidit, who was down on the board and on the clock earlier. Some good news for Indian fans. Knight f6. He's got to do it. He's just got to. Nothing else, really. Rook takes g5. Is that tempting?
Rook takes g5?
I don't know. I'm trying to think why he wouldn't play knight f6 in this position.
Yeah, rook g5 is like try to complicate things, right?
Yeah.
But that would be maybe even dangerous. No, knight f6. Just go knight f6.
Yeah. Gukesh under 1 minute, but it's his last move before the time control.
But maybe after knight f6, bishop f6, rook g6, what about knight e5?
Knight e5. Yeah, this is what he's calculating, and white's still a pawn up.
Okay, but one pawn up is rook f7.
Maybe. Not
Bishop.
easy.
Yeah.
Bishop g7? Oh.
No, but then takes and the king goes out.
Not easy at all. The computer it just says white only has one winning move here, and it's rook a4. It's crazy.
Yeah, but if you don't say rook a4, rook f4.
And he's actually played bishop takes g5, Gukesh. He missed at rook a4 at the end of that variation, and suddenly his whole advantage is gone in one move.
Move 40, the dangerous move 40.
Yeah. Like
king d5? Black will save it.
This is where Gukesh, I've got to say, Judith, like I'm impressed with him like 99% of the time, but then occasionally he overcalculates. Like that whole line, he was probably looking at it. He didn't see rook a4. He's like, there must be a win. There must be a win. And he doesn't trust his instincts.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't see rook a4, then you agree to a draw immediately.
Yeah. But here, I mean...
Well, here you have the instinct that knight on c4, king on d5, it should be okay.
Yeah. And like, he's unlucky it's move 40, because if he played knight f6, like if he got to that position and it was already move 40, he would see knight f6 in the whole variation, rook a4, and he would win. But yeah,
but rook a4 is not an easy one.
Yeah. But like knight f6 instinctively, you play it and then you, I don't know.
Yeah.
Look later.
Ooh.
Wow, this is turning. Just to point out as well, okay, this game's now reached move 40, will go elsewhere, but knight f6, bishop takes f6. I think the engine said that bishop takes h6 was also just winning on the spot, just to mention, instead of rook takes g6. So knight f6 was winning for multiple reasons. So not instinctively not playing it is going to cost Gukesh heavily here. Let's go out though to another game which hasn't reached move 40. Oh, actually, it's just reached move 40 because I saw Firouzja suddenly turn things around just in the last 4 or 5 moves against Maxim Rodshtein, who was in big time trouble. Suddenly bishop pair, Judith, and big trouble.
But Rodshtein is always in big time trouble.
Yeah.
I
So is
think that's
Firouzja.
not a surprise.
There's Firouzja.
But bishop e4 is coming, yeah? And the b2 pawn is hanging as well. So is king h1 the only move?
King h1. Maybe I'll just keep half an eye out as well. Sorry, for other games that haven't reached the time control yet. I think they all just reached move 40, so we can chill a bit. But king h1, let's see. Let's say black plays a5. I want to keep this one alive. Potential queen. Alireza the a pawn.
It's not a nice move, looking it from the white side. Well,
Pair.
Lost.
Yeah, you can play b3, but
Rook b2.
yeah, rook b2. I kind of didn't want to allow knight d4, but
Knight d4, you're right. But what about rook d3?
Oh yeah, that's that's even more clinical.
I'm not sure. Maybe the to keep the knight out is more important than any of the pawns, because king h2.
Oh, okay. King h2.
Bishop c2 was also possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to let back the knight.
Yeah, keep this knight in its cage. Bishop c2 is just over. Can't defend this pawn, and power of the bishops. Alireza on fire. He's going to win. Should we do a quick roundup actually of the top 10 boards then, just to see how they all stand after move 40?
Yeah, great idea.
Okay, so Gukesh, the bar back in the middle, shockingly. And Rodshtein, of course, big trouble against Alireza Firouzja. Board 3 between Frederick Svane and Nodebek Abdusattorov looks level from afar. Level pawns. Rook endgame should be a draw. Giri, level endgame, probably, although he's probably on the better side of things. And Demchenko on the bottom row, still going, but totally winning now against Sam Shankland. Extra rook for bishop in the endgame.
Yeah, yesterday we were discussing all kind of endgames. Well, this is not the one which you have to spend time being accurate.
Yeah. Maybe if the pawns were further down the board, like black pawn on a4, bishop on b3, then it might even be a draw.
Did you ever have that endgame?
Never, but I've analyzed a little bit like many years ago. Probably 10 years ago.
But you know what? I'm going to ask you a nasty question.
Oh,
I don't know what's the answer.
Okay,
yeah,
go for it.
It's already on a5. So white pawn on a3, black pawn on a4, black bishop on b3. What's the evaluation of that? I remember that one, like when the black pawn on a3 and bishop on b2, that's lost. Anywhere your king. I even played once in Reykjavik when I was 12 years old, and I won that game. Because there is a Zugzwang, not enough place for the bishop. But when the pawn is on a4, bishop on b3,
I'm going to make it happen.
Okay.
Okay, I'll play some random moves, so everyone ignore me.
B6, yeah. Okay, so you see it's a draw.
Yeah. I would have, I got out of guessing that. I probably would have guessed
but
more,
I think there is some win. If the king is on b8 and you can put the king there, that's winning because of some Zugzwang, maybe.
Probably.
Like white king on the, like just go king b6.
Okay.
King b6, king d7. No. That's not the way I would like to do it.
Okay.
I want king b6, king d7, rook d2, king c8, rook d4, and it's Zugzwang. Right? Yes. So when the king is blocked there, then it's still you don't have enough space for the bishop. But I think when the king is out on the king side, it's a draw. The only thing you have to be watching after that, if king b5 and rook a4, your king is still reaching back to c8.
Yeah. So, for example, situation like this, if your king is too far away, king f7 is not a good move. But let's say
bishop b3 we have to have.
Yeah. How did I get the bishop to b3 earlier?
Let's play bishop c4.
Okay, let's go like this. Thanks, Judith. Let's say, yeah, the king has to be like within the f file, within this square. When oh no, wait, it's still fine.
No, now rook a4.
Yeah, it has to be within the f file.
Yeah.
In order to get across.
Yeah, but for example, here I think it's enough to know what is the line. For example, what you said, when the king has to be within the f file. But the pawn already a5 and bishop on b4. I think that's a draw.
Yeah.
Also, there are some positions where it's okay. Game over.
Game over. Just to show the final position. Nice zugzwang. For example, king e7. I mean, king c7 wins. Probably everything wins, but you could show like lots of zugzwangs, as pointed out by Bick, our producer. That's a nice one. Black losing a piece. Sorry, Judith. Yeah, it's one of those endgames, right, that we need to know, but this one was the easier version.
Absolutely. So what else we have? Lot of games are finishing around the time control, as we see today. And then what do we have there? How is Arjun doing? That was a roller coaster game.
Still is. Still going.
Still is? But who is better this time? Because each time we come back, it's like yesterday, the Ali Reza game. Even more. It was more extreme today with the Arjun's game.
Yeah. I'm seeing that Black has an extra piece. Black has an extra knight in that game, unless I'm counting wrong. But somehow the eval bar says it's only slightly worse for white.
Yeah, what is incredible today in Arjun's game is that there were so many moments, I think, that visually we would judge it simply dead winning, right? There were several positions where we stopped at this game, looking and analyzing the middle game, where it was clear that Black should be dead lost. Missing the black square, bishop on g7, king was on g7, white queen was around h6. It was so clear that white should be having a winning position. It's ups and downs, and here also we would think, right? If there is no bar, we would think, okay, Black is just winning.
Yeah, exactly. I guess white might be able to eliminate both pawns and then a piece down. I don't know what rook, knight, and bishop versus rook and bishop should be. Maybe some drawing chances there.
But I think one of the question is whether can you eliminate both of the pawns exchanging one pair of rooks also, or all the rooks are going to be on the board?
You need at least one pair off with white, right, to defend against some potential attacks. And okay, he's taken the H pawn. Oof.
Look at that. You see, it was not a good decision.
Accuracy in this game is okay. 85 sounds like a decent accuracy, but maybe at the top level in a long classical game, it's not ideal.
So what's the idea of white? King g7 going back rook b4?
Yep, I guess.
And then what? Rook g6 simply.
Yeah, and the blue arrow.
No. Rook c5.
Oh yeah, wow. So okay, let's what's the difference, Judith? King g7, king g8. The bar
maybe something with bishop b7 threat. Because then rook c7 check comes.
Okay, so maybe not this. Due to wait.
Yeah, because rook b7 is a problem.
Rook b7.
Bishop b7, rook c7, and exchange everything on b7, right?
Exchange everything to draw. So maybe you move the rook first. Oof. Maybe king g7 is... Wait, why is king g8 better?
Because of the 7th rank.
Yeah. So
now bishop b7.
But now I take this one.
No, rook b6. Knight d7, rook b7.
Yeah. Check. Wow.
So wherever we put the king, it's going to be bad. This is the bottom line right now.
Rook b4. Let's say black. Oh my god, this is this is hard. This is where the players spend 25 minutes on the clock. We have to try and figure out in 2 minutes what they're
Maybe knight a4. What do you think about knight a4?
Ah, so now there's no rook check to get out of the way. So rook takes. That is beautiful.
This is it. We found it.
Wow. Okay, so no checks allowed on the 7th rank. Arjun's going to see that. Arjun's definitely going to see that.
I also think so, that king g8 he's going to be playing.
Like, there've been a lot of mistakes, but the fact that he's paused, king g7 is like the hand move on a dart square, but it's more important. And yeah, with the black b pawn, it's winning.
No, I think king g8 is very logical, and you can come to the conclusion to go there because there are different occasions to go bishop b7 and then rook c7 check. But knight a4 is not so obvious, especially if you start looking bishop g7, bishop b7. But I think he will find it.
And before we leave this game with Arjun now in the driver's seat, we should go back and mention, because John alerted us during the break to a really cool opportunity back in the middle game here. The blue arrow gives it away, but John, I would love to hear your thoughts on, I mean, firstly, how you expressed this idea, rook d4, which would have given here Martirosyan a huge advantage.
I think how to express the thoughts is much better than asking for my analysis, because I was leafing through this game trying to understand the position as best I can myself, and when I saw that blue arrow, I think my reaction was, there is no way on God's green earth. That's the polite version of what I thought, by the way. That could possibly be the best move. This is the on pre-attack. Everything can get taken. I just do not comprehend how that can possibly be the best move. I understand that there are plenty of situations where sacrificing material to blockade can be a good move, like can be a feasible move. What surprised me about this, though, is that it is apparently just by far and away the best move. And I looked at that. I'm going to be honest, David, I still don't understand. I've got the engine on and I still don't get it. So someone's going to have to explain this to me because I'm out.
David, let's try to figure out why rook d4 is good.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we would never find it ever right over the board, Judith.
Well, one of the things is that if the knight from e6 takes to d4, then g6, right?
Threatening mate, so takes.
Takes.
And
simply bishop g5.
Yes, bishop g5, yeah.
So I also get that in principle, but it's not like knight takes rook on d4 is forced either. So it's, yeah, it's... This is just incredible.
I mean, this one's hanging. Everything's hanging.
But you know, it was not over yet where you stopped, I think.
Okay, we'll continue this variation. Knight takes this rook.
Yeah, just for the g6 takes, bishop g5 takes knight e1. And I was thinking that is it possible that queen h6 and knight d5 is the win?
Whoa. Or knight d5 first. I'm not sure which one.
Or knight d5 first.
Boom.
What?
Oh. This is only, what is this, an 8-move variation? And counting. This is beautiful.
Coming in. Knight g2, queen g6, knight f6.
Yeah. I like how you just highlighted the knight fork on f6, by the way, David. Because at this point of the game, I'm going, I've sacrificed enough material. I don't even care if there's an exchange up on the board. God knows how much material you've given away to get to this position. But this is, it's not just this is beautiful. This is one variation that's beautiful. And thanks to the eval bar showing us that rook d4 is the best move, there must be God knows how many variations where, oh yeah, this can play out differently because it's not forced. And in every single one, white has resource to win. That's insane.
Yeah, I'm still
David,
struggling to.
Do you understand?
We'll be here all day.
Probably.
No, queen h7 and queen d7.
Yeah, and then the bar
we
drops.
We give away the win.
How is this not winning? I mean, winning, but
it's winning, but not as much as it should.
Yeah. I mean, where's the win? Oh, this is
Maybe just knight e8,
98, rook e8.
queen f6,
Queen f6.
king g2, and then it's completely no harmony in between. No. No, I dropped
It's
it.
not going to be something
wait.
like g5. No way. No way.
No,
G5.
e6, queen g6, queen d6,
Ah.
queen d4.
Yeah,
What about that?
check.
And queen
now
d4.
this is trapped, pretty much.
And you pick up 2 knight. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, knight e1, queen e4, yeah? No, then knight d3.
And then we come back on the carousel.
And then e6, yeah?
Yeah.
e6
probably.
immediately.
Well, same, yeah.
Okay, and only 12 moves.
Yeah, this was a 16-move variation from rook d4. So
And I should point out, like, it's not like the entire line is forced or anything like that. So I'll bow out at this point after you guys have explored that. I suspect you don't want to take a look at the other 128 lines that we have to double check to make sure that all of this is forcing. But yeah, just an incredible moment here in this game.
yeah. And just to point out, the other rook, if it's taken, since the rook on d4 pins, threatening knight f6, and this is very good for white as well. But yeah, just to mention, so for anyone who wants to enjoy chess tactics and wants to calculate, put themselves through some paces, and learn about dynamism, this game was definitely full of instructive moments. So we'll go back to the live board. King g8, of course, found by Arjun. We talked about that. No more checks on the 7th rank, and probably now just a big advantage for the Indian superstar.
Well, actually, Arjun had these kind of games previously in his career. That it's very complicated, a lot of calculation, very dangerous. He might be on the edge of losing. At the same time, he's always bouncing back and going back and forth. And at the end, he wins, right? And this scenario can happen today as well.
Yeah, the madman. That's why he has the nickname. And in the meantime, there's been a draw on board 3 between Svane and Abdusattorov. So Abdusattorov drops his first points of the tournament. It's a good result for both, I think, very stable game. Abdusattorov was actually maybe in some small trouble earlier, so nice save.
And we have another draw.
Oof.
Giri couldn't convert his advantage, what he had after the opening.
Mm-hmm. He was up a pawn for like 80% of that game, it felt like. But this was the final position and just couldn't hold on to one of these 2 pawns. Level material. Active black king. Good enough for Salem Salah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game by Salem, yeah?
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed though, Judith, Anish. Maybe like feeling like he maybe dropped half a point. He had some chances a bit earlier on.
Yeah, at the same time, he cannot complain much. He has 1.5 out of 2. It's a good start. Maybe he was expecting more from his opening preparation. But definitely it was not an easy and it was not a clear pawn up, right? There was compensation for the whole time with black. It's just, yeah, he wanted more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. So this game ended in a draw. That means there's only 3 games still ongoing on the top 10 boards. And if chat wants to get their poll correct, that means there cannot be any further decisive results. There's already been 3 on those top 10 boards, I believe. Should we go back to Gukesh, Judith, just to quickly update ourselves?
Oh, absolutely. Because we had some moves there after King d5, Bishop f6, yes.
Yeah. And okay, what do you make of this position? Who would you rather be, first of all? After a bit of calculation, maybe. But
generally, at first sight, I want to be with black because I love this kind of blockades with king on d5, knight on c4. Mm-hmm. Now let's talk about how it is objectively. Right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what's the idea for white after g takes h5. Mm-hmm. Is there any danger on the 7th rank playing rook g7? But I don't see it. Mm-hmm. So I would think rook g8 comes.
Yeah.
You know what? There is a very beautiful line. Rook f6 maybe works. You know,
Whoa.
maybe rook f6 is a draw. Rook f6, ef6, rook e2. If king b1, then check. Oops, mouse slip. So if king b1, rook e1. If king b3, a4.
Mm-hmm. Wow, nice. That is beautiful, Judith. You've been doing your in-game studies. Rook takes pawn. Checkmate. Wow.
Yeah.
And king takes, yeah. Only black can win now. That is, wow, that's very cool, that variation. So, wait, does that mean... Well, it's not a threat yet while the white rook
G takes h5. What to do with white? That's the question. Black, I want to go rook g8 next.
I'm still so shocked Gukesh went for this. Like, I understand he might the variation was a draw, but this one, I don't know, it doesn't feel like you're guaranteeing any winning chances at all. Like, I don't know.
Can you imagine how frustrated he must be? He's playing a good game. I mean, basically from move 15, he had the upper hand, I think. Right?
Yeah.
In the very beginning, it was not so perfect. But let's say from somewhere move 15, 16, from there on, he was grinding it all the way, playing this beautiful breakthrough with g5. And then there is two paths, and somehow he chooses the wrong one. And intuitively, of course, he would be choosing the other one if it's a blitz game of bullet chess, right? Then they choose the other one.
Yeah. For those of you just joining us at home, we'll just show like knight f6 just 2 moves ago was winning pretty much immediately. This was move 40. He only had a minute left, a minute and a half to calculate. Knight f6 would have won after bishop takes knight. Rook takes pawn is promising as well, but that's maybe more difficult. But bishop takes. If he got here move 41 with 50 minutes on his clock, he would have found bishop takes pawn, and white is just winning. Instead, as Judith said, 50-50. And I have a feeling he spent the whole time calculating knight f6, Judith, and he couldn't see the win in this variation, rook takes and then knight takes e5 that you pointed out. And then last few seconds, he's like, this doesn't work. Bishop takes g5 instead. I have a feeling that's how it transpired.
But I have a question. Instead of bishop g5, this line with knight f6, bishop f6, you told me that bishop h6 also wins.
Yeah, that was just me peeking at the computer. But I think I would want to calculate this one first.
I understand, but after bishop h6, what happens if bishop g7?
Ooh, wow. Wow, that's cool. Bishop take.
Rook f2.
Yeah.
And then we get something very similar, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Because bishop g7, rook f2, king b1, or king b3. You want to go king b3?
Yeah, I'm tempted. Okay, let's say king b1. I think king b3 though, maybe.
I think probably king b3 is better. Your intuition is good. But
because now the difference might be that like rook takes a2, I can take a pawn with check, and in the other line king b1, yeah, I don't take it with check, right?
True, because of check, and after that takes and gh5. This is that was my plan. Yeah, but you have to calculate all this, right?
It's a lot to calculate, but I don't know, I'm just so surprised by him because what happens in the game is very like, I don't know, it's impossible to calculate. He's played rook g7, by the way.
Rook g7.
Immediate draw. Wow. Wow. Gukesh. He's going to be, yeah, like you said, so annoyed at himself. Had it in his hands. Not an easy win, as Kaz says there in our chat, but yeah, I think very, very findable knight f6 and then pause. Mull over the options.
I'm curious what black will choose, by the way. Is rook f6 the best move? I don't know. But I would probably do it because I would be happy with the draw. Spending so much time on this game, and I was so close, suffering.
Yeah, Erdogmus, I think he's going to be happy with the draw as well. Like playing the world champion probably for the first time in classical chess. With Black losing the kind of 50% of the game, he's been lost. Why not bail out now?
But he's 14 years old and optimistic.
Yeah.
Don't
He's
forget
not like
that.
us.
It's long time ago we've been there.
Yeah.
But if you
He hasn't been
remember
scarred.
yourself, you
Mm,
remember yourself and you're 14.
yeah.
I think I played with you much later.
Yeah, I think we played when
You
I was
were
like in my early 20s, maybe.
20s, no? But
Yeah.
you're so focused and concentrated and go for it and play until the very end.
True. It was only in my like mid 20s, 26, 27, I was like, oh, I'm afraid now. I lost too many games in my life. Don't want it to happen again and start making passive decisions.
Yeah, but Erdogmus is 14, full of optimism.
Yeah. Current champ versus future champ, Little Blue Jay thinks. Yeah.
Because Rook G8 is also possible.
I think against a lower rated opponent, he would definitely play Rook G8. Like, keep it going. Why not? This Rook on A2 is so silly. So bad.
And why not Rook G8 against a stronger player?
Yeah, just because there's an immediate draw and White has 3 connected fast pawns. Yeah, I guess Rook G8, like, yeah, actually, there's no real downside that I see.
Because maybe White wanted to go Rook G7 and says, okay, let's make a draw and finish this day for today.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just checking the computer, Judith. Even King E4 apparently is equal, and then ideas of Knight E3 check.
And I'm not sure that Gukesh would be happy if King E4 or Rook G8 happens. And what about Rook G8? What does the computer say?
Everything's
Is it
equal.
also okay?
Everything's equal. But it's just who's on the better side of equal if the game continues. That's the question.
Rook G8, Rook D7, King C6, I believe, right?
Probably, yeah.
Or,
to show it on the board.
Can we go King E4 also?
Oof, the bar goes in Black's favor. King E4. Let's go.
This kid will go Rook G8.
Yeah. King B3, King D3. Or maybe. Oh wait, Judith. Sorry, Rook B8 first. Oh, checkmate. Next move. Oh, no.
The kid will go Rook G8, you know? He will go Rook G8.
You've talked me into it. I don't think there's that much risk attached, actually.
I talked you into it, right? Now you like Rook G8. Now that King E4 and Rook B8 and all this stuff is in there.
Who wants to draw as Black against the world champion when you can beat the world champion, right? Like, come on, Rook G8.
Well, you know how difficult it is. You play the whole game right, and then you slip in one move. And suddenly you realize that, oh my God, this knight on c4, king in d5 is just killing me. And I'm the one who has to be careful.
Yeah. It's the ultimate blockade.
So actually, what's the best move on Rook G8?
Yeah, probably. And that's the way. Often the computer says, like, everything's equal. Like, just keeping the game going, setting some traps for the opponent. That's enough to kind of... I mean, this one's dead equal. It's immediately over. Draw. But if White has to be accurate after Rook G8, then definitely play it. Oh, yeah, I think Rook G8. It's gonna be...
It was not so difficult to convince you, David.
he
went Rook F6.
Yeah. If I said Rook F6 is definitely going to happen, he would have played Rook G8. That's just how commentary works. Like, that's how.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to be a draw. One takes Rook. Just to show it to the audience one more time. Oh, actually, the players are playing it. We're going to see the king go back.
Magnus would have played Rook G8 when he was 13, 14. No?
Yeah. Agree. Yeah, I think Magnus would have. Firouzja definitely would. Gukesh,
Yeah.
probably if colors were reversed, would play rook g8 as well. Even against Magnus.
Interesting to listen them.
Mhm.
What they have in mind after the game.
Yeah.
It was some interesting ideas towards the end.
Yeah, beautiful geometry somehow. Like this whole rook takes f6 is quite a unique pattern on its own. Yeah, just to remind everyone, king b3 walks into a4 check. But yeah, it's just the blockade is beautiful. Some of those tactics were quite cool as well along the way. Really nice game, but ultimately it's going to end all square. Gukesh going to drop half a point. And there we go. Confirmed. Gukesh held to a draw by 14-year-old Yagiz Khan Erdogmus. Wow. Judith, how impressed are you with well, I was going to say the kid, but that's patronizing. How impressed are you with Erdogmus there?
I'm kind of impressed the way he played today. I mean, he had not an easy game, and it was clear that it was not comfortable. Very difficult because he was pressed basically from move 15 until move almost 39. But he made some mistakes, of course, at some point. But it was clear that the knight on c4 gave incredible power to Black's position. And then he fought after g5. He didn't collapse. He fought well. He made some good moves, though he didn't have to make so many decisions after g5.
Yeah,
it was lucky from this perspective that basically it was Gukesh who had to make the decisions, and he went in the wrong one. But definitely to make this kind of draw against the 27 60 player world champion with a strong character, there is a lot ahead of him.
Yeah, promising times ahead for Turkey. Many strong grandmasters coming through over there. Let's move over to board 2, which is still going. And this was the 2 bishops scenario. We were talking about Firouzja on the brink of victory. Maybe just one last pitfall to avoid. White is threatening knight takes f5 with some checkmating ideas. How to win this game now?
Yeah, there is one chance for white, but maybe bishop d6.
Yeah.
But maybe, yeah, bishop d6, rook goes away, bishop g3, and after knight f5 takes bishop h4.
Oh, that's cool. I'll show that. Here, bishop d6, it's happening. Rook d7, for example. Yeah,
Knight was
looks
played
like
already.
yeah, looks like white's about to deliver checkmate, but nope. Bishop takes h4 and comes out.
And after rook d4?
Oh, rook d4. Can I push?
Yeah.
Take.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a check.
Done.
Okay, so it looks like the game will be done. Alireza will be
away.
board 1. He'll be top board tomorrow. The highest seed to win.
Well, tomorrow we may see a Firouzja Pragnananda game, let's say. Which could be the final game of the tournament as well, but we may see something like that. Possible.
Yeah.
But maybe Makshud Lu also an option because he also won.
Mike Zudlu, Demchenko also won. He's on 100%, I believe.
Yeah.
Defeated Hare Krishna and Sam Shankland. Yeah, this looks very good. Okay, let's go to another game that I've been tipped off about. Jeffrey Zhong against Vincent Keimer, where there's been a huge blunder just in the last couple of moves. I'll take us back one move. King e3. Apparently this position is still a draw with accurate play, although black's definitely the one under pressure. But he mistakenly pushed his pawn to f5, Judith. And double question mark appears. Rook takes a7. Why is this a big blunder?
Probably because of
Rook takes b5.
rook
you want?
a8.
Yeah.
Isn't it rook a8 and you can't
wait.
hide with your king?
Oh my gosh, that's just
Because the rook knight pawn on f7, king f6 hiding, right? And you have not enough time.
and now there's just always a check.
Oh.
And the well-known tactic, if you go back to try and block any checks, the white rook comes across.
What a painful moment for Jing.
Yeah, Jeffrey. Oof. Took me a second as well because it just looks so innocuous, but white is just one move tempo too fast.
Oh.
Oh god, he's going to be kicking himself. It's just over immediately. Rook a8, nothing to do. a7 and rook move somewhere, or rook check. Yeah, so anything else, just to show, like, if he just waited, like king f6. Okay, king f6 apparently loses well. I guess white's too fast here. Not so easy to draw this game, but king e3, if, let's say we just compare quickly. Yeah, rook a8 now, it's very different, as you said, Judith. King f6. Or king
Yeah,
e7.
hiding is good.
Hiding
there
is good.
with the king.
No checks.
But actually, I don't understand. On king f6, we're also losing because of king d3?
Yeah, king f6 loses to king d3. Probably you just move the rook, right? Or, wait, king d4. Wait, you can just give checks from behind, I think. If the king comes forward, you just keep checking. Yes. White can't get in.
No, but you said on king f6, what was the problem?
King f6.
Because after king d3 and king e6?
King e6, king...
King c3, rook b1.
3, rook b1.
But maybe you just take on a7 and rook b7?
Mm-hmm.
a7?
a7.
And king b4 comes.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the difference if the king is...
If the king is on e3? Or...
Yeah, what's the difference? King d4.
King d4. Does black ever go king d6 or probably not? Okay, let's check. Oh wait, that's yeah, easy to blunder here. That's my excuse. Probably it's the same thing now. The king goes back to c3, right? Okay, how does black hold this?
What does he want? King f5, giving up the f7 and king g4, or what?
So, okay, king e3. So I mean, yeah, Jeffrey's blunder is heartbreaking, but...
Can you go king f5?
King f5? And rook takes pawn.
No.
No.
f6.
Wait,
f6.
Oh, wait, yeah, there's a difference, right? Oh my god, yeah, so take.
f6, because then you have the king on f5.
Hide the king from the checks. Shield the king. Oof, that's hard, but findable once you see that f5 loses. Oof. He spent 5 minutes on f5. He had, what is it, around 40 minutes he blundered with f5.
And if after f6, king d3, I think you just go king f5, right? But maybe no, maybe that doesn't work. But maybe you can go king d5 simply.
Okay.
Can we go king d5?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's close enough to the pawn now not to worry about these. Yeah. I think you just come back. Just in time to get back.
Ooh. And is the king f5 also draws after f6, king d3?
Okay, let's check. King f5. Nope.
No.
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy. Because probably because of king c3, king c4, and king goes all the way to b8.
Yeah. All the checks and
David, chess is difficult.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. There's a reason. There's a reason we're sat here and not enduring the stress of chess.
We should
on the
ask
board.
John. What do you think about it? Is chess difficult, or we
I think
only
chess
we
is
think that
difficult,
way?
guys. That's my comprehensive analysis there. Chess is difficult. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's rough. It's tough. It's it's not for the faint-hearted. Chess. That's all. I mean, he found the right idea. That's what's heartbreaking about it. He realized he needed to push his pawn to get his king active, but yeah, he pushed it one square too far and couldn't use it as shelter for his king to step in front of. That's
I've got
so
a-
harsh. Like, yeah, that's
I've got a question for both of you.
or Jeffrey.
Well, and maybe for Jeffrey, but
Yeah,
there's
Vincent, he
heart-
finds the key to the position.
heartbreaking chess moments. Judith, can you think of an example or a story you'd like to share? Maybe a moment in your career that was particularly heartbreaking, or like a difficult moment where you missed something that you normally wouldn't miss? Because this happens in chess all the time, right? And this must be what Jeffrey's feeling to an extent.
You don't want to remember things. No, I don't remember. I'm sure I had it. I mean, I'm sure I had games where I missed a move. It's very painful, especially end games. Especially end games when they are. You think it's drawish, and you're playing it, and you're there and sitting. You know it should be a draw. You know it's a draw. And then you know exactly that one inaccuracy, and then maybe and I remember, for example, I can't remember now of one that I missed, but I remember the incredible satisfaction when I made the draw with Kramnik in Vaikanze. I think it was 2003, which is a huge event for me. And I ended up, he played the Sveshnikov, the Pelican, and I ended up with such a difficult, different color bishop endgame, and I made it. I made the draw after, like, we were lost, I think, 7 hours. The restaurants were almost closed, but it was like satisfying, like if I won the game.
See, David, I think that's the difference between Judith and so many other players. Judith remembers the hard-fought victories, and she's struggling to remember, whereas I seem to be able to remember every failure over the chessboard and at a tournament. And I should just be focusing more on the positive, shouldn't I? It's so easy to let one bad move or one bad result ruin your tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're so selective chess players with our memories, right? Like, some of us focus on those heartbreak things. We have these bad beat stories, and it's in our head. We can't get it out. But yeah, the best players, they always remember those little nuggets. Those great feelings, the emotions attached to the wins, and that inspires them to keep going and keep stay hungry for more.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a couple of those coming up on the board, so I'll let you guys get back to it. We can share bad beat stories another time, I'm sure. The tournament is long. There's plenty of time for us to do that. Let's get back into the action, because it looks like quite a few games are about to record decisive results.
Yeah, and I've taken us over to the Women's Grand Prix here, where on board one, I mean, it's been the tournament of upsets already, but board one, it looks like Bibisara Asalbayeva, one of the top seeds, is in huge trouble, Judith. It's a classic bishop versus knight, pawns on both sides of the board. Feels like Zugzwang in the air. Some pawn endgame transitions as well. So do you see any hope of Bibisara surviving here?
Well, before we enter into the details of the endgame, I saw Bibisara not long time ago, and she's a big fighter. Yesterday, she won a very convincing game in round one. And regarding Vantika, she was one of the few girls who came to Hungary, and I was training with her for 2 weeks. And I see her that she's incredibly dedicated. She has such a fighting spirit and work ethic, and so I'm not surprised that she was part of the Olympic team, winning several gold medals when it was the Chess Olympiad in Budapest. And since then also she made some great results, I think. So Bibisara is in big trouble, because white is going to be capturing the f5, and after that the h5 will be very weak. And the other problem is for black, actually, that probably it's going to be a Zugzwang, That's the biggest problem for black, right? King moves away, bishop f5, and actually it's Zugzwang. White doesn't even have to go after the h5 pawn.
Yeah, nowhere for the knight to go. I guess you can try going to d7.
Ah.
But maybe now your plan, Judith? Like bishop round.
I'm not even sure that bishop takes d7 is not winning, and king d4.
d4, yeah.
But maybe it's is it the draw?
Bar says
king e7, king e7, king e3.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just going around. King f4, king e6, king e4.
Yeah. Boom. You got me in the opposition.
e7, king e7, king f5, and g6.
Yeah. And if I go to d7, you go, I mean, both ways probably win, but d5. And... Oh, wait.
No, king
we
d5,
go around.
king c7. That's also win, because g6.
Yeah. This is also win. Yeah. And this pawn drops. Okay, so it is actually Zugzwang in this position coming up. Yeah.
Well, small calculation is still needed, but Vantika is capable for that.
Yeah. So what about... Oh, okay, yeah. So bishop here, black goes back, and knight g6 goes
but
for this.
No, I go, sorry, I go knight e5.
Knight e5 is the better way.
Knight g6.
Although, yeah, maybe white can still like cage the knight.
Yeah, everything wins, you're right.
Yeah, and then some real issues.
But it's interesting that she played a good game, I believe, right?
Looks clean, looks smooth. I haven't seen all of it like non-stop, but maybe some small inaccuracies, but she's had a small advantage for most of it.
Yeah, it's like she was the one who was pressing the whole time, I believe.
Yeah. This is just over immediately. King e7's been played, bishop f5 and knight e6. What's the cleanest path to victory here?
What's the cleanest?
So taking the knight doesn't... I don't love the idea that I have to calculate there. Black gets a protected pass pawn. Probably not the way to go.
Is king c6 also win? Or that's exaggeration?
Yeah. Blunder into victory. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Blunder the knight fork. And...
Knight d4, king b6, knight f5, king c7.
I guess black comes around.
Yes, and knight d6, knight c5.
Yeah. Knight c5, and yeah, you don't want to calculate this with white, I guess. b7, maybe even knight.
Well, the thing is, I think that and d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't blunder, but she played bishop e4, king d7.
Will she go round now? Similar to how we discussed.
The only difference is that the king is already on d7, not on d7. We had the king on c7. Maybe it's a different. So bishop f3, knight f4, king e4, knight g6. No, king is on e4 already.
Yeah.
Takes on f7.
Looks good. Bishop f3 played. Knight g7. Last try.
Once I had a very nice endgame. I was very proud of that. Playing, I think, in France, in Aix-les-Bains, 2011 against Mamedov. And it was similar, but with the bishop. He had also a white bishop, not a knight.
Okay.
Going here, going there, entering here, entering there, and eventually, the cat and mouse game.
And you caught the mouse.
I caught the mouse.
You laid the trap. You laid the trap. the cheese in.
Well, in these positions, there are so many Zugzwang positions, right? Now again.
Yeah, just bishop d1 or something.
Yeah, knight f5. Knight f5, bishop h5, exactly.
Maybe knight e6 is the waiting move.
But after knight e6, king e4, knight g7. And then what?
Yeah, knight e6, king e4, knight g7. Must still be winning, but...
No, now maybe, you know what? Bishop f3.
You wait.
King.
Maybe e6?
King e6, bishop g2.
You're coming around.
Check on h3 and king c7. Now g6 wins.
Oof, nice. I mean, the knight. Although after g6, maybe king e7. Nah.
Takes on f7. Maybe now I can sacrifice, yeah?
Yeah, probably you can.
Takes on c5.
Yeah, and the b pawn promotes. She's getting closer to victory here, Vantika. She might have to be a bit careful, show some finesse. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's just quickly go to another game that I'm being told is quite exciting, and that is a very different type of position. That's between Lu Miaoyi and Marcel Efroimsky. Queen versus a lot of material. Judith, is this a fortress?
Well, if I don't get mate with black, it is. I will try to sneak out with my king once the queen wants to go back to the 8th rank.
So as soon as the white queen comes.
Maybe. Well, the problem is for white, he cannot play g4 because of bishop e2. Look at how funny it is. g4, it's black to move. But if it would be white to move, g4, bishop e2, g f5 check, e takes f5 check.
Check.
Yeah.
To the queen.
Check and check in return.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe white can set it up. Oh, not easy.
No, but the thing is, if black king can come out from g6 all the way to g4, f3, black is better. So if you ask me which color I would be playing with, I'm not sure. But e5 I don't like.
Yeah, me neither. No more fortress.
I don't like e5. I would have played bishop e2. And sneak out with the king.
Yeah, why not actually? Just to show that bishop b2. We have to.
Look at the bar. Look at the bar.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not by chance. Yeah. King h5, king g4.
Yeah. I was a bit scared of like king f7, but just g5 and king's going to be super safe.
It's black who is playing for a win.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I think she's not in the mindset of playing for a win, it feels like. Fair enough. That's black. But e5, it does feel like you're breaking the fortress somehow.
Yeah. At the same time, maybe it's also not a bad idea. But I would rather keep it on e6. Okay, so e5.
She's setting a trap. Like if white either takes or goes king f8 first, like king f8.
But king f8. But hold on, after king f8, I didn't have bishop b5.
Yeah, I wanted to do it the other way, but then white has a check on the g file, so bishop b5 first. You could jump over the pawn. It's mate. Maybe white has to do something drastic now. g4.
Or queen g2.
Queen.
Nice. Queen g2 threatening with queen b2.
Yeah. Queen. Wow, that's beautiful. Queen g2. And then it's like, yeah, all these discovered checks just changing the game. Okay, what's your prediction? Wow, king f8 was played very quickly. Brave. What's your prediction here, Judith? Is it going to be a draw eventually?
Whew, that's a tough call. Time is very limited for the players, right? So blunders are in the air. I think this game is for 3 results. This is what I can tell you.
Yeah.
Because you can blunder so easily, like, bishop b5 and then checkmate. Or even d4 can be a move with black. I mean, even here, bishop e2 is kind of a threat, and still I would have this idea to come with the king to h5, but I also feel a little instability with e5, because if bishop e2 and king h5, white can take on on e5, rook e5, queen f4, and you're pushing away the rook, and the f5 pawn you're losing, right? So it's easy to blunder because the fortress is broken.
Yeah. Don't touch pawns if you want to build a fortress. That's the rule. King f8. Yeah, I don't know whose side is easier to play, to be honest. I think probably still the queen. But
now I would be more happy with the queen, but before e5 I wouldn't.
Agree. Should be 5 queen g2. Both sides are down to 1.5 minutes.
Is that the best move? Queen g2?
I'll turn on the all-seeing engine. Bishop b5 apparently is one of the best. Bishop b2 and bishop b5. So not actually to touch anything here. And queen g2, top move. Nice. So that
yeah, but it means that white is in danger. White is the one who has only moves. I'm pretty sure that white blundered bishop b5 because it's not an easy move after king f8.
Well, check out this line, Judith. Queen f2. If not e2, which is totally fine. Queen f2, e takes f4, threatening mate. White has to go in now. King h5, take the bishop, take the pawn. And who's better? Like king on g4, push that pawn. Push.
I would be scared with white.
I'd be terrified with white. Yeah. Probably still a draw. Probably you can give some perpetual, like king g4. You can start checking.
Yeah, but it's white who has to fight for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Not fun. Not fun at all. She plays d4, which you mentioned, and I also was tempted by. I think you have to take on e5 now. Like, you can't take the d4 pawn because now black is really threatening, like bishop f7, bishop b5. Some mating.
Yeah, but you can go queen a3. Run after your life.
Can you? Bishop f7?
Bishop f7 and rook e6. Oof. But okay, white has 13 seconds. It's just impossible. If she has to make 10 more moves with this time control, I think it's 90% that white is losing.
Yeah, but f takes e5 is clever. She spotted that d3. She can meet with g4, I think.
Bishop is.
Yeah. And then the d3 pawn at least will. Oh, d3. Now she has to play g4, surely. The idea is to get the queen out. Oh, wait, is g4? Maybe just take it. I forgot the rook still defends the bishop after queen c6. This is getting crazy. This is getting really hairy, this position.
Wow.
I think I would take black.
I think it's easy to play with black. I'm not saying black cannot blunder, but I think that it's white has to be more precise. I mean, black can simply queen the d pawn, right? Black can give checkmate after bishop f7. So rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5.
Queen d4, rook e4, queen g7, king h5.
Okay, just to show. And the king is going to come and help, if anything. Oh, wait, is there some stalemate? Wait. Oh, no.
No,
I'm still
g4.
G4. G4. Yes.
Queen g6. That's so funny.
Yes. Thanks for helping me.
Entertaining ourselves. Hopefully our audience also feels that way.
Let me check. Is that the only way, though? Like, in this position, g4. G4's well, it's not the only move, but
No, and after g4, I go rook g4.
yeah,
If I'm not
g4.
collaborating with you.
Oh, boo.
But I would. If you could play g4, I would collaborate because it's so beautiful.
Look at that beauty. Stalemate.
Absolutely.
Only a rook, bishop and 2 pawns down.
But do you think you would see these things when you have 23 seconds, you go down, queen d4, and we're heading to this?
Yeah. If that's the end of the game, they both deserve a pat on the back. That would be a fitting ending. Like, it feels like a draw is a fair result. End it in stalemate. None of this perpetual check nonsense.
Yeah.
So the 50 move perpetual check, like, we'll get to move 100 and it's finally a draw, or they stalemate each other.
Yeah, but the problem is that after rook g4, probably black is just winning. Don't you think so?
Yeah, the bar said 0, but I mean, black's the only one who can win, right?
So g4 was good there?
It was the best move.
You're joking. You're kidding.
I mean, I only turned it on for a second. I think there were other moves that were fine, but yeah, I mean, what else for white? Because, I mean, white's definitely not winning. Like, the king is trapped. Like, the pawns can't be pushed. White can never win this game. Like, black's got a perfect boundary. If the white queen ever moves, like, the black king might come in. Probably. This looks way scarier than g4.
Queen d4. But there is nothing else with maybe black blundered queen d4. She goes down.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this just as you mentioned. Like, queen takes c4, she's going to give a check. And then
Check
she's going to
and
give d2.
Incredible. Incredible idea, to be honest.
Look at this. Queen takes bishop. Check. And now d2, and a promotion is forced. Are we going to see a queen endgame? Probably, right? Although queen f7. I don't know why she's taking a risk like this with black. Only a few seconds left. I don't think you're ever winning now. Check.
But this Chinese girl who plays with white, Lu Miaoi, is just 15 years old.
Yeah, she's very young. She's had some great results. I think she scored a Grandmaster norm, if I remember correctly, recently. Let's go back to the game. Okay, we're actually in this position. Yeah, she's beaten some very, very strong players. That's all I remember. Like, very tactical style, very aggressive style.
Maybe I should keep an eye on her, what she's doing in on the chessboard. I see her play for the first time.
Definitely not the last time you'll see that name.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah. And yeah, I think with white, I would start giving some checks just to try and win some pawns.
Queen f7. Yeah. King g5.
G5, but now I can take here, no?
Okay, king there.
I mean, at least now white can go into an endgame.
No, maybe you go queen e5 or something like that, no?
Oh, why? Wow, yeah. That's just over. That's checkmate, right? And
if because king
g5.
If king g5.
Oh wait, you go here, check, and the king has no good
squares.
G6,
king g6, queen b6.
Yeah. And then you stop. Geometry.
But maybe queen e5 is the only win.
Yeah, I'll check that actually. That's very interesting. Queen e5, queen f6, and queen f7 also win, but I think same idea. You check, and then you go to e5.
Yeah.
So wow, okay, so queen f7 would have to force king back. It takes pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, and probably a draw this endgame. Although probably more fun to be white.
Yeah.
Maybe come back with the king. Bring the king across. Let's go back to the game. We actually, wow.
They are here.
They've been making great moves, if they're the moves we
Funny,
finished with.
funny endgame, to be honest.
Yeah, I must admit, it's just my favorite stage of the game, Judith. Like, especially with this type of time control, there's a lot of interesting variations, like beneath the surface. It's so nice to analyze them.
Yeah. Well, probably queen f3 now.
Mm-hmm. F3. This white push.
Oh.
Ooh, apparently a mistake. Wow. Why is that a mistake?
Well, maybe because queen e2, queen f1 was better to stop white pushing the pawn, maybe. Or queen b3, for example, seems to be a nice move.
I'll just quickly check with the engine. Yeah, you're right. Queen b3, best move. I shouldn't have doubted. Queen b3 stops.
Well, I was thinking that white can still go queen e8 check, king h7, queen e4, and then c4. But then queen g3, I think, is a good spot for the queen.
Oh, queen e8 check was played, but c4 would have been apparently just winning. Very hard to stop the pawn. Queen e8 check.
Yes, but as we discussed previously yesterday, I mean, queen endgames. Actually, she makes a good idea because the queen should be in the center, right? The only problem is that the c3 pawn is too far back. It should be at least on c4.
Yeah.
When it's still on the third rank, you know what? Black goes h5 or something similar.
Yeah, and this game's now going to go on for a long time, Judith. So I'm going to take us back very quickly to board 1 in the women's, just before we go back and recap what happened in the open section. This position was where we last left it, with white totally winning with some Zugzwang motifs. If we fast forward to the live position here, black might be about to make a draw. She's run out of pawns. These two white pawns
my God.
gone, and the black king is going to sneak into the corner. Oh, wow.
It's never win until your opponent resigns and signs the score sheet.
Actually, the blunder was just this very moment. Like, in this position, apparently still totally winning, as long as she doesn't allow d5 with the trade. Like, she just
For
needs
example,
to
just goes bishop d5, yeah?
Yeah, bishop d5. Totally lock it. Take this pawn at will and deflect the black king later.
Yeah, but it's not so simple. Knight e5.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good move.
King g5 has to be played because king h5, king f6, and maybe it's a draw. No, it's still a win, but
maybe the white king goes round. One way. But, well, how you play bishop takes, this just feels wrong as well. Bishop takes h5.
Well, I don't know, but you know what's the thing, that after bishop h5, she calculated that knight e5 she doesn't care because of king f5, knight c4, bishop f3 probably, or something like that. No, king g7. Sorry, king g7. King g7, and she comes back with the bishop, or bishop e2, or bishop g8, and she wins.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh.
And she ran out of time. Look at that.
Yeah, move 69, huge blunder. And d5, saving the day.
But what is the clock situation?
Oh, wow. No move? Oh, could we see some drama?
No, I mean, to make a draw, it's one thing, but to lose on time, we've seen that yesterday.
Okay, there was a move.
No. Okay.
Oh, there was a delay. They caught up. I thought it was lightning striking twice. White on board 1 lost on time yesterday. White board 1 here. Like, didn't happen there.
Well, knight b5 and goes back knight d6, e8, f6.
The knight's tour. Just in time, right? Let's just show that knight b5. We're expecting knight d6. Check. And just in time to stop the pawn. Are there any
But
Zugzwangs
hold on. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that there is a Zugzwang option. King e6. King e5. Knight d7.
And knight f6. And I can't cut both of these because of your pawn.
No, you would be winning if there is no pawn on b6.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because then I could just put my bishop on like h3 or c8 or something, cut across this diagonal, and you can't defend. There might still be a twist and turn ahead.
Each day we have an endgame party.
Like free endgame lessons.
Absolutely, all the divers of it, right? Bishop, knight, what the rook endgame lesson by Vincent there. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, and
What another endgame by Lou.
And while these endgames continue, Judah, I'm going to bring back John because I know it's his favorite stage of the day as well, with all the results ticking in.
It absolutely is. It's very exciting to watch how some of these pan out, and I'm aware we have a couple of twists and turns as well after we come back from our final break, so I don't want to miss any of that. What I would say, though, is that the open section has recorded 4 decisive results in the top 10, and there's still one game left to play, which looks like it might be decisive as well. So for those of you who picked 4 or 5 in the earlier poll, it looks like you are going to be the ones that will end up being correct. One of those groups, anyway, will end up being correct. So a very, very feisty day of chess and lots of fighting chess. What I'd like to ask you all now is, when we come back from this next break, in the first 5 minutes when we come back, are we going to see a result flip? Are we going to see a result that should have been a win for white suddenly become a win for black, or vice versa, purely because we're getting into that stage of the day where there's an awful lot of time trouble going on? Stay tuned, refresh your drink, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the conclusion of today's FIDE Grand Swiss.
You know, I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional, and that really helped. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way I was even lucky, that the club that was near us, that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her, like, what's the level of your child? And she said he's a complete beginner, which was not true, because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot, because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at, and so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing, and yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later, and by that time I was, I was pot committed to the game.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay. Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something
It's
like.
difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in Classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in Classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes. And when we sit there and we know and what she talk to me, and we just can't hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes like some like on the rest day, and when I saw her face and I just think about that jokes and I just can't become like a normal person.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand. Some drama on top board of the women's section where it's about to be a draw with the Black Sea King about to get into the corner. Judith, it's been a bit of a shock both on and off the board. Some drama out there.
Well, absolutely. Vantika had been winning for quite a long time in the endgame. She played out very well. And while we were watching other games, some things happened right here, right? I mean, it was incredible that when Vantika went down on time so heavily, then, well, actually, Bibisara found a very great move, escape move, but it's because Vantika was careless. And when you go down in time, that can be an issue.
And we've been told that there was some confusion, let's say, out there at the women's section on this top board because Vantika paused the clock, called the arbiter to try and get a new score sheet when the players reached move 60, I believe. And her clock was started by her opponent while she was trying to talk to the arbiter. So maybe some drama. But ultimately, Bibisara is going to be so relieved by saving this game. She did not look like she had any chance for most of it. Wow. These things happen, Judith, I guess, at top level chess.
Well, yeah. We've seen some questionable fair play moments in history.
Yep. Without naming names.
And there is the draw.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It is a draw, and just for everyone at home, this was the final position, but even if black were not able to capture the white pawn, even if black were to just sit in the corner, this is a well-known draw. And yeah, always stalemate motifs. You don't even need to take the pawn. Dead draw. Vantika kicking herself, and Bibisara saves it. That rounds off the top 10 boards in the women's section. All results there have been concluded. And let's head back to the Open, where only one of the top 10 still in action. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, and where we stopped there when he played King G8, and Erigaisi played the best moves, I think. He found that knight A4. Maybe we can go back to that specific point where we left, because those moves were crucial in converting his victory. Here he went back to G8, so rook C7 will be not with check. And after rook B4, black captured the pawn on A4, which was essential. Simplification.
Yeah, the only way to win, rook takes A4, would have been met by a fork on the rooks. And exchange up, black's B pawn would march down the board. That would have been winning as well. So rook D6 was the move, and just to catch up, bishop B5 looks a bit clumsy, but the only way to keep the knight and pawn intact. And just to catch up with the current position, it looks like Arjun trying to get one set of rooks off. As long as he keeps the B pawn alive, he should be winning. And this is the live position after rook E3, a check, a pin. And Judah, it does feel very clean now. I'm not sure which way he's going to take on G2, but it feels like the white king in big trouble.
Well, probably white should still, I mean, he can still go and play further some moves like rook B5. And after rook B5, the question is with which rook will be taken the bishop? Probably from E2 to G2. Then white has to go king H1. I would be going rook G1. You just go knight D3. Okay. I thought rook G1, rook G2, and only after that knight D3. So
all roads lead.
Yeah.
All roads lead to Rome. Checkmate is coming, and Arjun Erigaisi actually just this very second wins. His opponent didn't fight on. This was the final position. Rook takes bishop incoming, and there we get a fifth decisive result on the top 10 boards. Bloodthirsty round 2, and again, great news for Indian fans.
Yeah, 2 black victory and 3 white. Exciting.
Hey. Yeah, exciting stuff. Sorry, Judith. Let's go to board 11 very quickly, and it's that endgame we talked about. Let's fast forward. Looks like a win for Vincent Keimer incoming as well.
Yeah, he went all the way around the pawns to H6 with the king. I would be happy to look, because probably that was quite a fun journey for white. Where F5 was played by Jeffrey.
Rook takes pawn. Check.
Okay, I thought actually the king went from the other side. I thought it was a bigger journey.
You thought it went the whole way around?
Yeah. Yeah.
It came this way. Rook A8. And yeah, this is the idea. A7, there's going to be a check. So rook check. Rook A4. And live position. Does white even need to be careful, or is rook E8 just over now?
I think rook E8, king F6, check H4. Okay, some final touch.
Oh wow.
Look. No, king F7. And it's a draw.
King F7.
King F7.
Oh, I would definitely blunder that.
The rook endgame lesson is not over. Nobody should leave.
Yeah. Attacking the rook, making you queen, and
wow, perpetual. Look at that.
Who needs a queen?
Look at that.
Wow.
Beautiful saving idea. Jeffrey doesn't give up.
Yeah. I saw king F6. I just thought I give another check and then I make a queen, and it's over.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So instead of rook E8 making a draw, white should be doing what happens if just king G6?
Looks good.
Rook G4, king H5. And the thing is, you know what's funny? If the king would be on e5, maybe it's a draw. Because, no, I don't go to k4, I go to g7.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
E8, and it would... no, king f4, g6, you go out. But after king f6, rook f8. So you win.
Yeah, not falling for this. Rook f8 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent doesn't fall for the trick. He plays king takes g6 and should now be winning.
Yeah, it's so winning that it's impossible to ruin. That's important. It's not enough to have a winning position, but important not to be able to ruin.
There's always a chance, always a chance to ruin. Yeah, there's going to be a rook check next. And this is going to be resignation for Jeffrey Zhong. Okay, he gives one back. And king h5 will end this game, most likely. That would be, okay, a 6th decisive result on the top 11 boards. That's a lot, Judith. It feels like the players woke up and really wanted to fight today.
It is. It is. And very exciting games. Of course, blunders, I mean, like in this game, but it happens. You can't call Vincent completely that, okay, he won by luck, right? He was fighting it out. He was paying attention. He was waiting for the moment. And probably he made his homework on rook endgames also. And I mean, he has an incredible year this year. He has such an experience by now playing against the top guys. He won a tournament, right, in China, not long time ago, with a point ahead before the finish. So we've seen him in freestyle also, winning event ahead of Magnus and all the top guys. So he's not a joke.
Yeah, he even beat me in the Bundesliga, so he must be in form. Must be in top form.
You see?
Yeah, Vincent Keimer. I would say one of the favorites maybe for this event, just so calm. Even in 2023, the last Grand Swiss, it was even in 2021, so last time I played, he was very up there. He was top 10, very close to qualification. That was when he was just 18, so much older and wiser now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeffrey still tries.
Yeah,
tries. Rook g7, so Vincent will have to make those 2 checks.
Yeah. Check and check. You probably don't want to... Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to risk like king h6, rook e7, and suddenly you get blocked. There would have been no easy way forward there. Rook e8 check. Last trick.
And check. Vincent has 25 minutes on his clock, while Jeffrey spent all his time. But it didn't help him.
And there we go. Vincent Keimer takes the win. And another decisive result. Yeah, there's still a few games ongoing, Judith. Maybe we'll do a kind of around the horn of just a quick recap on some of the remaining games, just to see if there's anything really exciting left for us. I'll just point out a veteran is still in action. Vasil Ivanchuk is probably going to draw his game, but I would say decent winning chances. Pawn in a queen endgame.
We didn't have a queen lesson this evening yet.
Yesterday we did, but not today.
Yesterday, yeah, but we have to keep ourselves informed, right? So what is this? Vasily is torturing, trying to win his queen endgame. I wonder whether the king on b5 stands so well, but okay, the h-pawn should be not so difficult making a draw, right?
Yeah, you would think, but
though it's not fun. It's not fun to play this with white.
And
do you think you would make a draw against Chucky?
I'd like to think so, but queen endgames you can never guarantee, right?
I don't know. I don't know how much practical. Sorry.
I've only played him once and I lost that one quite painfully, so bad memories. What was your experience of playing Ivanchuk, Judith?
I played so many occasions with Ivanchuk in Linares, in many different, in Monaco, and I played all kind of events against him. In Mexico, in Rapid, in all different time controls, in Moscow, at the Kremlin. all kind of games I played with him. And I remember in Linares, I beat him once in like 20 something move with black. That was quite something. Once we had an incredible rapid game where he blundered and moved checkmate in one. But I think I'm not sure if I gave did I give checkmate? I remember that he blundered it. I mean, we had all kind of games, but he was one of the most interesting figure in my time when I started to play in these Linares tournaments. The first time I met him, it was I think 87 when I was visiting the World Team Championship in Lucerne. And then I remember that he was talking to me and showing his game against Kasparov because about 2 months before that, he was playing with Gary and he missed his winning opportunity. And it was still hunting him. And he was showing it to everyone that I was winning against Gary and I missed it. And of course, for many years, for decades, he was considered to be one of the main candidates for being the challenger for the World Championship title. But of course, his generation is very strong. I mean, Anand, who was there? Gelfand. Yeah, there are quite a few players who were out there. Very, very strong generation.
Yeah. And
he knows incredible knowledge he has and incredible passion for the game.
Yeah, every time I see him, he's analyzing chess. Like he will literally analyze with anyone. He doesn't discriminate.
Yeah.
Like, any player of any strength, any tournament, he'll take an interest.
You know, the first time I played with him, I think it was 88 when I was playing in the New York Open. And he was playing blitz with everyone, including myself and my sisters. And I remember he was playing against everybody like e4, f6, g6, knight h6, knight f7, bishop g7. This was his repertoire for the audience, for the public to play blitz. And well, of course, I mean, with great success, I must say.
Yeah, he is well known to play every opening under the sun. Like normally he doesn't play those in classical, those ones, but he's known for being very hard to prepare against.
Yeah. It's funny. So is he going to be playing queen g4? Or he's probably he's hesitating what kind of trap to set up because he has plenty of time, right? He has a lot of experience. And his opponent has only 3 minutes. So he must be thinking what would be a good practical chance.
Yeah. That being said, we should mention the players will get 15 minutes each extra at move 60, which will just be in 1 move time. So this is going to go on for a long time.
Yeah, but you know, I believe that if you play this endgame against Karpov, Magnus, and very few other players, no matter how draw this position is, there is a great chance that you cannot make it, whether it's you, me, or anybody, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, even the other very top guys. I mean, we know that it's a draw, but I mean, if the other one has the patience, the knowledge, calculates and focus, then he will be making you think all whatever time you have. Now there is 3 minutes. After one move, there is going to be another 15 minutes for both players. But he makes moves where you're going to be thinking, right? So eventually you go down really to 2 minutes for the rest of the game. And it's a minefield.
Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be easy for Artemiev, who is a great defender. But I just want to show actually the last kind of stage of this game. It looked like a bit of a race. It was actually a bishop endgame not long ago. And Artemiev, rather than suffer, played the move bishop to d3. And this is how we got a queen endgame, like bishop takes, king d5. Really interesting here. Like it becomes about tempo. King d3, a4. Well, I had to find all the right moves and then e4 and looks like the players played all of this like instantly. They didn't even think. Wait, did black have something better here? Or maybe not, but okay. And then yeah, this is how we got the queen endgame. Really fascinating stuff. And okay, apparently this is the exact same endgame as the final round of the Biel Open, where they played for 34 moves longer until they drew, and that was between David Navarra and Renat Zhirmabayev. So yeah, this H-pawn is notoriously difficult to win with, but it should cause some pain.
Well, I'm very curious what will be the outcome of this game, to be honest.
Judith, can I take us over to another very interesting race type endgame?
Absolutely.
That's between Alexander Predka, who was part of the Serbian team that won the European Team Championship in 2023, and he faces Ray Robson. And apparently Ray has blundered or made a mistake just a few moves ago, allowing a bit of a race. He's been forced into this, and now I wonder when to start pushing this pawn. Does the knight need to move first?
Well, it has to be moving first, right?
Yeah. Knight b3 feels like it won't be disturbed there.
Yeah, it seems like there is no way back for black to stop the pawn. Though after knight b3, maybe knight f7 must be the move.
Knight f7?
Yeah, somehow to play knight d6 and knight c8, I was thinking.
Could I dominate that knight?
Yeah, and knight e5?
Yeah, and I forgot about this one. Let's go king d.
King d5, knight d7.
Yeah, 97. I want to go a5.
Knight b8.
Knight b8. Yeah, I've slightly miscalculated that you could get back there. Bar says I'm still winning, which I'm thankful for.
Yeah.
But I don't feel I've done it the best way. Okay, so knight b3, knight f7. What if I just tried to brute force my way through? Like a5?
Well, I felt simply I have no other choice than knight f7, because otherwise you're just pushing the pawn, right?
And your idea is to get back. Oh, already I've blown it. Wow.
Hold on, knight c4. Knight c4?
c4, a6. No. You wanted knight a5 ideas.
Okay, so knight c8 I have to go.
Yeah, knight c8. And
what was possible? Maybe knight f5 and knight d4.
Wow. And we might see another queen endgame. Okay, we've had some moves. So he actually went to b1. I prefer that, actually. Now I've seen your knight d4 trick to to get rid of my knight. Knight b1. Keep it as far away as possible. And king e2 was the response.
Well, he wants to go around, yeah, king d1, king c2, but it seems like a very slow action by black. a5, king d1, a6, king c2. I mean, I can go a7, right?
Yeah, a7.
Takes a8.
d2. It's not going to be so easy. Like, the black king's going to kind of hide somewhere, and I wonder if there's anything cleaner. This is still probably winning, but
Well, queen e4 is maybe a mistake already.
because of king c1. No, wait.
Or king b2.
Yeah, just king b2.
Knight on e5 is extremely beautiful and powerful.
I had a similar game recently where, like, I made a queen and my opponent had a pawn, a very strong pawn, and a knight, and then I had to hold like the pawn long enough to start another pawn pushing. So I made two queens, but my opponent still, like, it was still difficult to stop one of the queens promoting. One of the pawns.
That's funny.
And it's very similar to this game, actually. It's surprising. So king c2. Maybe there's something even better here.
Well, maybe simply knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3.
Knight d1, knight f2.
Yeah. Game over. White makes a queen.
Yeah, this is what I like to say when I'm teaching, for example, that You have to look what is the winning, because out of 3 different wins, you can save a lot of energy.
Mhm.
Apart from the fact that sometimes the different wins are not all wins.
Yeah. There's like 2 false trails.
Yeah. No, but here, for example, what we just looked, if you go knight c3, knight d1, knight f2, it's just game over, right? Because you really have the queen. The other one, maybe it's objectively winning, but maybe you will just not find the only winning moves, and you end up making a draw.
Yeah. It's better not to rush. He's only got 2 minutes though, so 100% guaranteed that he'll find it. It should be winning now.
But I don't think it's too difficult.
Yeah.
For white to find it.
I wonder whether you even start with knight c3. Is that?
You have a point there.
Yeah.
But why to play knight c3?
Yeah.
I mean, you can wait until king d1.
True.
Right?
Yeah, true. Knight c3. And yeah, it's just realizing that you're going to your knight d1 and this way. That's enough. Okay, he's going to win, surely, Prodigy. He's very good at blitz chess as well. So even low on time, should be fine.
What move are they here?
It's 51.
It's 51.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so actually they are far away from 60.
Yeah. Okay, just before another game finishes. Yeah, great message there from Tenacious Chipmunk, who said 3 players on 100% out of 100 plus who started this tournament. Here, Grigory Oparin is about to win against a very young, talented Iranian grandmaster, who I think knocked out Gristruk from the last World Cup, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is just over. And okay, something's happened on this board as well. Apparently we just saw a big blunder, Radislav Wojtaszek. It's one of those knights, Judith, that tricky knights. Yeah, we'll just go back. Apparently this position was not so bad, although very scary for the black king. But queen c4, huge mistake, allowing f6. And now the board is cut in half.
But why is it the end of the world? Rook d7 is unstoppable? Because on the g file, it's not mate yet, right? Because rook g8.
Yeah. Queen g3, rook g8. Unless there's... Oh, no, I don't know. Yeah, probably just rook d7, knight f7. Oh.
Yeah, the f7 pawn is just lost.
Mm-hmm. Black's very stuck. Like, can't really move the queen because you allow white some squares.
Isn't it kind of a Zugzwang almost?
Yeah. The bishop's stuck, can't really move.
So what happens if I go queen c2, rook d7, bishop g1?
Ooh, tricky. It's just one check though, maybe, so I can... Wait, maybe I take with a knight. Let's take.
Yeah, so queen h2, king g4, rook g8, knight g5, double check, and rook h7, mate.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. Checker gets checked. We've seen a few of those today, like check, then like cross check or block check.
Yeah. Impressive.
Yeah, so it looks like it's winning for white, probably in multiple ways, but Kuzabov under 1 minute, so maybe that's the only thing that can trip him up here. There are another few games, but more in the balance. Okay, actually, Judith, let's go to one that we did touch upon earlier. It was crazy when we were last here. Andy Woodward against Niels Grandelius, and now another queen and rook melee here, another mess. It looks like king e7. Oh wait, is this just level?
Of course.
Yeah, I saw the bar. I thought it was black winning, and I think the bar hadn't updated because a few moves ago we had this position, and black was totally winning apparently.
Hmm.
But after king moved, check was the wrong direction. Just quickly check what was best. Apparently, just like taking this pawn
A3?
was fine. A3 is even better. The white rook is passive. So A3, he checked, and could have repeated there with a winning position. Still A3 due to checkmate ideas, but queen F6. He allows some counterplay. Niels Grandelius looks like no longer winning.
Hmm.
Maybe he missed after king E7. There's only one check, but it's good enough. D6. Counterplay.
Queen D6, Queen H4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there is no good spot for the king to move away. And Queen A4 on King D7.
Yeah. And F6, I guess you just check from the side.
Wow, this is really annoying.
Oof.
Not to win this with black.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
He's a couple of pawns up, push the A pawn, safer king. Now he's found himself, struggling to escape.
Very, very sad for black. You know, we have a rook and knight endgame playing.
Ooh, where is that?
Between Aditya Mittal against Colors.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't ask your experiences in this endgame, Judith.
Thank you very much. I'm sure
Yeah.
you have better ones.
No comment. It's been a while. I mean,
Yeah.
I think I've drawn a few times as black, and I've never won it with white, with the attacking side.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's incredible. When I was 14, I was playing the under 14 boys championship, world championship, and I had this, and I offered a draw.
Wow.
Having been played with the rook and knight. After like 5 moves, I offered a draw because I learned that it's a dead draw.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, ever since, it comes back to my mind. How come I didn't play? Because somehow when I learned this endgame, I mean, it was so obvious at the time, 30 years ago, well, almost 40, that it's just a draw. While with the bishop and rook, you have chances to win, actually pretty good chances. Having the rook and knight, you have no chance. I mean, there has to be so many bad things played, but that it's practically no chance. Well, of course, when I played against Gary, that was another story.
Yeah.
But even him, even Gary, he told me after the game that if I would have showed one pattern, there is a pattern with a stalemate. If I would showed that I know, he would offer a draw, and I believed him because somehow it was so obvious that you can win the rook knight only in extremely specific endgames where the king is already in the corner. And actually he deserved it because he knew it so well. He knew the winning positions. I was not, I didn't have the knowledge to understand that. And he had.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my lesson.
Yeah, we all learn the hard way. Sorry for bringing that up.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, we've all been there, but
it's a lesson I usually share with youngsters also, that I mean, you can play, but don't play just to waste your time. If you play it, try to know the position and know what you're playing for.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's okay, I mean, if they know that, okay, what's the target here? Somehow to put the king on the side. After that, when it's on the side, somehow to put the king into the corner. And then even if it's winning, you have to know the technique very well how to do it. But okay, show some progress, show some ideas, right? Some goals. Then it's fine. But just making moves
yeah.
and acting like you're playing for a win, that's not playing for a win. That's playing for your opponent to faint.
Which, unfortunately rarely happens. Only once every 100 games, maybe.
And you don't want to win that way, I'm telling, okay, I understand sport is a sport, but I mean, do you really want to win the game that on Grandmaster having 3 seconds on the clock puts rook somewhere and you check the rook? I mean, is that really the way you want to win? For me, it's not a satisfaction too much to win that kind of.
Yeah, I like that attitude, Judith. I know a lot of people who would disagree. They're like, a win is a win.
Yeah, but these days we live in another time.
Yeah.
It's basically, you know, sometimes it's a heartbreak for me to see what's going on the highest, even on the highest level in Blitz games, right? I mean, I grew up differently, but in many of these cases, I understand that you have to play it until the very end, but I'm saying that, okay, make your homework and know more than your opponent, even in a very drawish endgames, and then I understand. But playing for time, you know, those things are very much on the edge on my values.
Yeah. I love that. I support it. I'm sure our chat as well. I can totally see where you're coming from there. I mean, this game should be a draw. We could analyze it for a while, but I've just been reminded.
No, we don't not analyzing
okay,
this.
we'll go away. We'll move away.
when it's on the corner already, then we can come back to analyze with the table base.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring us elsewhere in the tournament. Firstly, there's a game. One player who represents your country these days, Sanan Syogirov, playing for Hungary, but it looks like he's in big trouble. After this, I want to actually recap the last few stages of Nihal Sarin's win, because that was something we were talking about in the break, actually, amongst ourselves as maybe game of the day, maybe potentially game of the tournament. So, first this position, Judith, and looks grim for black.
Well, this position obviously is completely winning for white. It's you shouldn't even have to show too much of the skill of technique, I think, generally speaking, but you have to be serious and focused still. But it's obvious that it's a very slim chance for black to save the game by normal means, unless white is blundering the A-passed pawn in some way of check and then take the pawn.
Yeah. And again, it's that combo of a pawn on a light square. Later, you might get your bishop on the long diagonal. Knights are really bad at stopping these rook's pawns. So, white should be winning. Maybe I'll ask you to talk us through the closing stages of that Nihal Sarin game, Judith, because, okay, this was the final position with black having an extra queen, but it was just incredible. Like G4 earlier, we left it around here, black pushing pawns. And
yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I mean, the braveness what Nihal was showing. Yeah, knight f3 takes, g takes f3. And suddenly you think that, okay, practically it seems like black's attack kind of ran out, no? You have a bishop, but what is it doing? The knight on e3 is defending everything, no queen g4. White played queen c4, right? And unbelievable that black goes queen h7.
Yeah.
And says, I'm winning. Right? Because you said it. I said, what is going to be next move for black? And then, David, you said, I just want to go rook e8, rook e6, rook g6. And then I'm thinking, and I don't see what can I do against that. I have two rooks, I have a queen, I have a fantastic defender on e3 with my knight, and I cannot defend myself. I cannot bring my bishop to g3, bishop e7, bishop h4, because you have that knight on c6. And it's just no chance to save the game, because king h2 is not possible to bishop g2, right? King g3, queen h3 checkmate, or going back, queen h1 checkmate.
Just incredible, like total paralysis for white, just immobilized. Like this pawn somehow cuts the board in half. No defensive like reinforcements can arrive for the white king. And
but 1 second, sorry, what happens if knight g4? Is it simply queen g6 the win, or bishop h2, bishop g2, knight h2, and you start your journey with the rook? Probably queen g6, right?
Yeah, queen g6 is probably good enough.
Yeah, and just collect the knight.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, with the bishop.
And one more question I have. When instead of knight g4, if knight f1?
Okay. let's say black continues.
Knight
Wow,
G3.
apparently that's wrong.
I saved it.
You saved it. Wait, knight G3. How are you saving this?
I don't know. Queen E4. I win the game.
E4. Oh. The
Queen
bar hates
B.
all
Yeah.
of our moves. I was going to say, is this your trick? Queen takes C6.
No, you know what I do? You will not believe what I do. You know what
do?
I do instead of Queen E4? Now
Mhm.
you're going to tell me that, wow, Bishop E7.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
No, it's losing.
like-
I thought
like
Rook
the idea,
E7,
though.
Queen C6. And I
Yeah.
thought I'm so smart. But
That
Bishop
is
E7
smart.
is... Yeah, but Bishop E7 is losing for some reason.
Queen somewhere. Gives the black king some space. Queen H6? I don't know. Queen. This is crazy. Like, we can't make any moves that the computer likes.
It's
Wow.
unbelievable.
Yeah. just to get to the truth of the matter, before we move on. So knight F1. Oh wow. Just bishop takes F1. Just chill.
Yeah, Queen F1 was my plan, and then simply Rook E8, right? And if Rook D3, E4, and then Rook E6, Rook G6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rook D5, maybe, I don't know, knight E5. Oh no, just Rook E6 and Rook H6 even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight F1 is not possible. What was in the game? Because we stopped here.
Yeah, we'll just show the closing stages of this game now. So Rook D5 was played. Rook E8, the white rook came over. So stopping the black rook from coming up because of Rook D8 check ideas. But just very calm, Nihal just slowly improving. Queen H5, giving the black king some luft, some air. Queen E4, F5. Queen came back, moved his king. Finally ready to shift his rook up. And instead he had to allow this. Queen H6, zigzag. King G1, Rook E6. Now it's defended. And bishop takes F1. So the same pattern we saw. Queen takes E6 is desperation, but Rook G6 is going to end it anyway. And okay, last trick. And game over.
Absolutely brilliant game.
Mm-hmm. Maybe game of the round, Judith. What do you think?
For me, yes.
Mm-hmm.
For me, yes.
And I'm curious to hear what John's highlight of the round is. So I'm going to invite him back as we just saw that brilliancy by Nihal Sarin.
I think the way you guys describe that is absolutely spot on in terms of a full game. Obviously, that's got to be right up there. You even had those moments earlier on in the broadcast as well that Busy had having my mind blown, as it were, by this game. But if I'm honest, the entire game and just the multiple opportunities for it to be brilliant, absolutely fantastic stuff. And it's just really, really nice. In so much fighting chess today. And that sounds like something that you would say on any chess broadcast, but we really have. It's round 2, and we've had so many decisive results, so many games where we've had players taking risks, opposite side castling, we've had some sacrifices, and this is quite early on in the tournament. It's round 2 of 11. So for me, Judith, that fills my heart with joy. I feel like if we're going to start this strong, I'm hoping we don't take a dip in the middle and it continues to get even better from here.
I think we are not going to get disappointed in the upcoming rounds either, because we see different generations and they have completely different approach to chess. While some of the older guys like Gelfand and Alyanov and Mamedyarov, they are very experienced with extremely lot of knowledge and openings, etc. But we have the youngsters, Gukesh and Pragnananda and the 4-year-old grandmaster. I mean, so many very young to just young, right? And because of this mix of players, because of this, with one goal, all of them, the same goal to qualify for the candidates being in the top 2. So everybody keeps this in mind. So they have to be sharp, they have to be challenging their opponent, they have to have the right mindset, they have to be resilient, and so on and so forth. So every round is going to be with full of blood, I believe.
Well, we'll get on to some of those results in a second. Let's take a look now at the results from the women's section, where we have the full top 10 here. I think we've actually got the top 20 on offer. David, not quite the same number of decisive results as yesterday, but because day one was so all over the place, this is actually setting us up for a really fun middle of the tournament where we have some of the top scenes charging through the pack, racing back to try and join the group on this screen. So we're going to be seeing a real mix as far as the pairings are concerned.
Exactly. As you say, still early days, but we've already seen some players bang in form, some players struggling a bit. Although there was a draw on board one, there was some drama between Vantika and Bibisara Asalbayeva, as Bibisara is the one relieved. Vaishali with a very dominant, very quick win there against Eline Roebers. But yeah, congratulations to Vaishali, Olga Badelka, and on that page, Katerina Lagno, who got the wins today.
Now let's take a look at what happened moving on to 11 through... Oh no, hang on a second. I beg your pardon. Here are the top 20 as it stands. Only 2 players on a full 2 points, Judith. So I recognize it's very early days, but only 2 players on full 2.
Yes, it's of course when you start 2 out of 2, it's a fantastic feeling. You feel that you're in great form, especially I think Vaishali. I think yesterday also she won convincingly. I think so, but today it was just a crushing game, and it's a great feeling, right? So, but they both know that it's just a great start, so they have great mood. But 11 rounds, so nothing is clear at all. Of course, they would like to see this as an ending and being in the candidates, but the others will have something to say to that exactly. So a lot to be played, but of course, it's a great self-confidence builder when you start with 2 out of 2.
And let's stay with you, Judith, while we take a look at the bloodbath in the open section. I am all for this. I really hope it only gets better from here, but take a look at that. We've got 5 decisive results in the top 10 and some very, very big scalps on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, we had quite some, not only that the games were decisive, many of them, like half of them, but we also have seen very nice ideas and patterns, like Pragnananda made a convincing victory and a very nice tactical touch at the end. Also, we've seen, Gukesh was a draw, but at the same time, we've seen quite a lot of interesting moments in that game. Ali Reza seems to be in form. Somehow, long game, goes slowly, nobody's paying attention too much, but at the end he wins, like he did yesterday as well. So he's ready to spend many hours at the board, but the main thing is that he wants to collect the full point. And yeah, I mean, even the games which are draws, we've seen and witnessed quite a lot of interesting ideas. So Arjun, of course, was... Sorry, just Arjun was one of the very interesting games of today, of course, because they were continuously, each time we went back to see, it was something different situation.
Yeah, that was really back and forth, and him and Prag both winning today must be a boost for the Team India teammates. Of course, you're absolutely spot on, Judith. And it's so weird to see, again, Gukesh on that top board where it's like, actually, he's the older generation here. Just to remind everyone, this is the seasoned pro versus the young gun. But that's how chess is these days. And actually, it's going to bring us so much good action in the coming years. On to page 2 then. We've actually still got one game ongoing, and that's Yu Yang Yi taking on Sanan Sugarov. That isn't finished yet, but you can check out the moves in the current position on chess.com/events. What do you make, David, of this page?
Yeah, it's a good day to have the white pieces. That's all I'll say. Yu Yang Yi looks likely to win with white as well. And Vincent Kleimer, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxim Vachilegraf, who won on time in his game, and Richard Rapport all took the wins with white. Just as bloodthirsty as the first page we saw, as players jockey for position. Some very impressive performances, especially Jan Nepomniachtchi calculating really well today, and Vincent Kleimer kind of tricking Jeffrey in the endgame, applying a lot of pressure. Definitely those kind of higher rated players, they're getting mobilized now, getting ready to fight.
So the question then becomes, as a result of all of this bloodbath, where does that leave us at the end of round number 2? Here are the standings. Only 3 players are on a full 2 out of 2, Demchenko, Firouzja and Maksudlu. Everybody else is in the chasing pack. To be fair, it's a rather large chasing pack. We've got 1.5s all the way off the end of the screen. but half a point clear after 2 rounds. Are there any names that, Judith, you are either surprised to see here, or more likely, surprised not to see on the first screen? Or is it still too early for us to be talking like that?
Yeah, I'm surprised Pragnanda is not here.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's well, when you have an up and down tournament, it just takes a little while. He's technically 21st, so there you go. He's still on 1 point. We have down to 32nd. They're all 1.5. So you've got Jan, you've got MVL, Richard Rapport is joining them on the same score as well. So many big names, half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah, but we discussed this, that it's only round 2, so I think most of the players would be very happy. If anybody would have told them before the round you have 1.5 out of 2, they say thank you very much, we don't even have to play those games. So you're happy to make a draw and you win 1. I mean, the 11 rounds, I think for some of the players, they have the mindset that they would be happy to win games and draw games without a loss. But of course, it's a very tough and rough tournament with a lot at stake, which means that there will be a lot of pressure at some point for the leaders and who are chasing them, right? So 1.5 point is just perfect.
Well, I mean, considering how volatile today has been, I'm sure they'll be very happy with that result indeed. David, your comments on the bloodbath of the day so close to the start of the tournament. Is this now simply the norm? Is that what we're going to be expecting throughout? Or was today particularly bloodthirsty?
I think maybe on the more bloodthirsty end of the scale, that's for sure. I mean, it's modern chess, essentially. Everyone's placed so ambitiously. Very few kind of dull draws, very few kind of premature endings to games. It's nice to see. It's because of the likes of Firouzja, who's on 2 out of 2, former winner of the Grand Swiss in 21. It's because of the teenage prodigies we're coming through. As Judith said earlier, no fear at all. That's why we're seeing this trend. And yeah, long may it continue. I'm excited to see how things develop over the next few days.
And Judith, we're now starting to see, you know, the first of the storylines that we're going to be following throughout the rest of the Grand Swiss. If you had one question, one story, or one player that you're particularly eager to hear more about tomorrow to see if something continues or if they can get out of a rut, what's the one thing you're focused on heading into tomorrow's broadcast?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, there are so many interesting games going on and players here.
You can have 2 or 3.
Well, first of all, I would like to see how Nihal is playing tomorrow, because I hope to see him, and that was so spectacular to me that I'm very much waiting for that. But of course, I'm also looking forward when Gelfand starts to win his games, you know? I mean, I'm still rooting for the old-timer guys who I was playing myself and for decades. Well, of course, the youngsters, it's always nice to follow, but that's normal. I still like some old lions to show their teeth and strength.
The Swiss pairing system doesn't differentiate by age, of course, so we're going to get to see plenty of fighting action from young and old. Well, old, not that old really, but generational clashes are bound to happen in the next couple of rounds of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Folks, that is it for our coverage today. We are back tomorrow for round 3, same time, same place, but that doesn't mean the chess is over for today. You need to stick around because the Duck Chess Championship starts right here in about 30 minutes on twitch.tv/chess. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Enjoy the entertainment tonight and stay safe wherever you are. Take care.